Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Wow, wow, hello. Hello, there we go. Somewhat. Got my voice back, everybody, kind of. This stream is trying not to happen. Wow, my voice is completely shot. Hello and welcome, everybody. I'm losing my voice. I told you I lose my voice about this time. Wow. Okay. Hello. There we go. A little bit better. But wow, it's like all of a sudden my voice really went out. Wow. Hello. Hello. All right, everybody. Well, it looks like my voice is going out. So we're going to do the best we can do. So go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I'm sure the hear me part is going to be tough. You guys are going to show up right there. Hello? Hello, there we go. Trying to get my voice back up and working. Yeah, voice is going out, everybody. Voice is going out a bit. It always happens about this time. But we got some Satisfactory to do. We got some Satisfactory to do, and so we're going to do it. And then, of course, the stream is Just trying not to happen. My green screen went out. It has two little pistons, kind of like when you open your back of your car, if you have a window or whatever it is, it has those two pistons, or your hood. There's like two little pistons that hold it up. And so when I'm rolling it up and down, it's starting to starting to fold and crease. And then it's always starting to go to one side when I'm trying to put it down. I've probably put it up and down 100 times. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's back up a little bit. Probably 100 times, not 100 times, 1,000 times here in the stream. So it is running out big time. All right. So we may be doing a very quiet stream today, everybody. That's why I take days off too, to help with my voice. All right, maybe I'll try to lower my voice a little bit, and that'll help it. That'll help it a little bit. Hopefully. Whew, all right. Well, already a rough start of the stream. All the technical stuff went off, everybody. I couldn't get the sound to work. So I don't touch anything, but I just shut the stream down. I turn it on, and I got to solve all these problems. So what I had to do in standard guy fashion is I had to put my green screen up. Otherwise, it'll just come down because that piston is so weak now, because I've rolled it up and down thousands of times over the span of them. And big love to Elgato for the sponsorship, by the way. They sent me that green screen, and it has been a blessing here in the stream. I've rolled it up and down every single stream. And the coolest thing is you can roll it back down and then put it away, so it's not taking up all the space like my previous green screen. It's been awesome. But but I think that's reached its maximum limit. Sorry, everybody. This is going to be a rough stream, I can tell you already. This is going to be a rough stream already. So everything was going off the rails just right there. So I had to duct tape it. So in standard man fashion, I've duct taped it together to hold it up for this stream, and then we'll have to reorder some pistons or something for it and try to get it fixed. But of course, it starts happening right before the stream. So that's why I was a bit running behind. And then, of course, try to start up the stream. No sound, no microphone, nothing's working. I don't understand how it can break when I don't change anything. And I just shut it down and I turn it on, and it's like a new problem every single day that I have to solve over and over and over again. But such is perseverance, everybody. Never give up, never surrender. We're going to have this stream, and we're going to have a good time doing it, whether my voice goes out or not. Let's go ahead and get into some Satisfactory, everybody. Fantastic game. We're going to be working on our mega holiday build. I don't want to miss out on it. I want to check out the advent calendar. And then we're going to mega build for the very first time the FICSMAS event that's going on right now. All right, let's get to it. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks to everybody who's been here. Again, my voice is going to be going out, everybody. It's going to be going in and out all night long. Paul coming in. What's up, Paul? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Dragon Wolf in the chat as well. Thank you so much for hanging out in there. I think I highlight Dragon Wolf. There he is. All right. And Fast Rider saying hi in the chat as well. What's up, Fast Rider? Paul coming in with a 1. Wish, we got Fast Rider, we got Dragon Wolf, we got PETA, all showing the love. Now, don't forget to go out and retweet everybody right over here. You can earn tons and tons of Kiz Caps by retweeting. And, of course, my commands are still slow and not working. Right there. I'm just going to hit that and try to get that to work. It's interesting. It works straight away on other platforms. I have it on other platforms as well. And I had to stop and see, whenever I have to stop the stream like that, everybody, when audio issues or whatever, I have to stop all 6 streams. So it sucks, and I have to set them all back up again. Twitch has the advantage of, if you stop your stream, it'll automatically try to restart it. And you can use the same stream usually to restart that stream as well. Oh, I'm coughing so much, my eyes are watering. All right. Oh, man. There we go. All right. Yeah, command say not working today as well, Fast Rider. Yeah, the voice is going out. This happens to me all the time. I get all excited here in the stream. I enjoy giving stuff out, everybody. It's one of my favorite times of year. I do it for 24 days in a row, typically at this time of year. And I just can't do those, 12, 15-hour streams as much as I used to. They are rough afterwards. And again, it makes it difficult for me to be in the next stream when I do one, especially if I'm going 16, 18 hours. Everybody, it's very tough for me to get like 4 hours of sleep and come back. Because it doesn't matter how much I sleep, everybody. It feels like 30 minutes every single time. And it's been that way for over 10 years. So it is pretty rough. Yes, satisfactory time. It is Tuesday, right? I think it is. Let's find out. Let's find out by looking on the calendar because I don't know. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Hey, I got it right. Look at me go. Look at me go. So we'll see how my throat does. I think it'll be fine after a while here, after it settles down. And now my nose is running. I had to slide over there in the vault, everybody. Blow my nose. All right. Man, it sucks. It sucks losing your voice, everybody. All right, we're gonna get back to it. Where do we leave off? Let's go find out. Oh wait, I was saying hi to the chat. I'm already jumping in. Look at that. I'm all over the place today. Hey Kismet, it's been hi Kismet and everyone. It's been a while. Notre Dame guy, yeah. How you been, man? Hopefully you're having a good holiday. Thanks for coming in. Starting to lose my voice from all the hype and love I've been giving everybody here in the stream. Tuesday for some people. I know, right? Well, some people it'll be Wednesday. It's Wednesday right now for them. On the other half of the world, that's not the U.S. They're already on tomorrow. Everybody, it's kind of wild to think about it that they're living tomorrow right now. All right, everybody, let's get into some Satisfactory. This is gonna be a wild stream, but such is life, everybody. You do what you can do, right? Let's go. Muted. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Oh, man, I bumped it again. I bumped it. My bad. Hey, my kids caps thing is at least is working. At least I can give you guys some love in the chat. We're going to do a giveaway later on, everybody. Again, this is going to be a rough start. So what I was saying, everybody, is I love the FICSMAS event. It's very, very fun. We have gotten all the way to day 10 as well. Yeah, right off the rails. This one's going to be a rough one. But I'm going to try, everybody. I'm going to try. The trick is never give up, never surrender. Keep at it. So what we're going to be able to do is day 11 through 16. But in a few hours, it's going to switch over to day 17 as well. Now, I forgot to say in the startup screen, I did rewatch Fallout, by the way. I wasn't feeling so hot, so I watched the whole thing again. I binge watched it again. So incredibly good, everybody. That time flew by like that. It's so good. It's so good. As well. By Grouthstar's Hammer. Exactly, Scott. Exactly. Look at these prices. That's such a great movie, everybody. Such a great movie. That's like a love letter to all of us sci-fi fans, everybody. That's why I love that movie. It's a big thing to us. It doesn't make fun of the fans. It embraces that fandom and whatnot, which is awesome. It makes the fans part of the experience. So we can do 11 through 16, and then when it clicks over, we can do 17. But guess what? The Fallout TV show comes out and I forget what time it comes out. Now, the second that Fallout TV show drops, everybody, we're taking a break. Hold on. Fallout Season 2 premiere date and time. I think I wrote it down, actually. Matter of fact, didn't I write it down? Fallout Season 2 premiere Wednesday, December 17 at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, what we're going to do at 3 a.m., we are going to take a break. Really, probably like 2:50. We're going to take a break, and we'll probably have an extended session of words on stream while Kismet goes and watches myself some Fallout. I think I've earned it. I think I earned it. So, yes, I watched the whole thing of Fallout again. So, yeah, watch Season 1. So excellent. But everybody in there, every single actor just absolutely nailed their role, everybody. Everybody did. From the lady who's working at the what I call the NPC shop. She's in there and she has all sorts of, stuff she's selling, guns and the junk jet and all of that stuff. To all of the main actors and, of course, all the side actors. Just everybody just nailed it. Nailed their role, everybody. Because that could be really campy and really, cheesy. And that's the thing you don't want with your stuff. You want to really have it grounded. You want to have, of course, you're going to have the fantastical elements, but the problem is you got to ground it in good story. So if you don't ground it in good story, it's going to be terrible. As we can tell by many of those Marvel ones they came out with, it's just terrible. The acting's terrible. The writing is terrible, and I don't blame really good actors, because if you see an actor in another role and they're really good in that, everybody, and they're really good in several roles, and then all of a sudden they're in a real stinker, then you're like, is it the actor or is it the writing? Most likely the writing, everybody. That's the problem I find with most DC, and of course a bunch of those Marvel ones that they had, the TV versions, is that the writing is just bad. It's just dumb. It's like you just like 50 plot holes in the first 10 minutes, right? You're just like, nah, no, nah, no, nah. It's like that Superman they just came out with. Nah, no, dumb, stupid, dumb. It's just the choices they've made to just be so different than the other Superman. See, the whole point of Superman is Superman represents hope. That's what the S means, everybody. He represents hope. So if you have a Superman that's not representing hope, you failed at your job. You failed at your job. That's simple. Batman, of course, is the opposite. He's the Dark Knight for a reason. He's vengeance. He's there to, make the bad guys kind of look over their shoulder when they're walking around, which is good, like a little bad guy deterrent. And of course, his superpowers, he's rich. And that's how it should be. If Batman all of a sudden had super strength and could fly and all that stuff, people are like, what the hell? What are you doing? What are you doing to Batman? I especially like the part of Batman that he's just a normal person, right? He's a normal person that decided that that's enough and had the resources to make a difference. And so he chose to make a difference, right? That's the thing cool about Batman. You know what I mean? Again, it has such great potential, but it's just the writing is awful, man. It's just terrible. It's so campy and dumb, and and you're not really basing it in reality. That's why those Marvel movies hit so well, like Iron Man and whatnot, because Downey was made to be that character. He is that character in real life. That's why you believe it when he says he's Iron Man. You're like 100% on board on that. You're like, yep, if anybody's Iron Man, it is definitely Downey. He was born for that role. It's like Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. You know he would be Deadpool. 100%. People were born for that role. It's like Christopher Reeve in Superman. See, he's not super massive buff guy who's like, major bodybuilder guy. He's like an average Joe who just happens to have superpowers, right? And uses his powers for the benefit of humanity, brings hope to humanity. But when I first saw that Superman, everybody, just hearing the theme of Superman makes you believe that a person could fly. Absolutely. Absolutely. That was the tagline of it originally. When I saw it in the theater when it first came out, I truly was like, this is awesome. This is amazing. Because it was so advanced of everything else, and it had a good story, everybody. You know how it goes. And they try to retell the story of Superman over and over again. and put their spin on it, and it's terrible. It's just bad writing. You can't outact bad writing, but you can sometimes elevate it. But you can't outact it. If it's bad, it's bad. It's bad writing. It's bad writing. There's nothing you can do. But if it's stupid, campy, it does not based in reality. It doesn't have a grounded reality. That's why Spider-Man is so relatable, because everybody's been a teenager, right? Everybody's been a teenager. They know how it feels to be bullied. They know how it feels to feel weak and to feel underpowered in life. And then all of a sudden, you come across this power. What do you do with it? Do you go down the dark road and become an evil, hateful, terrible person? Because that's really easy to do, because now you have power over everybody else, everybody. It's like people who are beautiful as well. People who are beautiful sometimes abuse that power. They manipulate, they use other people, they do that kind of stuff, and they are just a horrible person. One of my favorite scenes, by the way, in a really great movie called Shallow Hal, is when you see this lady, and she looks like an old lady, and she's all like, burnt up, as they say in life. She's in a rough patch of her life. And then you realize it's not an old lady. It's actually a young lady who's just a horrible person, who's like, manipulating other people and using the guy for, shopping and all that other stuff. It's like, a good writing. That was really good writing, because it didn't dawn on me at first what that meant until I was like, oh, okay, until you pan over and you realize, oh, wait a minute, this is not actually that old lady. This is actually a horrible person inside. Really brilliant way of showing that dichotomy. A lot of people act decent and they act like they're a decent human being, everybody. And to them, they're not the bad guy. Every bad guy, every good bad guy, everybody, don't think they're the bad guy. They think they're the hero. That's the true thing of a great story, right? They think they're the hero until you live long enough to become the bad guy. That's also a Batman quote, by the way. I think it's Two-Face that says that. I got a lot of quotes, everybody. I watched a lot of movies, as you can see, as a kid. And all that stuff comes from life, everybody. If you got a bad story, you got a bad story, man. Just throw that sucker out, get a better one. And that's why Fallout is so good, because the story is so Fallout. And it's so, one moment it's like, you have these show tunes, right? And it's just like happy and thing, and then she's cutting the dude's heads off. What the heck, right? And then it's like every time there's like a gory, violent scene, they juxtapose it with a happy song, which is the vibe of Fallout. And they just absolutely nailed it. I think the best adaptation of a video game ever. Absolutely. And not just because of my love of Fallout, everybody, which I'm sure contributes to it, but I just think it just so nails the feeling of it. It's just a hard thing to do, everybody, is to recapture the magic of the first time you played Fallout 1 or Fallout 2 or Fallout 3, and you're figuring out, you're like, whoa, this is different from a lot of games. Most games are like, you're the hero and everything's wonderful and you're, helping everybody, and, and then, oh, here comes the mustache twirling evil guy, right? But you have all these layers of gray in between, everybody, and that's what Fallout's about, is that you're making these choices that, this person thinks they're the hero, but from their point of view, they are the hero, right? They don't think of themselves as a villain. And a lot of people don't. People who are terrible, horrible people who murder and kill and destroy people, and they steal and lie and cheat and all that stuff. They don't think they're evil. They are, but they don't think it. They just think they're a normal person, and they're trying to do something that they think that they're passionate about, which is not good. It's not good when you let those people off the chain. Then they do crazy stuff, man. They're doing crazy stuff. The playoffs are rigged. Oh man, the only thing I ever watch is the Super Bowl commercials. Because I'm in advertising, I'm a graphic designer, and I watch a bit of the highlights usually now, because I'm doing this most of the time. I watch the oh my God, I can't think of what it is. Baseball. What is it? World Series. I like baseball probably more than any other sport. I don't really watch basketball. I don't watch football all that much. I don't have like a team other than I'm obligated by marriage to love the Vols, by the way, and Tennessee. That's by marriage, everybody. I don't care. I don't really care, and I don't get all into the rivalry that people get all caught up in, and they treat each other horribly over some football team. I mean, hey, you got to have pride. There's nothing wrong with pride, but treating other people horribly just because of some football or whatever, and they really are like that in Europe, everybody. They really are hardcore. You got to look out. You got to look out, man. You call the wrong team the wrong thing, and they'll pull a gun on you. Look out. That's how hardcore they are on that, for sure. Yes, on Monday, Amazon revealed the second season of Fallout TV series will debut Tuesday at 6 p.m. One day earlier. Oh, I didn't know that. Is it right now? Oh, I got to go check. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm going to go check. Percent right. It's actually right now. It's actually or earlier, 6 p.m. Yeah, episode 1 is out as well. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't see that in there. It's funny because I was watching it, but I didn't watch it all the way to 6 p.m. I watched it till about noon, and then I have to sleep to be here on the stream. All right, well, this stream's taking a break, everybody. No spoilers in the chat, please. All right, here's what we're sorry, everybody, right here in the middle of the stream. I'm not turning the stream off because it took me so long to get it started, everybody. I'm just going to leave it on. I'm going to go watch that. You guys can play some words on stream, have fun together, you know, talk, commingle in the chat, because I'm going to go watch me some Fallout. That's how hardcore a Fallout fan I am. I'm not even going to look in the chat. I'm not going to look in the chat, so if you're saying anything about Fallout, I ain't looking. All right, here we go. Sorry, everybody. False start on this stream. Had I known that, I would have just started later. All right, because again, it took me like an hour to get the stream up and running. All right, so we're going to start with some words on stream. I'm going to go watch some Fallout. I suggest you go watch some Fallout 2. Fallout Season 2, number 1. And I'd watch it on stream, but I've asked them before, and they said, no, Kismet. Even though there is a function that allows me to watch Amazon Prime stuff on stream, on Twitch, they said no. So if they say no, I ask first, everybody. I don't do it and then ask permission later and ask for forgiveness. I ask first because that's the what do they call it? The respectful thing to do. All right. Okay. Not looking at chat. Sorry, everybody. I'll be back and I'll look at chat afterwards. All right. Here we go. Starting this up. Back in a bit. I'm back, everybody. My voice is going out though. I'm back, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for that long break, but we had to go watch Fallout. You know, I had to go watch it. Had to go watch me some Fallout, everybody. Holy mackerel. Man, season 2 does not disappoint, everybody. Funny irony is they use one of my techniques that make things go boom in there, and I was like, wait a minute, they stole my thing. You'll see when you watch it. You'll recognize it. If you watch my Fallout 4 streams, you'll recognize it the second it happens. When you make things go boom to wipe out the baddies. You'll see. And again, I don't want anybody to spoil it for me, everybody. So I go and watch it when it usually comes right out. So, and it took me so long to get the stream working today that I thought, you guys can have some fun. I mean, I could turn the stream off; it'd be the same. But I'm having a problem with my voice, everybody. Been streaming for a lot of days in a row. That'll happen. So we're going to try to get it going. Look at you guys go. Did you get it? Oh, you just made it. Nice job, everybody. Nice job working together. Again, sorry for that long delay, but you know how it goes, everybody. Got to watch me some Fallout. Oh, so good. It's so good. And I just like the fact that season 2 doesn't suck. Because sometimes you have season 1, and they just can't live up to season 1, right? Or the first movie and the second movie sucks. Nope. Same quality, same right on point. Oh, so good. It's so good. Dang it. About time. We had a good game adaptation, everybody. And of all the ones to get right, my favorite franchise of all time, favorite series, Fallout, is the one that they crushed it on. So thank goodness. Thank goodness that they got that one right. Of all the ones to get right, that's the one to get right. See, look, even Vault Boy says thumbs up. He's like, yeah, I'm all about it. So go enjoy season 2, everybody. It is very good. The first one's very good. Now, I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but watch for the scene where something gets blown up as a weapon against the bad guys. And if you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Again, no spoilers here in the chat. Don't say anything about it because we don't want to spoil it for other peeps. But again, watch that thing. That's my technique. They stole that. They stole that from my stream. I use it all the time. I swear to God, they're watching my stream, writing stuff into the show, and also into the future content. Like in Fallout 76, everybody, there is a kill box. There's a kill box in there, in the game. And I'm the one who invented the Kismet kill box. I invented it 10 years ago, a long time ago. And they actually added it to Fallout 76. I seriously doubt they'll give me credit for it. But, you know, such is life. Such is life, I guess. As well. And I've been streaming Fallout 4, everybody, for 10 years. For a long time. For a very long time. Maybe my stream is seeped into the ethos of the Fallout community. Or maybe they just came up with it randomly. You never know. Don't make your ego too big, everybody. Sometimes you gotta bring that ego down as well. There we go. So nice job, everybody. Nice job. So we're going to go ahead and get back to, and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory, everybody. We're going to get back to it. So again, Mr. Peanut coming in saying, make it rain. You know what? I'm going to make it rain double. The second my button comes back up and starts working again, since it's been a little bit. And again, everybody, I just brought it up, brought up the stream, and then was nice enough. I forget who it was. Was it Paul or Dragon Wolf or somebody in the chat? Let me know that. Sorry if I forgot who it was, everybody. I'm not all there anymore. I have a terrible memory. They came out early with it. I could have watched it. Earlier. But I was asleep anyway, so it doesn't matter. Because I don't get up. I'm trying to stay in the same schedule as best I can, everybody, with my medical conditions. But I go to sleep about noon, and then I get up around 8 o'clock, roughly. But I don't really go to sleep at noon. I go to sleep for a few hours. I get up. I try to work on some stuff because I can't sleep, and then I try to sleep for another few hours, and you get the idea. Kind of on and off. So I really get about 5 to 6 hours maybe, and it feels like 30 minutes every single time. Every single day feels like 30 minutes. I could sleep for a weekend, everybody. I could sleep for 10 days, and it would feel like 30 minutes. Thus is the problem with my condition. The fact that I'm still alive is nothing short of amazing. Everybody be that sleep deprived for this long and then and still be alive. It ain't easy, that's for sure. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. I've never played Fallout, but the show has made me want to play it. Oh, yeah, very good, everybody. Very good, Rebel. I would start with Fallout 4 first because it's more modern and arcadey, that kind of modern kind of first-person fun. And then, when you really get into it, New Vegas, everybody. New Vegas. And that's what they're exploring in season 2, everybody. New Vegas. And I'm not going to tell you anything about it, everybody. I'm not going to tell you a dang thing. Either of of Fallout New Vegas the game or the integration of Fallout New Vegas in the show, because you got all the lore hounds, everybody, who are going to be all over them every time they say, oh well, now it's this or now it's that. Well, guess what? They own the IP, so whatever they say goes. To keep that in mind, everybody, they own the IP. They can retro change everything, whatever they want, everybody. Again, that's the fun of doing it. And I don't get all, lore crazy like some people do. And hey, if that's your thing, more power to you. Like great example, they got all upset about the supposed date of the destruction of Shady Sands as well. A little spoiler there in season 1, but not season 2. Yeah, I would definitely highly recommend the Fallout TV show, everybody. Very, very good as well. Nacho Libre. Fantastic movie, by the way. Paul coming in. Let me know everything's good. What up, Paul? Thanks for hanging out. Dragon Wolf with a 1, thank you. Oh, because you're a Fallout legend. Oh, well, thank you, Notre Dame. I appreciate those kind words. I'm definitely putting that in my inspiring quotes from my chat. I would say that I just, I love what I love, right? I love some Fallout because it's very different from other games, everybody. It's not just a straight shooter, right? It has those layers that you make the choice. It really does have an effect on the wasteland and how it ends up based on your choices, and also the choices of all the individuals who are reacting to your choices, right? So that's what's so brilliant about it. It's just so incredibly well done that it really feels like it's based in real life, because it really has that grounding. And that's what they're doing in the show, everybody. They have that grounding where no one's a bad guy from their point of view, right? That's a real good bad guy. A real good bad guy thinks they're the hero. They're the hero of their journey. But to everybody else, they're like, ooh, this person is completely unscrupulous. They will kill, maim, destroy people for whatever, bigger purpose that they see, including wiping out the whole entire world, which is the problem, everybody. The problem is very well pointed out in both in life and in Fallout. It's the factions. It's all the factions that everybody breaks up into and say, we know the right way, and we are right, and you're wrong, and I'm right, and you're wrong, and you're right, and you're wrong. Imagine if the world could work together, everybody. Imagine if all those factions came together. That's what I do when I play Fallout 4. I bring all the factions together, and we rebuild the wasteland. Really do it, because I have such economic power that I can go through and do it. Now, I don't abuse my power like Vault-Tec does. Vault-Tec is pretty evil, everybody. That's some messed up evil stuff when you experiment on people and all that stuff, and they say, well, it's for the greater good. It's for the survival of humanity. Well, you lose your humanity when you do that. So you've already lost. You've already lost when you start experimenting on people. You've already lost your humanity. See, that's the problem. You're trying to save humanity, but you've lost your humanity in the race to save humanity. See how that works? You lose it, you haven't saved anything. So the real amazing thing is to keep your humanity. That's the hardest thing, both in that game, everybody, in Fallout, and then also in real life. It's hard to keep who you are, because people are doing terrible things, and they're being mean, and they're murderers, and they're thieves and liars, and they're all these terrible people who are just level 0 human beings. They never leveled up. They never learned empathy. They never learned caring and all of that stuff that you're supposed to learn as a human being, or passion or love or any of that stuff. They never level up. And some people don't have the capacity for that, everybody. They just don't. They, like narcissists, they don't understand your feelings. They're not going to. What they're going to do is they're going to manipulate you and try to control you by doing horrible things to you and then seeing if you put up with it. If you put up with it, bam, they have control of you. Now they can do horrible things to you. They can do that, and they can control you and tell you what to do, and you should be doing this, you should be doing that. I say, I don't have to do a goddamn thing. I don't have to do a dang thing, everybody. That's the great thing about being older and having your own thoughts and feelings. And again, you have the freedom of speech, and other people have the freedom to not listen and not care. That's true freedom, everybody. That's true freedom right there. But if you're like forcing your ideals, like Vault-Tec does, on other people, and you're like, no, it's got to be like this, or you're all going to die, that's kind of messed up. The true solution is in the greatness of working together. That's what I think, everybody. That's how come we have space stations, and that's how come we have rockets that can go into space right now, everybody. A bunch of amazing people, a bunch of incredible people working together with different backgrounds, different disciplines, different beliefs, and that, but they come together for a single purpose that pushes humanity forward. Just like the internet and so many other things that I've seen in my life come along, your cell phone. There's hundreds of amazing unsung heroes, everybody, right here, working on this thing, and who have made massive breakthroughs in that thing. And it's a really, truly revolutionary product, everybody, because everybody has one at their hip. It's almost like a watch now, everybody, like watches used to be. Everybody had a watch back in the day. I don't wear watches anymore, only when I have to, everybody. Only when I'm walking around. I have a Apple Watch, which is more of a medical device than anything else. I wear it only when I'm walking, when I'm going exercising, and then I wear it whenever I'm walking up and down stairs, or I'm just walking around, like if I go to the store. It actually warns me when I become unstable and I'm going to fall. Because I don't know naturally anymore when I'm falling. I always feel like I'm falling. So now I don't know the difference. And so that will let me know, hey, you better catch yourself or you're going to go down as well. So there you go. Yes, it's an old iPhone too, everybody. I'm not updating every single day. Yeah, it's an old iPhone. Let's see how old this iPhone is, everybody. I don't even know what I used to be all the techie guy where I'd be like, this has these specs and that specs and blah, 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 blah. I don't care anymore. I've done it. I've done that for 40 years, everybody. You get over it. iPhone 12 Pro Max. I'm never getting one of these big phones again, ever. I'm never getting the Pro one because it's like a brick in your pocket that weighs way too much and is constantly pulling your pants down. That's why typically I wear like jackets that have little hands in there where you can put the phone in the jacket sleeve. And then the jacket's getting pulled down and not my pants every time. So there you go. It looks like a 6. They all look like a 6, everybody. The problem with Apple now is they're stagnated. They're stagnated and they're just iterating on it and just iterating on that same design. And then, okay, we made a little bit of improvements. Here you go. Here's a new one. Oh, well, next year. Okay, we made a little bit of improvement in that one. Okay, the one you just bought 10 seconds after you opened up the package, obsolete. All right, now you need the new one. And you need the new one every single year. And what the problem is what it is that, okay, you have this many changes at first, and then you have this many, and then this many, and then this many, and then this many, because the iteration starts getting smaller and smaller, because you're not innovating at that rate every single year. It's not like you're inventing a whole new device that you can just, press a button on your arm, beep, and there's like a screen that comes up, right? Beep, there you go. All right, don't even need an iPad, don't even need a phone. You just got to watch, and you press a button, and it does a display like, you see in the sci-fi movies. See, they're not doing that kind of stuff every single year, everybody. This was, by the way, from an old comic book, Dick Tracy, where you could actually talk into your watch and talk to other people. And it's a reality. This thing exists, everybody. This was fantasy when I was a kid. This thing right here, this is a real thing that came out of comic books and came out of the dreams of engineers, and they made it real, everybody. They made it real. That's pretty amazing. That's amazing, everybody, to take science fiction and make it science fact. Right? That's what they've been doing. That's what humans do really well. They take ideas, and then when the technology is there, then they make that thing that they always dreamed about having. Right? Like, way long ago, but they didn't really have spaceships. They didn't go up into space. They thought the moon was made of cheese and all that kind of crazy stuff. They thought the Earth was flat, everybody. But they know it's not flat. You know why? Because they orbit the Earth. Orbiting a flat thing does not work. But some people believe that stuff, everybody. They believe it, and hey, your life, your choices, everybody. I'm not taking away your choice. You want to believe that, that's fine. You can believe what you can believe, and you're welcome to talk all about it, but also I have the right to say, that's crazy. And that's the way it is in the world, everybody. It's okay to have a difference of opinion. It's when you have your brain locked down, when you're closed-minded, is when all the issues begin. Everything in human history is when one group was closed-minded and the other group was closed-minded, and bam, that's when you get a war, everybody. That's when you get a war, is when, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. It's like the biggest, kindergarten fight in the world, right? It's like you're having that same kindergarten battle. You're still stuck in that stage where you think, oh, well, if they're wrong, we're more right. And then since we're more right, we're going to destroy you. That's a messed up place to be, everybody. But when you have truly evil people in the world, everybody, you got to stand up to those evil people, don't you? You got to stand up to them. Otherwise, there'll be no one left. Because here's the thing about evil people, everybody. They'll turn on all the weakest people first. And then they will come for you. Every time. Every time. You'll say, oh, no, I'm part of that group. Nope. Guess what? There is going to be the top 1%, and then the rest of everybody else, they're going to try to dominate. That's what they're going to do. They absolutely will. It's been shown again and again in human history. And people fall for it every time. They fall for that, oh, well, hey, I'm on their side, and so they'll be on my side. Nah, you're not on their side. They're on their own side. That's what factions are, everybody. They break into different factions. So they are on their own side. And at any moment, if you do something that they don't like, they're going to burn you at the stake. They absolutely are. And it'll be one group after another, after another. This is how Hitler took power, everybody, as he took out one group and the lowest group, and everyone's like, oh, yeah, those people are terrible. And then, this group is now terrible. Now this group is now terrible. Now your group is now terrible. Now that other group is now terrible. Now that group we got to take them out. We got to take these guys out because our tiny little group is more important than the other 99% of the human beings in the world. See, that's how dictators rise, everybody. That's how dictators rise. That's how people, there's nobody left to fight because they've eliminated all their competition. That's what they try to do. They try to eliminate the bad peeps, try to go out and eliminate all the people who would stand up to them. And that's what happens. That's why, countries get taken over by dictators all the time because they rally the people against these people. And then once those people are eliminated, they then eliminate the people who helped them. That's the thing. They will turn on you. Just look at their actions, everybody. Did they turn on somebody before? Because you're next. That's what they'll do. They'll turn on you in a second. And that's the thing about politicians, everybody. All of the politicians, everybody. They will turn on you in a second. They are the type of people in the world that are evil. They are truly evil because they only care about themselves. And they haven't figured out yet that life is a zero-sum game. You come in with nothing, you're going out with nothing. So the part in between, that defines who you are. So if you, start sacrificing your morals along the way, you've become less of a human being. Less and less and less. And the world just tries to pound it out of you, everybody, because it's not fair. This is not the movies, everybody. The real life is not the movies. The evil people sometimes win. They absolutely do. The evil people will continuously seem like they're getting ahead. They're the ones who are ruthless and they're in business and it's just business. I just destroyed your whole family. You have no way of paying for your food or water or pay for your children to go to college or any of that kind of stuff. And, you're living on the streets and they just say it's just business, right? Because they've lost their humanity, or maybe they never had it before or at all, right? Because some people don't. Some people don't have that internal clock that says, hey, or internal wisdom that says, look, this is not how you treat people. You don't treat people badly because that's the only thing you're going to answer for in your life because it's called karma, but it always comes around. It never escapes anybody ever. So one day their karma will come through and they're going to die just like the rest of us. All the billionaires and all the horrible people in the world will eventually die. And they'll all be gone. So good news to all you next generation. You could be not as horrible as the previous generations or worse. It's up to you guys. I won't be around. I won't be around. I've only got so much time left, everybody. And I just tell it like it is. Yeah, good old walkie-talkies. I do remember those. I had those. They still have those, by the way. I see them all the time when I go to Walmart, or I go to like those, whatever those things are called, the ones that are cheap, have cheap stuff. Dollar Tree and stuff like that. I see the little walkie-talkies in there, and those are fun, everybody. But what kid now doesn't have a cell phone? I don't know. I didn't get my kids cell phones until they were 16. They can live without it until they were then. Because you don't want, underage children, getting on the internet, talking to each other, creepy people in the world doing creepy things. So that's the problem. I think that's the biggest problem in the world, everybody, is that people can't. I've collaborated with thousands of people all over the world, and I felt everything I ever did was better because I collaborated with great other people who are willing to collaborate, who are not, with the ego and I'm the best person in the world and you should all listen to me kind of crap. There are good people in the world. I know it seems like there's not, but there really are. There's amazing people from everywhere. And you know what they want to do? They want to do what they love to do. They want to enjoy time with their family and their friends. And that's it. That's what they want to do. Everybody has that little bit, a pocket full of happiness every single day. And then, do the grind, do life's grind, which is, you got to get up every day. You got to take care of your family. You got to take care of yourself. You got to have that food, water, shelter. You got to have those three things. And sometimes you're struggling. Sometimes, you're working at the, as a box boy, or in my case, a computer stock guy at 18, because your parents don't got no money and you got to learn to earn your own way in life. My twins are about to learn that lesson. They're almost 18. So they're about to learn the lesson of what life is really like when you're not, under the umbrella of your parents who have been working for 20 years to accelerate your greatness. I know they'll go off and do great things, everybody. And that's comforting for me to know because I put in so much work to facilitate their greatness. And so they'll go off and they'll be great. They'll go off and do their thing. And I'm just going to enjoy what time I have left because I'm teetering on that point. But most people say, when you're 50, you still got plenty of time. But when you hit that 60, which is about 5 years away for me, you start teetering off, everybody. You're like 60, 70, 80. Your body is really not built to last that long. It wears out, especially been through a lot of crap like me. You've been, abusing your machine that keeps you alive. It's going to wear out faster. So sometimes, everybody, I do get in here and we talk a little bit of IRL. I hope you guys don't mind. We'll get back to some gaming here and having some fun. But that's just my point of view. Now, here's the thing, everybody. If everybody would be willing to just accept other people's point of view as well and find a middle ground in there where we could work together, that would be the best. But, you know, it's not everybody. Not everybody. Some people are just pig-headed, everybody. They're just closed-minded. They're not. You're going to meet those people in life, and you're going to instantly realize that no matter what you say to that person, they're never going to change their mind because they can't. Because they're stuck. They're stuck. Like, you know, sometimes you get stuck in game, like you slide down into a little hole and you're stuck there. That's the way they are in life. They never progress forward. I'm always trying to learn new things. I listen to other people's point of view, and I integrate it or I discard it, right? Depending on the facts and whatever it is. Now, of course, in life, everybody, you got to make your own choices. I'm not telling you to make any choices. Those are all on you. Those are your choices, and that's the ultimate power you have of choice. You can choose to be a great human being and be a decent human being and keep your humanity, or you can lose it all and end up like people in Fallout, everybody, where they have just given up their humanity to be, and this is what started all of this, by the way, to be the worst version of themselves in this hope to save humanity. But then again, they've already lost their humanity, so they've already lost the race to save humanity, if you think about it. If you think about it, there's also a great line in there. Probably my favorite line in season 1 is the fact that they say everybody agrees they want to save the world, but they just can't agree on how. I mean, it really comes from real life, everybody. That's exactly real life. It's exactly that same thing. Everybody thinks that they have the right idea on how to save humanity. I think the best way to save humanity is for have humanity work together to save everyone, to help everyone. Because then all tides rise all ships. A great quote, by the way. So if everybody worked together, we'd be in space already, everybody. We'd be flying around to other planets. We'd be going to the moon like we were going to the store. Hopefully my kids get to do that. Hey, let's go have lunch at the moon. All right, let's go. Okay, we're going to go down to the launch pad down here and go, right? Okay, boom. I'll see you there at 12 noon. Okay, I'll meet you there on the moon at 12 noon. It seems fantastical right now, everybody. It seems impossible. Oh, what kids, that'll never happen or whatnot. You always got the naysayers, everybody. My favorite thing to the naysayers, everybody, is the fact that they launch dual rockets and they land both of them because they say landing is impossible. And they land them both at the same time. That's a big middle finger to everyone who ever said anything was impossible ever. Because, you know, there's the dreamers who dream these things up and push humanity forward. And then there's the naysayers who tell you it can't be done. And they're right. And you'd be right if you said it can't be done. Because you have already decided it can't be done. So for you, it can't be done. But for me, I don't think anything's impossible, everybody. You just do the best you can do. And you make it possible. Like a great example, I'm not dead. I'm not dead right now, everybody. I mean, that's the ultimate example. I can give you 1,000 other examples. But right now, my doctors wrote me off, everybody. Again, I've talked about this many times on stream. But my doctor literally said, that's it. Game over. You're going to die. There's nothing we can do. That's what they told me. I'm 45 years old, everybody. They say, you're going to die. I realized I was 44, into 45. And they said, you're going to die. And, it makes me emotional just thinking about it. And I said, screw you. I said, I'm not going out at 45 years old. You can bite me. I don't think so. And you know what I did? I got up. I started looking better, took better care of myself. I started doing all the stuff I needed to do to get me to the point I am right now, feeling much better than I absolutely did last decade. That's for sure. And I also set out to be a Twitch partner and a YouTube partner and do all these crazy things. Everybody said, Kismet, you're old. Everybody, ain't nobody going to watch your stream. Ain't nobody going to care. Ain't nobody going to, be part of it or whatever. And here we are, everybody. Here we are. And we've done such amazing things over the last 10 years, everybody. We've done amazing projects. We've done all of these things that, like raising funds for charity, like taking my mods to TwitchCon. We went on all of these events and journeys and that kind of stuff. I surfed Hawaii with my children, everybody. And I was so scared that I was going to die because I don't know which way's up in the water anymore. So I can't really surf. So that was my one last surf that I was going to do. And I did it to inspire my children to do it. Not for me. I've already surfed when I was young and I was not very good at it and I'm still not good at it. But I stood up for about 3 or 4 seconds and bam, right in the water I went. But after I did that, because my kids watched me do it first, here comes my kids, everybody. Never surfed before. Whoo, right past me, standing up the whole way, all the way to the shore, everybody. Can you believe that? First try. Man, bam, just nailed it all the way in. And I'll never forget that in my life, and I facilitated that, because once you do something like that in your life, everybody, anything is possible. You can do anything. Anything can be done. And that's how I discovered that. Because I just was terrible, everybody. I was terrible at surfing. No one told me how to surf. No one told me what to do or anything like that. I just had to go out and learn it the hard way by just slamming my face into that board. A bunch of times it hit me in the face. A bunch of times I went face down in the water. A bunch of times I slipped out the backwards. You got to watch out for the fins, because the fins will come for you. Man, I must have fell 100 times. But that one time, I stood up. Man, goosebumps. Making me emotional again. One time I stood up, everybody, and my friends were just, ruthless in those days, everybody. They were just ruthless. Oh, you suck, Kismet. Oh, man, you little baby. Come on, get it going on. They're just from the shore. And, of course, you got to think, everybody, they're not just my friends there. There's a bunch of people right there. And they're all watching me fail over and over and over again. And you'll see it in game, too. I'll just fail over and over again until I get it. And when I stood up there, again, emotional. When I stood up on that sucker, everybody, my friends then switched the tune. They go, oh, Kismet, you got it, bro. Oh, my God, you stood up. You did it. All right, come out. Write it in. Go, go, go. And those are true friends, everybody. The ones that'll tear you down and then build you right back up again. Those are the peeps you want to be around. So big love to them for that, everybody. And you don't realize it in the moment. You're like, God, these guys are being harsh, man. These guys are being harsh with me, man. But if you can take that, everybody, you can take anything. And again, it'll change you. It'll change you in your perspective in life. And I've never thought of anything impossible, and thus I've done impossible things. And I just thought I'd inspire you guys a little bit today, because, man, it's been a rough road. It's been a rough ups and down. But would I take the road again? 100%. 100%. Do it all over again. And it defines you. It makes you appreciate who you are. It makes you appreciate all the things that you have now. I appreciate my health, everybody. I appreciate being able to walk, because I was crawling to the bathroom. I was crawling. That's as far as I could go. I could fall out of the bed. I could crawl to the bathroom. That's how dizzy I was. And then I would crawl back again. And then I get back into bed. And I would do that for a year, everybody. I don't know where I was taking some medicine for some sinus infections, and then bam, it was like I was on a Ferris wheel 24/7. And then luckily, years later, though, 5, 6, 8 years later, I found out also my throat was closing up, so I was getting suffocated. I was being slowly suffocated, but I couldn't eat that well. I was having trouble swallowing. They're like, dude, you need to have your throat stretched because you are suffocating. And so that's what I did. I had it done, and my dizziness went down, whoa, like this. So had they discovered that when I spent my tens of thousands of dollars on 11 doctors that were mostly useless, then had they discovered that, they would have helped my dizziness much earlier, 10 years ago, right? But they didn't discover it. They didn't look at that. I had an ear, nose, and throat doctor who was barely competent, apparently. And one of the times I was standing, this happened to me several times, I was sitting in the waiting room, and the guy's like, let's make sure we capture this guy's billing. Yo, bro, talk about my billing after I'm out of there, everybody. I had this really scummy doctor, too, toward the end, where I'm just like, you know what? These doctors are useless. And he said the same thing. Let's make sure we capture his billing. And I'm like, hey, bro, wait till I leave the office. Then you can talk about capturing my billing. Not when I'm sitting in the waiting room waiting for your slow ass to be there. You know what I mean? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys are getting the vibes today, if you know what I mean. Life is rough enough, everybody, so that's why we got to bring a little joy and positivity into the world. That's what I think. That's my goal, is to bring a little love in here, everybody. We're going to talk about the tough stuff, but then we're going to show some love. We're going to show some love to all of you. You guys are feeling the vibes tonight. And we're going to struggle. Like I do, is a struggle just to get this screen turned on today, everybody. My green screen now kind of going off on, it's like, it goes straight up. It's like you pull it up like an old screen, right? And then when it does, it goes sideways. And again, I've rolled it up and down thousands of times because I've done thousands of streams, everybody. So just imagine how many times I've rolled that up and down because I roll it down after every stream. But now the little piston in there, I think, is getting thing. And then it's starting to fold the side of it. Actually, I don't know if you guys can kind of see it. It's right right there. You can't see it because I've got the green screen, but there's a fold going right down the side of it now. So I'm going to contact Elgato because they are awesome, by the way. They sent me that for free, everybody. They sent me that to review it, as well as my capture card. I greatly appreciate them. That's why I always shout them out. I'd love to be an Elgato partner. I think they have the greatest products ever. Because they are products that are set it and forget it. And that worked thousands and thousands of times, everybody. That's saying something. That's saying something. That's a great product. I don't know how long I've had it, everybody. 5, 6, 8 years. I don't know. Long time. Probably 5 years. About 5 years I've had that green screen. And it's worked well. 5 years is a great long time for a product. And those pistons have that problem where, like you open your hood, and then they have those like pistons that are holding it up. Well, over time, those things got to be replaced. Same thing with like your back window that comes up and you have those little pistons there. It's like a black thing with a rod in it. I call them pistons. I don't know what their actual name are. What is the things? What are the things called? Let's go look it up. Let's see. Let's see. Watch these Google searches. What are the things called that hold up your back windows? What are those called? Struts. Lift supports or struts. Okay, now I know what they're called. I'm going to make a note of that so I can call them about the lifts and struts. I call them pistons, but they're lift supports, struts. Some of you already knew that, didn't you? I know you did. I know you did because you guys are so smart in chat. You guys are 10 times smarter than me. I find one of the best things to do in life, everybody, hang around with smart people. Hang around with smart people. And by association, it elevates you as well. So if you can elevate other people, do that. And then also if they can elevate you, even better. And then you guys are just rising together, right? That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Yeah, you guys are feeling the vibes in the chat. Let's go. Yeah, Bubs are feeling it. Yeah, Zump's feeling it. Fast Rider. We got Tab. We got Notre Dame. We got Bubs again with the other one. Yeah, there you go. Life's been rough. Been sick for 2 weeks. But your streams help me stay sane when I can't sleep. Hey, I feel you. I feel you. Somebody who really suffers from bad sleep. I feel you there, Tab. Let's show Tab some love in the chat, everybody. Also, I meant to shout out at the top of the stream, but I forget because I'm old. Go ahead and I want to see some love also in there for Dragon Wolf. For his aunt. We talked about it last time, but I want you guys to show some love in there for Dragon Wolf. Just give you, if you are kind of a spiritual person, you send out those positive vibes, everybody. I'm a big fan of that. Hey, Zombie Wax coming in with 17 months of sub love as well. Again, everybody, I try to remain and keep my humanity, everybody. But of course, in a game, you can play that evil person and whatnot. That doesn't define you. I rarely do, because it just makes me cringe. Every time I side with the Institute, who are trying to replace human beings like they're trying to do now in real life, it just feels wrong. You're trying to eliminate all the other human beings and replace them with synths. That's probably not good for humanity, and especially just killing people randomly because you want to be in charge. That's what the Institute does, everybody. They destroyed the provisional government in Fallout 4, if you missed that part of it, with synths. They sent a bunch of synths in there when they were trying to work together, and they finally got, the thing together, and they're like, well, we don't want that to happen. We want to be in charge. And then, bam, they went and wiped them out, just like the Brotherhood does, just like the Railroad, who wants to save all the synths and whatnot. All the different factions. And the faction I actually like the most, which most people are like, Kismet, that's a weak faction, is the Minutemen, everybody, because those are like real-life military, everybody. The reason why people right now are staying in a post is for your freedom. That's right. My family is a military family. My wife's family, generations back, everybody's military family as well. And those people are standing in a post right now so we can sit here and talk and play games. So I appreciate all my military peeps, no matter where you come from. If you're standing a post for the little guy, if you're standing a post for the wife and the children and the babies still to be born, and holding that candle of freedom for the rest of us, big love to you. Big love to you. You're going to get lots of love here in my channel. So come in, relax, take it easy. We're going to have some fun. We're eventually going to play this game. But I feel like, sending out some positive vibes here. But, we talk about the bad stuff, but then we bring the positive vibes here and show some love. Bub Tubbs coming in as well, showing some love. Wait, let me read the one from Zombie Wags. Kismet, you're an amazing person. I've watched you build the Kismet kill box 1,000,000 times, and I will watch you build it 1,000,000 times more. Oh, thank you so much, Zombie Wags. Watching your streams got me through some dark time. Continue to be you, the zombie love. Oh, thank you so much, zombie. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly. Bubs Tub saying I agree. Exactly, everybody. My job is to bring a little positivity and love into your day, even though sometimes we talk about some negative subjects, and that's okay, because you gotta acknowledge there is a problem to fix a problem, everybody. If I just pretended like there was no problem with my green screen, the problem doesn't go away, because when I roll it up, because it just started doing that today, but it was kind of doing it weird when I was putting it down and it started doing the thing. But man, when I just put it up and it goes, and it gets all messed up, which means messed up the green screen behind me. So, yes, hey, thank you very much. We got the love train going on now. Now's the time to get part of that love train by 3 minutes and 47 seconds to be part of that love train. Love for the military. Exactly. Oh, Saltbot tried to block you. I got you. Bam, Saltbot getting salty in the chat. That's why we call it Saltbot. There you go. Yes, incoming choo-choo of love, says that's Mr. Anya with the most sub you can be subbed here in the channel, everybody. 101 months, everybody. That is amazing. That is amazing. You know that I've actually been subbed to Swifty for over 120 months, everybody. Every single month for 120 months. I think it's more. Maybe it's 140 months now. I don't know. It's a lot. Since the beginning of Twitch, since when Twitch went from Justin TV to Twitch. And the reason why, I was actually subbed to him before, and the reason why that sub didn't continue is because Justin TV said, oh, you only have so much time to convert your thing over from Justin TV or you lose it. And so I lost it because I didn't know. I didn't know you were supposed to convert it over. And then I lost it and I had to start a new account under Twitch. And then like day one of Twitch, everybody, I started a new account. I subbed to Swifty and I've been subbed to him every single month since. Every single time. Because he's like an inspiration here in the street for me. But he loves what he does. He does it all day long. Especially when they kicked him. They banned him from his World of Warcraft, which is like his job. And he was just trying to have a fun event with a bunch of peeps and whatnot. And then people got all rowdy and banded him. But then again, that probably made him more popular than anything else. And that's why a lot of these drama streamers, they get in all this drama and then they get banned or kicked or whatever. And then it gets them more views than they had before. Banning somebody is actually how some people use the technique of, especially if they're big streamers. They'll just do a bunch of controversial stuff to get more eyes on them so that they get, I know the whole trick, everybody. I understand how that works. I've been advertising my whole life. They do that on purpose, everybody. They cause drama so that they can get more views. And that's their thing. Me, I'm not a drama streamer. But I'm not going to pull up all the drama from other streams and all of that stuff. You got enough of that in your day. I don't even know why you like that, but people like drama. But that's why they slow down when their cars are in an accident. They want to see what's going on. Oh, well, okay, that van crashed into that Subaru over there or whatever. I don't know why I picked that one, but there you go. So, and I've seen thousands of accidents. I've drove from LA to Orange County every single day for years and years and years, for a decade. And I've seen so many of them. They're like practically every single day, or sometimes 2, 3 a day as well. I've seen tons of them. And everybody always slows down. I just, other than to keep safe, I don't really look at it. I don't slow down. I'm just trying to get where I'm going. And there's 10,000 people behind me trying to do the same thing. People like a train wreck, everybody. They really do. So thank you, Zombie Wags. Oh, there it is right there. I can show it in the chat. There you go. That's very kind words, Zombie Wags. Thank you. Bad flu and cold. Yeah, it's going around. My wife is ill right now as well. I hope she feels better, and I hope you feel better. Let's show some love to Tab in the chat. But again, what we do is we bring that love, we amplify it, we send it right back out to all of you here in the stream as well. So go ahead and show some love to Tab in the chat, everybody. I think it makes a difference. Now, even if it just makes a difference in how Tab feels, that he feels a little bit of love here from the chat, that's enough. That's enough, everybody. Even if you don't believe in karma, you don't believe in the spiritual part of it or whatever, it's enough that he feels seen and he feels a little bit of love here in my stream. All right? So go show some love to Dragon Wolf and show some love to his aunt, and then show some love to Tab, who isn't feeling very well right now, everybody. Go show him some love. And really, that's what every human being in the world is usually looking for, who isn't a horrible evil human being. It's just looking for a little bit of love. And that's why people go off, by the way. That's why people go crazy, because they're not getting enough love. They're not getting enough love in their life, right? That's why people do school shootings and why they get up on a clock tower and start blasting people, because they don't feel loved. They don't feel appreciated in their life. And that's the basic problem. That's what we should be working on. Make people feel appreciated. Make people feel loved in the world. That's my thing. I appreciate you guys. I would not be alive today without all of you. Just so you know. Whoa. Oh, okay. I got to move to another subject or the old man's going to cry. Again, I would not be alive today without this stream. I would absolutely not be alive. Whew. There's that love. There we go. Yeah, Bub saying I agree as well. Love for the military. Exactly. Big love for them, everybody. Remember, they're standing a post right now in danger for the rest of us so we can play games and talk here on the stream. Incoming choo-choo of love. I love that. That's Mr. Onion. Thanks for being in the stream. Look at all this love. There we go. Love's going out to everybody here as well. Shout out to my brothers and sisters in arms. There you go, Notre Dame guy. There you go. Again, you're going to get lots of love. Getting banned is like graduating, like criminals graduate when they get jailed the first time, right? It's like graduating from being a petty criminal to a hardcore criminal, right? I know my brother is a criminal. Sadly, he's gone down the dark road. Everybody, the black sheep of the family. Still love my brother. Because he's a horrible person doesn't make me love him any less, everybody. That's on you. How you act to others, how you treat others is all on you. It's not just on them. You got to take responsibility for how you treat them as well. And if you treat people badly, then that is. And when people treat me badly, I say, oh, golden rule, huh? You want to treat me badly? You want me to treat you badly back? I do that with my kids, everybody. Say, how would you like me to talk to you that way? Would you like that? Probably not. Then why are you doing it to me? But they're teenagers, everybody. Nothing goes in there anymore. It's like blocked until they get around 20 or so. They've been out in the world a bit. Then they'll get 21, 25. And then right about 25 to 30, they'll realize that it's not all about them, hopefully. Some people go their entire life and don't realize that, guess what? You're not the only person on this planet. It's not just about you. It's not all about you. And this is what happens with parents, too, is parents make it all about them all the time. And so, you know, when there's a great example, oh, man, in that movie, Incredibles, where the husband is always making it about him all the time, right? Like he wants to still be the hero. He wants to go do the thing. But meanwhile, his kids are being neglected. He's not there for his children and whatnot. And he makes it all about him. And he just never goes past that point where, you know, I've been grinding for 20 years for my kids. I'm making it all about them. I don't buy stuff for myself very rarely. If I get something here for the stream, it's really for the purpose of the stream, not for me personally. I very rarely ever play games off stream anymore as well, because I'm usually working on stuff off stream that's going to be happening like right now or in the future or whatever, off stream as well. So there we go. Hey, what's up? Again, thank you, Zombie Wives, for showing some love in the chat. We got Crimson Knight saying, hey, Kismet, what up, what up? Showing some love. Get better soon, everyone. See, look, that's what we do up here in the stream, everybody. We show out the love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. I know that song is a great song. Showing you love. And, oh, tip of the hat to everybody as well. Zombie Wags bringing in the love. So again, everybody, a little bit of love goes a long way. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, when people are feeling down, they're feeling sad, they're feeling, neglected and unloved, just a little bit of love, just a little candle, in the window, as they say, the little beacon of hope, that there's some decent people in the world, right? There's some decent people in the world. And it's very difficult to find those people, everybody, because you're so used to running into all of those horrible people all the time, right? All the horrible people who will step on your face, as opposed to look at you and just knock you out of the way while they're walking and whatnot, and just not even acknowledge your existence. See, that's the thing I find really brilliant about this really awesome sketch artist. He'll get on the subway and he'll just sketch people on the subway, right? He'll just sketch them and then he'll say, hey, I drew this picture for you. And now they feel seen. They feel like they're not just some invisible person in a sea of tens of thousands of people, that someone actually saw them and saw who they are. That's a powerful thing, everybody. It's a really powerful thing that artists have that power to help people feel seen as well. Because, most of the time you feel like you're cog in the wheel, right? You're just one among billions of humans. And that's not good, everybody. That's not good when people feel so isolated and alone like that. It's pretty rough. And I know how that feels, everybody. I've had that in my life too. I've had that in my life very much, by the way. Ups and downs, feeling when you're feeling alone, you're feeling sad and depressed, and those kind of things. The roller coaster that is your human emotions. And now you got to find something that breaks you out of that. That's something that you really love, that you enjoy, and that's what I'd like to do is do this, just stream and show some love. And sometimes we chat it up a bit while we're just sitting staring at this thing for a while. And sometimes we just play games and games and games until we can't play games anymore. And I get too tired. And then I'm like, okay, no stream tonight, everybody. I'm too exhausted from streaming for 12, 16, 20 hours yesterday. You get the idea. Again, thank you so much for all the love. And thank you for the hydration, by the way, Fast Rider. I just hydrated. And Mr. Peanut said to make it rain. I didn't take it off there because I was going to press more make it rain button. But my caps thing is not working. Oh, I just thought of a really cool idea, too. Oh, man, another cool idea. What a cool idea. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to go do it and surprise you with it. One day. It might not be today. It might not be anytime soon. Because, again, I got a massive list of stuff. You know, number one thing on my list, by the way, is to get to on the holiday break is to put these earphones up on my website. But and update my website. I think I'm going to slim it down a little bit, make it a little easier for you guys to see all the things that I use here in the stream. But you don't see me buying a ton of stuff here in the stream. I pretty much have all of the tools that I need. And to me, they're like tools, everybody. It's like buying a wrench or buying a, screwdriver or whatever. I look at computers like that. And it took me a long time to break out of that. Oh, well, this computer is better than this computer and this console is better than this console. It's just a tool, everybody. It's a tool. It's like a controller, everybody. Everybody has their favorite controllers, right? But in the end, it's just a controller. It's just a tool to play games with, right? I use my controller from time to time. Most of the time, it just sits over there. It doesn't do much. But remember, it's just a tool. So you buy the tool that's best for you, right? The tool that works best for what you're trying to do. And I like to have a lot of different tools, so I have a lot of options. The more tools you have, the more options you have, the more things you can fix, right? Or create, or whatever it is, right? It's kind of like when you're woodworking, everybody. You can have a saw, but if you don't have any woodworking tools, then you can't do as much, right? I see the same thing about computers. Computers they want to get you in that rivalry so that they got control of you and they got you in their little walled garden, everybody. That's advertising. They do that on purpose. So their brand is more than everybody else's brand or whatever. I say if you got a great product, I'm all about it. If you have a great product, I'm going to shout out your great product. If you got a terrible product and it's too expensive or anything like that, I'm going to have nothing to do with it. If you're like price hiking, like certain game companies are doing right now, where they're price hiking everything and, people are struggling, everybody. They're struggling to survive. I mean, like basic food and water and shelter to survive right now. I mean, millions of people just struggling. Could be billions. Who knows? On the scale of the whole world, everybody. That are struggling to get by, and they're just raising prices like crazy. They don't think that it's going to have some sort of effect. They don't think it's going to have a domino effect eventually, where people are just be like, you know what? Screw that. I'm not buying that game. It's way too expensive. I'm not buying that console. I'm not buying that thing. I refuse to buy stuff where if I feel it's like egregious pricing, I don't buy it. That's the ultimate power that you have, everybody. They want your money. You got the money. They got the product, and if they act in a bad way, you can put them out of business. You absolutely can. You can just stop buying their stuff. That'll put them out of business, that's for sure. Buy the good stuff. Go show some indie devs some loves right now. Indie devs are crushing it, man. There's so many great indie games right now. There's so many because they've been working on them suckers for the last 5 years because them and their 3 other people they've been working on it. Just the small teams. Been working on really fantastic games. So, again, that's why I like to highlight those games here in the stream. I just like to show lots of love to indie devs here. But I got a bunch more lined up. Can't talk about them yet. NDA, bro. NDAs. I'm very strict when it comes to NDAs, everybody. I do not break NDAs. I'm a man of my word. I'm of the old school. And Pride Alliance, nailing it right there. Nailing it right there, everybody. Indies better than AAA studios. You know why? Because you got a bunch of corporate boneheads up there just trying to monetize it. Oh, well, let's just slap another number on it and just, maybe update it a little bit and then put it out again so we can make another cash grab. But, eventually people say, you know what? That's enough of that cash grab, bro. I can't even afford groceries right now. You think I'm going to pay for your $80, $90 game? That's 2 days of full work, everybody, because you got to pay your taxes and everything, too, here in the U.S. anyway. You've got to pay a certain percentage of your income in taxes. And you're also paying taxes whenever you buy anything, when you go and buy gas, or if you go buy something from the store, you're paying taxes there, too. Plus, you got to pay your, income taxes on top of that. So you got to double pay all the time, and then property taxes and all of that stuff, and so on. And so people are just struggling to do those basics. That's what they should be working on. They should be making gilded, gigantic golden ballrooms and crap like that while people are suffering. They should be out there saying, yo, we're going to put some aid to help everybody who's struggling right now so you can get back on your feet, and then we're going to rebuild the infrastructure that makes everything run, everybody. That's the thing. That's what they did in the past, and it worked fantastically. That's why we're still here. So that's what I think, everybody. But, the political thing is, I don't get all involved in that. But it's just like the, Mac versus PC or the Xbox versus PlayStation. The political thing is the same thing, everybody. They're trying to manipulate you into hating the other person, and hate is a powerful tool. A lot of dictators use it all the time. A lot of people use it. Politicians use it all the time. Oh, well, you got to hate these people. And if you hate these people, well, then you're on my side. That kind of thing. But then what happens is they turn on you, everybody. They turn on you later. So they use your power, your economic power, your vote, and then they turn on you later on. You got to watch them, everybody. You got to watch them. They're some of the most scummy people on the earth, everybody. They have no morals. They will burn you at the stake. They will turn on you in a flash. You know those friends. You know those friends who will turn on you, right? Those friends you've had in your lifetime, those family members who have turned on you and who treat you so badly. Every time you say anything, they're always turning it around on you and making you feel bad and trying to make you the bad person. And you're like, I'm not a bad person. I'm trying to do the nice thing. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be helpful. I've done so much stuff for these people. And then, bam, they turn around and they turn on you just like that. So watch out there in the world, everybody. Because they don't have the satisfied investors, which leaves them more room to satisfy the gamer. Exactly. And no game dev wants to make a bad game, everybody. They don't want to make a bad game because that's going to be on their resume. Oh, I made the biggest flop in gaming history, which I forget what the name of it is. But let me put that on my resume. Hey, I worked on the biggest game. I worked on 5 game flops in a row. They don't want to put that on their resume, everybody, because then they can't get a better job in the next round, right? They want to have major successes, everybody. They want to make a Witcher 3 or a TIE Fighter, or they want to make, groundbreaking games like Minecraft and, all the Fallout series and all of those games, everybody. I could list 1,000 of them, everybody. All of those games that made amazing things like Ultima 4. If you're not familiar with Ultima 4, everybody, it is the grandfather of all RPGs. It is the very first one where you went and you quested and you got the quest, and I had to write it down in those days, everybody. You had to write it physically down, and they gave you a little book when you opened the package. You opened it up. I have all my original writings in there, by the way, everybody. All the notes of quests and stuff. I still have it to this day. Absolutely, one of my favorite games of all time, and I knew that's what I love to do. That moment, on top of graphic design. Graphic design is actually my first love. Gaming is the second one. But now that I've done everything I can do in graphic design, I've kind of flipped them. I kind of flipped them now. Now, gaming is what I love to do. Gaming has become number one. So there you go. And that happens in life, everybody. It's just like your taste buds, everybody. You like something when you're young, then you don't like it as much when you're in the middle, and then maybe you like it a little bit more later in life. And I try to, they say every 3 to 5 years your taste buds change, or 3 to 7 years, something like that. So I try new stuff every time. I just retry everything again, see if I like it now. And if I don't, then I don't eat it. Simple as that. Fast Rider, give me the thumbs up. Exactly. Totally agree with you there, Pride Alliance. Because gamers who make great games are the people we should be supporting, right? People who are gamers, who are out there making great games and not just for the profit. Now, you got to make a profit, keep a business, and there's nothing wrong with that. But just when it's just about profit is when you've failed. That's when you've failed as a company. Who is that awesome person? It's just Kev coming in with 40 months of sub love, everybody. Let's show him some love in the chat as well. And now, after all of that fun and all of that inspiration for all of you, because remember, Kismet ain't going to be around for everybody, so I'm going to leave you a bunch of inspiration here in the stream. So one day you could go back when I'm long gone and rewatch this stream and say, Kismet really tried to inspire everybody. He really tried to bring the love every single stream. And that's why we call it the BSE, the best stream ever, right here. You're watching it. You're watching it live right now. Let's get into it. Or you're watching it back when I'm all gone. Hello from the past when I'm gone in the future one day. You come back to this video. Come back to this holiday video. What number is this one? This is best stream ever, number 2,723. And just so you know, I started at 1. I started at number 1. And we've been counting it off all this time. I'm about to hit 3,000 videos. I think next year. Yeah, I think next year I'll hit 3,000 streams, 3,000 best stream evers. Now, that's not my total amount of streams because there's a bunch of years before that, before I started the BSE, the best stream ever, and that was really a goal. I think it's 8 years ago. I think I've been doing it for 8 years because I had the idea, and this came from TwitchCon, and his name is, oh man, I forgot his name. He has a cross. What's his name? Oh, that's like, cross is like his thing. I forgot his name. I apologize. I apologize to him for forgetting his name. But I was at TwitchCon one year, and I went into the seminar, and they said about how to be a Twitch partner, right? And they said, hey, have you ever tried to reply when they denied you as a Twitch partner? And I'm like, I didn't know you could do that. I never even dawned on me to reply because they said no, and they said no, too bad. And then said no to me hundreds of times, right? Absolutely no, tons of times. Buzzkill coming in with 13 months of sub love as well. Show him some love in the chat. Let's go. Keep blowing it up in there for everybody showing the love tonight, everybody. And so I've been denied 100, 200 times. I lost count, but I would do it every 2 weeks, every single time, over and over again. And I'd explain what I've updated and what I've done. But they said, have you ever replied and asked how you can improve your stream? And I said, I never even thought of that. And I thanked them. At the time, I said, that is a brilliant idea. I'm going to do that every single time. I'm going to ask how I can make my stream better. And then I came up with the best stream ever. That's where I came up with that. And I said, you know what? I am going to make my stream better every single time. Every single time, I'm going to add more cool effects. I'm going to add more entertainment for you guys. I'm going to go and do giveaways. A Kismet Love Train. All of those things, everybody, came out of the inspiration. Of course, Kismet Love Train was earlier than that. But to really take it to a whole nother level, a lot of the stuff that I'd already been doing, that's what inspired that, right? So you can be inspired by other people, and that some things you didn't even think about. And that's the great thing about other people's point of view, everybody, is they may think of something that you haven't thought about. Same thing in graphic design, everybody. When you're thinking of ideas or whatever, and you're bouncing those ideas off other people, and they're bouncing it off you, you can come up with a much better idea than you can come up with yourself. That's the true brilliance of human beings, is our ability to collaborate, right? We're social creatures. That's what we really want to do anyway, everybody. We want to hang out with people that we like and that who like us, or people who are kind of like us, but not exactly like us. If you're just around people who are 100% like you, you won't grow. You'll just stay stuck, right? If you're in that kind of what they call an echo chamber, where everybody agrees with everybody else and you don't ever listen to anybody else's point of view, you'll be stuck there as a human being, not just as in thought process, but as a human being, you'll be stuck. You'll be stuck in that point. And I always try to push forward as a human being. And I try to retain my humanity, but I will not do a sponsored event. They could pay me $1 million, everybody. They come in. I'm not kidding either. I'm not joking. I'm an old man. I answer to no one. I've been just on borrowed time for 10 years. And if someone came in and says, here's $1 million to play this game that you absolutely hate, Kismet, I would say no in a second. I would just say no. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you're like, well, Kismet, you can take that money. You can do a bunch of stuff with it. True. But what you do is when you start down the dark road, everybody, you keep going down that road. Very few people turn back. Very few people say, oh, well, I'm going to compromise here, and then I'm not going to compromise anymore. No, you compromise that first time, and then it gets easier and easier and easier to compromise who you are, your humanity. easier. That's why some people become such horrible people, everybody, because they keep compromising and keep compromising their morals. And you got to sometimes stand up and say, nope, not going to take your BS, not going to take that kind of treatment from you, and I'm not going to do stuff that I find unethical. And that's why I always disclose all sponsorships, and that's why I always tell you guys it straight. I never BS, I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't do any of that. Not that I can't. Anybody can. It's easy. It's easy to cause chaos, everybody. It's easy to be a chaos creator. But it's hard to be a decent human being because you have to choose. You got to choose to be a decent human being. You can't just, magically turn back after you've been a horrible human being because it takes a supreme will to do that and supreme effort. And I've seen people come back from that. I've seen people, a few, but most people are lost. They're lost in that they've lost their humanity. They've lost what makes a human being a reason to be a human being. Everybody is that basics, right? The basics of treating people well. And I think, again, the thing that started all of this, everybody, is the Fallout TV show. And that is the crux of what you're watching, is the people who have just given up their humanity and just given into the hate and the horrible stuff. And then the people who hold on to that basic humanity that is them, right? And that's what you'll choose in Fallout. You'll choose between your humanity and getting what you think is justified. And that's what makes it so great. That's what makes it so great, because in life you do the same thing. That's where that comes from. And some brilliant person figured that out and put it in a video game. And that's why I like Fallout the most, because it does give you that grounded real life stuff. So there you go. Love always coming to check up on your best stream ever. Thank you, Buzzkill. Thank you very much. I'm trying to do the best stream ever. Try to get you guys going. Agreed, says Notre Dame. Exactly. Alex, good morning, Kismet. The thing that started it all, ad break. Oh, no. Yes, sorry, is it over? Sorry, Bezos has got to get his money here, Try to keep Twitch in business, everybody. Because Twitch is, I think it has the best community anywhere. Of anywhere, everybody. I love my peeps over on YouTube. Kick is super sketchy, but there are a few nice people. Again, among thousands of not horrible people. There's a few who have come in and been really kind and said, hey, Kismet, I love your stream. Oh, thank you. I hope you have a nice day, kind of thing. I guess, remember, everybody, people of lower value, especially when it's, Kick is all about, gambling and all that stuff. And they'll say they're not, but they're funded by a gambling thing. But that's what they really want you to do. They really want you to go spend their money on their gambling and stuff, because that's what they're promoting over there. That's why Twitch said no more of that, because it's it's being pretty shady, some shady stuff going down there. And so the same thing with the other platforms, everybody. Remember, these are social media platforms. Their job is to keep you on that platform and keep you clicking and scrolling. And I think the best platform I've ever been on is Twitch. Absolutely. And it's not because of Twitch itself. Twitch, they're a train wreck up there, but I don't know what they're doing. Just the management, not so great, everybody. Not so great. They make bad decisions. It's just such an obvious bad decision, too. It's just such a dumb choice. Any human being with any kind of experience who've been doing it for, this long, have been in the gaming community, that's going to be a bad choice. It's going to be badly received by everyone. Everyone hated that, right? From Fallout. Same thing. A lot of things relate to Fallout. You ever notice that? Or maybe the things are in Fallout from the things that we already have, right? Everybody hated that kind of thing. I think it's the community. It's the people, everybody. It's the community that have made it great. The same thing in the Fallout community. That's what makes the Fallout community awesome. That's what saved Fallout 76, is the Fallout community. That's why it still exists. Otherwise, they would just shut it down and go on to something else. But the community rose up. And it really gives you, again, I've talked this many times, but it really gives you a hope for humanity that there's actually people who would want to rebuild the wasteland, who go around and give each other stem packs to all the new players. Oh, you're a new player? Well, here's a few stem packs to get you started, man. Here's a little weapon. Here's a little thing. Now, people did that spontaneously. They were not guided to do that. They did the exact opposite that they made that game for. You think about it, everybody. They made Fallout 76 so we would compete with each other and kill each other over resources like they thought that we wanted. but they missed the very values that Fallout is all about, everybody. The 90% of the people in Fallout, or 95% of people in Fallout, they really are trying to rebuild the wasteland. They're really decent human beings. And that's awesome. I think that's amazing, everybody. I think that's amazing. And it's like a defining moment, I think, in gaming. Even though a lot of people don't like Fallout 76 or whatever, that the people rose up and really said, you know what, we're going to help each other in real life, but in a game. You know what I mean? Just like when they do in real life, everybody, when they bring aid to people or people get a flood or a tornado or whatever, people who don't know any of these people, they're not going to get any benefit from it. They get out of their house and they go down there wherever it was damaged or hurt or whatever, and they help other people for nothing. They get nothing out of it other than that feeling of, hey, I helped another human being. And that's a powerful thing, but it really is. If you've never done that, I suggest at least once in your life, go out and help somebody for nothing in return. For nothing. Zero. And that's what I do here in the stream, everybody. I don't make anything doing this. I'm not a wealthy person. I got $10 in the bank. I put every penny right back in again. And then my wife works 6 days a week so we can keep the family going. Because I can't have a normal job, everybody. In a normal job, you can't just, oh, well, sorry, I'm too dizzy to come in today. Sorry, I got to lay down because I feel too sick. Because I wasn't able to sleep, right? Yeah, I've been a manager, everybody. If I had somebody like that, I would have to let them go because they're not producing anything. And that's the thing about working for somebody else, everybody, is that they will let you go because you don't show up, you get dizzy, you have medical problems, and they'll discriminate against you via your age, by your medical problems. They'll discriminate you if you have drama all the time. Why not? Because they're trying to do the thing, right? They're trying to work. They're trying to produce the product. And you are a product as well, everybody. You're a resource to them, to most people in corporate. That's why I don't like being in corporate anymore, because I've seen that way too much. Where they say, okay, well, we're going to hire you to do this. Okay, we don't need you no more. Boom, discards you like you're not even a human being. They just discard you like you would take, oh, I got all this extra wood in my backyard. Oh, I'm just going to discard that. That's how they treat you, everybody, like a resource. I mean, that's a terrible way to treat people. That's terrible. Oh, makes me cringe just thinking about it. Absolutely. Yeah, sorry about the ad break. But yeah, the tricks I used is I hit reply and I asked Twitch and I said, hey, Twitch, how can I improve my stream? And they emailed me back. And they said, hey, Kismet, you need to get your numbers up. You need to work on this. You need to work on your sound and all that kind of stuff. And I wrote them back very simply, I'm on it. And then I did. For 2 years. For 2 years I did that, everybody. Every single stream. I would try to make better than before. And then again, I came up with the idea of the best stream ever. And then it really, when you have a focus, everybody, everything comes into a laser focus. If you're like this all the time, you're doing 50 different things, which I am anyway, but it comes into focus when you're trying to make every stream better than before. My stream's all about inspiration, showing some love. It's playing games too. But again, you got to have a focus of what your stream is about. What's it about, everybody? What makes you uniquely different than everybody else? This is what makes me uniquely different. I tell you to you straight. I don't BS. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't do none of that stuff. I'm not trying to sell you anything. If you sub, awesome. If you don't sub, just as equally awesome. I appreciate you being here in the stream. Maybe you're struggling. You're having a rough time, especially during the holidays. You're like, oh, my family is nuts. I don't want to deal with anything to do with my family. I just want to chill out, watch Kismet build some massive mega builds tonight. That's all I want to do. And we're going to get to it. All right, come on. Let's do it, everybody. Let's do it. Come on. Well, I think we talked enough there. Let's go. Okay, so this is the FICSMAS calendar. We're on day 10, now day 11. So now we can get day 17. Now we can get all of them. See, I waited long enough. Now we can just unlock them all. So we're going to try to find 11. Don't tell me no backseat gaming. Watch out, everybody. Don't tell me nothing in the chat. I want you to get banned by backseat gaming. All right, let's try to find number 11. There's 7 there. We already got that one. We got 24 here, 18, 16, 21, 15, 23. Now, I'm usually pretty good at these kind of puzzles, but sometimes, man, it is 11 right there. Oh, there's 11 there, right there in front of my face. What do we got here? Parachute. Very rarely do I make those anymore. Let's see if Ada's got anything to say. Ada's got nothing to say about that. Okay, cool. Now number 12. Did I see number 12 yet? No, I love puzzles, by the way, everybody. Another problem I'm having, too, everybody, is I'm starting to get cataracts too. So because I'm old, and they're starting to affect my vision a bit. So hopefully I can get that fixed at some point. But it's just the early stages right now, according to my eye doctor. We're starting to get them cataracts. If someone who just uses their eyesight all the time, that's going to be rough. I don't see it. It is hiding exceedingly well. 13, 18, 16, 24. See, what you're trying to do is eliminate these ones. 20. This is 22. 18. Sometimes it's just like really stuck in there. I'm looking for 12. 19. Don't tell me. 23. 15. 21. Got to be in here. So you want to look in the places in which you haven't looked before. Like in here, like in here, like in there. See, that's the trick. In here. Right here. You're trying to eliminate spots on the map so you can find spots. Fix it down there. And to you guys, it's so obvious. Kismet, it's right there. It's right there in front of your face. Anything's obvious. 1 plus 1 is obvious when you already know the answer. There it is, you little sneaky little marshmallows, you. Hey, very merry FICSMAS. It's a little cassette tape. Oh, Ada's got something to say.
A reminder that human creativity does have its limits, considering their obsessive insistence on continuing to make slightly different versions of every FICSMAS song ever imagined.
This is true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, she's not wrong with that one. Okay, so there's 12. Well, we're not going to find 13 now. There's going to be some work here. So we found 12 in the marshmallows. Let's go ahead and try to find 13. 13. Did I already see 13? Well, here's 15. We're going to need that one in a moment. There's 16. I haven't even seen 17 yet. Where's 17 hiding? There's 18 there. We're not going to be able to do these other ones. We can go up to 17 now. Now the great search for 13 begins. 15. Again, in the marshmallows. In this. In the green of this. In the red of this. Some of you are really good at puzzles or Kismets, right? Oh, wait, I already saw it right here earlier.
That's just poetic. I appreciate a good joke.
What? Screws? You got screwed for Christmas? That what that is? I'm going to guess that's what that means. Okay, now 14. I hadn't seen 14 yet. 14, where are you hiding? Where are you hiding my 14? 21, 16, 18, 15. See, I try to reiterate where I saw those so I can find them later. That's my technique. 14 right there. It's so small. Hard to see. There we go.
This data cartridge enables the last branches of the FICSMAS man tree to be unlocked, which means we will both be celebrating the end of this event soon.
Ada. Ada's a little bit of a Grinch during this time of year. She wants you to get back to work. She wants you to get back to work. Such a Grinch. All right, 15 we saw somewhere in the bottom right corner. Here we go. Oh, okay. Nice. Some power shards. Yeah, this is the thing that we really want here, our day 14 cartridge. That's probably the best thing we're going to find out of this. Now, 15. 15, we got that. Oh, and then 16 here. Premium FICSMAS skins, which I probably already have, but we'll get them anyway.
Nothing says happy holidays more than the inevitable destruction of local flora and fauna with a festively decorated vehicle. This vehicle decoration can be found in the customizer.
Oh, it's a vehicle decoration. Oh, hold on. I didn't know about no vehicle decoration. I didn't even know they added vehicle decorations. Apparently, I haven't been paying attention. Let's go make a truck. Oh, I'm all about seeing new stuff. Skins. Premium FICSMAS skins. Oh, that's cool. Missing materials. I need a star. Look, it's like a gingerbread vehicle. Oh, I didn't even know they added that. Oh, that's cool. I totally must have missed that last time. Because they said they didn't add anything new this year, everybody. So I probably missed that last time. So we got to get some stars so that we can put that up on the thing. Okay, we'll get that going. That's cool. I love seeing new stuff that I either missed or they added to the game. That's cool. I'm totally changing that to a gingerbread car. I very rarely ever use those vehicles, everybody, but it is kind of fun to break them out from time to time. So we got 18 here. So we know where to go to 18. But we're on day 17, so we got to find that one. I like how they made this 14 really tiny for people who have bad vision. Thanks for that. And I bet this 17 is really tiny too, somewhere. Yes, right here. See, it's in the band. Ah, see, that's tricky. What is this? Oh, Pulse Nobilis. Okay. And then we just got to wait to do the rest of them. It goes up all the way to day 24, which is funny because day 24 is the day in which we're going to be streaming to, up to December 24th. And then we're going to, usually the last thing I play of the year is usually either Fallout or Satisfactory. So in this year, it's going to be Satisfactory because it's on a Tuesday. So yes, next week we will get all the rest of those on Tuesday. All right, so we got all that stuff unlocked, and now we're ready to get going. Now I'm going to build the biggest FICSMAS thing I've ever built right over here. And we've got some of it already going. See our giant thing of trees that we built last time that's just running massive present. This is probably full. Yeah, massively full here. We can also siphon some of this off into this side one here just to get a bit extra because we're going to need a ton of these. Also going to go into the awesome sink. We'll go ahead and let those stack that up because that's backlogged. Another thing we can do actually is we can take this one and we can take that off the chain and put the dimensional depot over here because this one's now the central one. That one's just an extra one, but we're going to go ahead and do this because this is full right here, right? So it's going to take 1,000 of those and put those in there and then also siphon them off here to the side, and this way it just keeps generating. What you really want to do is make a massive storage to be backlogging this the whole entire time. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and then we're going to go ahead and do this because we're going to burn up all these presents, everybody. We absolutely are. So we're also, no, maybe not. We're also going to go ahead and turn that into there. But yeah, got that going. Very nice. And then, of course, this is producing different types of resources. So let's go over here to the MAM. Now that we have our cartridge for day 14 and get it going on. Here we go. Right here. Oh, we're going to need some tree branches and we're going to need some ornament bundles. Okay, I see our ornament bundles are going right over here. We probably have enough of those. And tree branches, or I think I've moved them to the end here so we could utilize them. Right here. Wow, look at all these tree branches being done over here. Holy moly, that's 2 boxes of tree branches. Oh, yeah. And I already forgot what the third thing was. It happens. I forget stuff. And we're going to start a giveaway here in a bit, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you all chilling out here in the world. In Vault 45, as I like to call it. All right. And again, what was the other thing we need? Oh, more holiday money. We need 400. I think we got enough. Just a smidge. Just a smidge of stuff here. And let's get one more. There we go. Let's see if we got enough now. Okay, nice. All right.
The tree is prettier now, you have more parts to progress the FICSMAS event, and there are 2 new unlocks available. Now for the actually important news, Pioneer 83CKY has disabled the FICSMAS event because, quote, it's totally non-inclusive and immoral, actually. I mean, like, there's so many people, like, not having fun right now, and I feel like so bad for them, you know? Why should I have fun when other people are like counting on me to meet these super important deadlines? It's just not right, unquote. Totally agree. Now, back to work.
I think she's making that up. I think she's making that up, everybody. Sometimes, I don't know if Ada's telling you the truth. Remember, it's an AI. All right, added to-do list. Now, what we need to do is we need to make ourselves some FICSMAS wreaths, and we need to combine some more of our stuff. Now, instead of doing this on and on and on, everybody, we are going to build a massive, massive build. That's all around our FICSMAS stuff here. I want to make sure that all of this is going into the dimensional depot, which it does look like it is. We're getting all that stuff in the depot. Are we getting these in the depot? Yes, we are. Okay, so we should have a lot of stuff in the depot that we should be able to see. Scroll down. Seeing the FICSMAS stuff. I wonder if all the FICSMAS stuff is together. It is right there. Okay, so we don't have any red or copper or iron ornaments. So we need to get those back in the dimensional depot. I think I turned that off. Yeah, I had that right here. So we want to go ahead and get some of those in the depot. And over here, some of this in the depot. And then you can see up here we are making massive stuff. But again, we took it out. So we want to, again, this is backlog, everybody. So if it's backlog, you might as well be putting it in the dimensional depot. It's only when you're starting it up do you want to potentially stop that so you can get it going. And then what it does, it fills up them boxes, and then those boxes are full. And again, I did 2 boxes, everybody. Not only one, but 2 boxes of that. And now it's going to, of course, run that into the depot. So we'll have plenty of that. And I like the fact you can just scroll to the bottom. There we go. Okay, so those are filling up. We got those filling up. Any other ones? No, we got all of it right here at the bottom of the list. So blues and reds are filling. These are filling. So this way I can pull those out of there instead of having to run over to the location to pull them out. And the cool thing is, too, I can clean up my inventory a little bit as well. I can just throw those in there before it gets too full. And the same thing in the dimensional depot. I can throw that in there so I don't have to carry it around. This right here is probably already full. It is. And anything else? No, but you got to have it in your inventory when you're working with the MAM, but you don't have to have it in your inventory when you're actually building the thing. So when I'm doing these trees over here, if I go ahead and go to the FICSMAS event and I want to build some FICSMAS gift trees, you can see that that does access the dimensional depot, which is why I'm running it in there, because we're going to need that here in a moment. Another thing we're going to need is a nice big blueprinter over here. We're going to put it off to the side here. So we're going to actually blueprint for the very first time. I've never bothered doing any other playthrough, though I've done the FICSIT event many times. We are going to do something very unique in this mega playthrough. We are going to work on FICSMAS as in actual blueprints, right? And remember, everybody, these blueprints will be available to my Patreon supporters as well. I'll post them up there for you guys. But what we want to do is just start with something basic, right? So start with something that we might already have. Some factories maybe we already have, some Mark III factories, which actually are in here. So we could say go in and look for some basics, right? Some backup stuff here. So maybe we'll take one that we've done with constructors. And again, these are mega builds, so they have angles and sides and their embellishments and embellished and whatnot. The first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and open up the ceiling a little bit. Get out of this mode. There we go. Open up the ceiling a little bit and see what we're starting with, right? Holding down control. There we go. Hold down the right mouse button. Hold down the right button is going to be helpful. And we'll take the ceiling off. And we can always add that later. Okay, so in here we have a bunch of constructors, but we don't want the constructors. What we want is Christmas trees. So we're going to go ahead and take our Christmas trees. And we're just going to put one in there just to get the size. Okay, that's definitely not tall enough. So what I'm going to do is take off these supports. Again, just modify something I've already got right here. Now, you got to be careful you don't accidentally save over the previous thing that you have. So I'm going to just go down here right away while I'm thinking about it and swap it to something else. So this is FICSMAS. And this is... Oh, man, what are the name of those trees? Present tree. Present tree. Okay, and then we'll come back to the description later. We'll just put question marks in there. Right here. Giant FICSMAS tree. No, it's a gift tree. That's what it is. Gift. Gift tree, right? FICSMAS gift tree. Select. Gift tree. Let's give it the right name. Gift tree. Gift tree. Oh, and I forgot to put MK3 in there. Let's put it at the end. MK3. Okay, I put MK3 in there so everybody knows what it is. And we're going to go ahead and make this green for Christmas, of course. And then it will stand out against our other blueprints. And so we want to save it right away because we loaded a previous one and we don't accidentally save over it. So you want to save as basically right away. Same thing you would if you're in your word processor or whatever. You want to save as right away so you don't accidentally screw it up. And I have screwed it up many times before, everybody. And sometimes you learn lessons the easy way, and sometimes you learn them the hard way, like me. And I've learned them both ways, by the way, both the easy and the hard way. And again, I'm hitting G so I can single those out. There we go. Maybe take this one out here in the corner. Very nice. Then we'll hit G to just get the constructors. Then G again to get the mergers. These here, and then G again to get the belts. And you can do a lot of this kind of work. Easy, easy. And I've been playing the game for a really long time, so sometimes you'll see me just take one thing out at a time. And that's because of being old school, everybody. That's really old school there. And again, these are modular blueprints that chain with each other. As well. So I'm just going to take all that out, leave the floor hole in there so I can work with that later. And then pressing and releasing control just to get a mixture of different stuff here. And then this again, trying not to get anything that I don't really want to get. And then leaving the floors and ceiling holes here so we can line those up. Okay, very nice. Don't need this over here. Like this. And also for FICSMAS. Oh, what happened there? Uh-oh. I think I took something out I didn't mean to take out. It's my bad. What was it? I think it was another one of these. Let's just put it back in. There we go. Okay, I think it was a sign that said something. We go over here and look. Let's go over here and figure out. I think it was like just the text of whatever it was, like concrete or quick wire or whatever. But as you can see, everybody, I've been busy. Building gigantic mega railways all around the place, everybody. Very, very cool stuff. This is all modular design mega builds. And the largest blueprinter you can do with a whole bunch of integrated hypertubes and stuff. Really clean building here, everybody. Real clean, real nice. As well. Let's go up here and see what it is. Yes, this is what I thought. Yes, I accidentally took out the billboard. But here's the cool thing. You just go to this one, copy it. We just fly back. Paste it on that blueprint. Get it going on. Never seen this game before. Yes, this is Satisfactory. This is a 12 out of 10. If someone came to me and said, Kismet, we're going to make a game just for you, what would you want? And I'm like, Satisfactory. I'm a big fan of games like Factorio and a whole bunch of other games that are along that factory genre games, everybody. I'm a big fan of that. I also like train games where you're trading stuff back and forth. So you're picking up the iron here and then you're taking it to somewhere else on your train and then you're converting it into iron ignis and then you're taking it to town and selling it in town. That's old school games, everybody. That's like really old school kind of train games, or you're moving people around and whatnot and getting that stuff. And so this is like a combination of all those things. You got the building, you've got the storyline that you can progress, you have a bunch of technology that you unlock, so you have this progression as you go. And then you have like things that are not really part of the game, but are if you get to that stage. So once you play through the game, everybody, you're going to learn that spaghetti is not always the best thing to make in the game. And you're like, Kismet, spaghetti, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this, everybody. And I make spaghetti, I make modular stuff, and I make mega builds. I do it all. Why not use all the tools at your disposal? This is spaghetti. So in the moment I said, oh wait, I need some of these to be over here, and I need some of this to be over there, and I need some of this to be over there, and I just ran it however I could run it in the moment. And we call that spaghetti, because it resembles spaghetti, duh. But when you start building cleaner and you start building with nice 90-degree angles and you're worried about how your pipes look and you are embellishing it with rails and all of that kind of stuff, you get more like this train station over here, everybody. You can see is all embellished with the rails and all of that. Oh, I forgot to take this out over here. And again, we're worried about clipping. We're worried about stuff being too close. And see how we have that going through there. We're worried about the detail much more when you are super building or mega building, what I'm doing. And all of these different parts of the thing snap together because I made blueprints that are in sections because the blueprint is not big enough to do the whole thing. So what I did is I made it in sections so I can put the first section down and then snap the other section, and it auto joins the railroad tracks and auto joins the hypertubes, which is an awesome feature, everybody. Again, it's just the game has gotten so good over and over. Every single update adds something amazing to the game through all the years, and I played since day one. So I highly recommend this game, everybody. Absolutely. If you see it on sale, snatch it up, and even if it's not on sale, snatch it up anyway if this is your jam right here. This is 100% my jam. I love playing this game, and I've played it through 40, 50 times. I don't even know. A lot of times, or maybe 100 times. I can't even fathom how many times it is now. Okay, so what we want to do, everybody, is we want to use our existing thing. Oh, you know what? We should color this. We should color this with this nice green here, just to give it a holiday vibe. Right here. Maybe we use green and red for our holiday stuff. So again, this is just cosmetic. I mean, it doesn't have any effect really on the gameplay. This is really for your enjoyment. And I'm using kind of the same common theme on a lot of this. And that just makes it easier. I don't have to rebuild it all from scratch and make a brand new thing. But you can make it completely customized for each and everything if you want. But this is very efficient, and I'm a big fan of efficiency. So we're just going to green this up here in the back, and then whenever we look at this building, we'll know that this is a holiday building from afar. Okay, so obviously our roof is too small. Ping, I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. I was trying to go F. There we go. So this is our gift tree. So we're going to actually make a holiday thing here. Let's do it as number 8, I guess. Number 8. Now, the first thing I always put on my bar is a power line. You always end up needing power lines, though probably doubt it on this one, but we'll do FICSMAS tree. There we go. Now I can just press 2, and we're good to go. Now, we need to figure out the most optimal line runs that's going to help us maximize the space that we use. And this is why they build square buildings, everybody, is to maximize your square footage, your space. So that's why people build square buildings. And you're like, I don't like square buildings. Square buildings are boring. True, but they are cost effective. And that's why they build them. Now you know. We're also going to go ahead and need some logistics in here. Let's go ahead and get our splitter. Now you notice I just put the splitter on there. I don't put the merger or any of that stuff because you can't just switch. So if you're in the splitter like this, you can just hit E, and now you're on the smart splitter. Now you're on the programmable splitter. Now you're on the merger. Now you're on the priority merger, by the way, which is a pretty cool thing they added. So what we want to do is we want to get these trees really close together. So we're going to put this one up as far as we can against the wall. And then we're going to, again, try to maximize our space. Now, a lot of people, they spend a lot of time doing this. It's actually pretty fun to try to optimize your production. Now, I'm going to put that a little close, and then we're going to need our belts here. Let's go ahead and get our belts. Again, I'm just making a whole nother one just for this. We're doing Mark 6 belts. Oops, I pressed the wrong thing. Man. So this... No, that's right. That's right. 3. And then number 4 is going to be the conveyor belt. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, number 3 was the splitter. That's what it was. Okay, number 3, splitter. Number 4 is going to be belts, and number 6 is going to be 5 is going to be that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now, what we can do is very easily down here in our little quick bar, switch between those different things. You can see I can switch to this, I can switch to my splitters, and that just allows me to build it faster, so I can go ahead and do it. Oh, that's not even centered. That's not even centered off that thing. So again, it allows me to take it out, readjust the centering. And there we go. Then take this one out, which is not going to be centered now because it wasn't centered across. Now notice it turns yellow. That's called soft flipping, everybody. Oh, and we have the wrong thing. I meant to change it to a merger. Merger. Okay, there we go. So you notice I put it up on top. That's just to hold the spacing and the direction of where we're going to be sending this. We're going to be sending it toward us like this. And so you can use that top one as a reference to make the bottom one swap out the merger for the splitter. Why is that not lined up? It's lined up on this side. It just does not want to line up properly. Hold on. Let's get this. Let's get this. Come on. You say you're lined up, but then you lie. You lie to me, game. And yes, I'm losing my voice, everybody. Usually happens this time of year because I'm giving away so much stuff, bringing the hype, bringing the love here in the stream. Again, we're going to crowd it just a little bit. All right, now let's see if we can get this to actually be straight. There we go. Now, once you have it straight, it becomes much easier, everybody. It really does. All right. And then again, we're going to take these out. And we'll leave these in so we can use those later. And then now you can just hold down control, by the way, usually and snap it, or you can just go into a different mode if you're on something that can go in a different mode. But you can see it just lines up. And so we're going to see how this works out. Yeah, it's going to be right up on that. Okay, now I can change my mind at any time and say, you know what, maybe I want to go the other way. Let's go this way. I suggest try different stuff out, see how you like it. So we're going to take this and we're going to flip it this way. And we're going to back it up. I like to leave a little bit of room for me to run around too. I'd say right up against that edge. Like this. Okay, now remember, these are coming out of here and they don't need to go into here. So all we need to do, really, is get these to line up and switch it to a merger and run it like that. There we go. Okay. So we'll go down here and we will run this into here and that into there. And then this will start generating presents, right? And then now we can go this way. I think it's probably better this way. And again, I try it multiple ways to see. These are just lining up. The bounding box. Like that. Trying to avoid blocking our inputs and outputs. There we go. Just trying to see if that lines up. All right, make sure all your inputs and outputs are facing the same direction. See, it's always trying to trip me up, this game. Rotate it the other way. There we go. Walk along and make sure that it's all facing forward, facing toward the center. And you can see that what I'm doing now is I'm running these mergers down the center. Again, see how I turned it back the other way? Trying to trip me up. Again, you want the green and the orange to overlap like that, and then you know you've got it in the center. And you also want it, you make sure it's not like this, where it's off there. Yeah, you want it like this. And again, once you start doing it once, everybody, you can then, because it's already facing in the direction you want, then you just do it over and over and over. So we're going to go ahead and then run all of this. Now, I would take your time on this part to make sure that you do have everything properly run. I'd probably wait to do the side ones, because you can just double click these over here and over here and over here. And you can put these closer together if you want. I like to have a little bit of room so I can just look and see if it's functioning. Remember, I can always make thousands more if I need more production. Now, the cool thing about these presents, everybody, is they take no power. So I don't have to worry about the power and how the power structure is going to work. And the fact that I can just replicate these via the blueprints makes it also easier. It's kind of hard to take those out because we've got some angles going on there, and we got to make sure we keep at least one for our angles in our runs. Though we can nudge it into position if we needed to. Okay, so we got that going. And then we want to do it over here without, again, interrupting our inputs and outputs, because we're going to use those to chain to other locations. Now, we're going to probably have to move this one up, straight up from where it's at, because we already have a set up ability to chain these from one to the next, and I could change the way I have it. I don't have to. It doesn't have to be the same as all the other ones. I can change it the other way, but I kind of feel like it's more efficient this way, because it can come down this way and go back there. In fact, I think I am going to change the way these floor holes are. I'm going to make some choices on it right now. Do not need any electrical, by the way. They're just fully electrical. And we're going to change how that is, just to make this more efficient. Again, this is a square, everybody, so it could be just as easy going this way if we wanted it to. All right, same thing here. We're going to go ahead and just run these like so. I like to get the first couple in first, just so I can get the vibe of it. There we go. And then you get the idea just over and over and over. Now you know why we're running these in the Awesome Sync, so we can come over here and work with them in the blueprinter. Now this actually is not going to start generating presents, as you can see. This is just a blueprint of future things that we're going to be generating presents. So we're going to go in here and again switch this to a merger. We're going to run it all the same direction. Like so, like so. Okay. Do the side ones first, much easier because you can just, again, double click. So if it's pretty close, you just double click it and it works great. A little Kismet gaming secret there for you. Just thought of another idea. Man, I'm cooking with ideas today. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So if you have a moment of inspiration, everybody, write that stuff down. Write it down. Keep yourself a book. I have tons and tons of books, everybody, that I've used over the years for graphic design that I've sketched in. So if I come up with an idea, you know, kind of a unique idea, I'll kind of sketch it down so I don't lose it. And then sometimes I go back and I look through them. I go, oh man, I could use that idea on this design and whatnot. And same thing when you think of an idea. Hey man, I want to try that idea. Now that idea may never come to fruition because you may not have enough time, or maybe it was an okay idea and you really don't. You have better ideas that you might want to do. But that idea could lead to another idea, which leads to another idea, which leads to the great idea. And that's why you want to write them down, and that's why you want to manage that like that, where you've got the general idea there as well. I think what we want to do is something cool like a glass roof or something. Yeah, like a cool glass roof. Oh, yeah. Let's go glass roof, everybody. Feeling those vibes. Again, building it right there in my head. Kind of feel like we want some windows, maybe some single windows up here. Up on the top, if we can get just to rotate the direction we want to go. There we go. Some single windows here. All the single ladies like the single windows. That's what I hear anyway. All right, and then we'll want to do kind of an angled ceiling. Not a tilted wall, because you want a tilted ceiling. Where is it? Architecture. Tilted roof so it can be glass. Otherwise, it's not going to be glass. Come on, get up there. Oh, all right. I feel like I want to leave the sides open, too. We're doing a holiday build, everybody. Right now, we are working on the foundation. This would be kind of like working on your extractor, everybody, because this is where all the presents come from, right? The presents come from these trees. And if you could just make these and then just keep making them over and over and over again, forget about it, everybody. You're going to make a bazillion of these suckers. Easy peasy, like I'm showing you how to do right now. And again, we also want to customize it, give it its own unique feel and flavor and whatnot. And this one's going to be a little tougher up here in the front because we have all these angles and whatnot. So we're going to do something like that. And then, let's see, again, I'm just trying to see if these are higher because I don't want to clip this stuff through here if I can avoid it. Again, we'll color it all in later. So maybe 2. And then, too bad we don't have something open. We want something open. Like a framed floor, something like this. That's this open feeling where sunlight, whatnot can get in there. Oh, we're offset, so this is going to be tough to fill in that offset. Yes, so we might want to I'm going to do a bar or something to set this up. Okay, so we're going to do a painted beam. We're going to get right here. I'm going to run that painted beam right there. And that'll allow us to control a bit of our frame floor. See, we put it right in there, but the best thing that it does is it puts it at that level, and then you can nudge it wherever you want it to go. Everybody, that's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. You just nudge it where you want it to go. Again, another satisfactory gaming secret for you. Right? Again, then we do this one over here. This is sole purpose. Now I could have just do it here too. I can do it over here, but I like using the pole to get things lined up. Now you can see we have this kind of uneven thing in the middle, but we can take this one out. And too bad you can't pick stuff back up again too. That would be awesome. Wow, did my headphones really die? How long's it been? Holy mackerel, it has been 3.5 hours. All right. You know, some of that was me watching Fallout, by the way, season 2. So we're going to go a bit longer here. And just try to fix that overlap so that, you know, it looks uniform. See, and it looks like you just have double struts in the center. Right, so it looks pretty decent. Instead of having the weird offset where one side's like what it is and whatnot, it just looks like double struts. So we figured out how to make that cool. And then we'll make this all the way across. So I want this to be open air. Now again, once you have, sometimes you misclick like that. Once you have it, you can just zoom in what you're looking for, right? Thing over here, zoom that in. And then we want to do the same thing over here, just kind of give it this kind of greenhouse vibe. Maybe we want to change up. Yeah, and you want to have variety, visual variety, everybody. That's why you're using squares and triangles and spheres to break up the visual part of it. Very, very important to think of some unique stuff that you might want to do there. Maybe on the sides we want to do some more unique pieces. Let's see what else we got. We got frame wall, so I guess we could feel like we're framing this out. So we can go frame wall all the way down. I think we could get this to work straight across like this. And we'll take this out. See how this doesn't quite line up to that because, you know, some of this stuff is offset because you're building it in a more advanced way. So now you got to learn how to make all that match up, which is not easy, but not easy. All right, so I'm thinking there. And then this one here. That's feeling good, feeling pretty symmetrical. It's okay if you go break out of symmetrical too, but again, you really want to, you know, learn the symmetrical maybe in the beginning and then break free from it at some point. So you're giving it a unique feel, right? A unique vibe. And I really like this beam vibe here, so I'm going to go ahead and just put another one right here to give it a nice support beam vibe. So it's kind of supporting it in the center. Like that. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Again, we're just doing creative flow, everybody. Creative flow. Remember, it's just like a raw piece of clay that you're molding in the moment. That's what we're working on. Okay. Oh, and I never went in and pasted that in there. There we go. And we want to change, actually, what that says. Item production 0. The reason why we're going to change it to that is that we'll change whatever the item is, and then we'll add a 1, 2, 3, 4 if we need to in the production. Basically, it just sets it up like a template. We can come back and fix it up. That's what blueprints are. They're a template for stuff you're working on. Oh, man, I'm already liking that. Just coming back and looking at it. I like it already. All right, very nice. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put in some more of our angle. Again, look at the issue we have there, right? So I hit H. That back just a little bit, and we'll have to see if we can fix that. Oh wait, no, we want to go ahead and do something a little different here. We want to do something a little different. Maybe like a support ramp. Again, trying to use some of these new pieces. See if I like that. Oh yeah, no, that's good. I like that. It's good stuff. Again, you see it's poking off the side, but it doesn't seem so odd now, right? Because again, when you have a variety of shapes, this is actually going beyond the edge, kind of like an overhang. And that's maybe what you want, brothers, but what you want on that edge, right? Just have a little bit of overhang, kind of like it. And you never know until you know, when you're in the moment, you're like, oh man, I kind of like that. I want to go with that. All right, so we need a roof corner, an outer corner, like this, right there. Not bad, but it definitely needs to move over a little bit. And again, we're going to do the old double supports in the center. So we're going to go to this one, and then this would move back a bit. Match up with this over here. There we go. And then we have that nice corner. And then again, double supports in here. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Aim it at this. Hit H. Nudge it over. There we go. So now it has a through line. See, it carries up and over. So it's like double supports on the side. Maybe it's tougher there. But this part we want to leave kind of open air so that the trees can breathe and get oxygen. And of course get rain and all that stuff as well that any good tree will need. And then here in the corner, we're going to work our corner again. We'll just pick up this one with the middle mouse button. Aim at this side over here. Because we aim at this side, it might be offset in such a way that doesn't match up to this edge. And then now we're going to be working pretty symmetrical. Now again, you're going to hear my voice cracking and going out. I do warn you every single year. That's why I have SaltBot to try to keep me from losing my voice. Because I've done it so many years in a row. I get all excited. I'm giving away stuff. Stuff happens here in the stream. We get donations. We get people subbing. Peeps might come in and say, Kismet, I love your stream, everybody. I'm going to show you some love for that Vault Van Life project kind of thing. My favorite thing is get excited about all that stuff, everybody. Really, people who show that kind of love, everybody, you definitely appreciate the peeps you got around you. This time of year. You sure do. Hopefully you do. We don't realize, hopefully you realize those people don't last forever. Like I'm not going to last forever, but I'll go as long as I can. As long as I can still be around playing some games and doing my thing here. Or I go blind from my cataracts eventually. Or the old ticker just says, yep, game over, Kismet. You had a good run. I consider you get past 50 a good run, everybody. I mean, that's a pretty good run considering not a lot of people did. Not a lot of people made it that far. They did not. And you did, so congrats to you. I never thought I'd be this old, everybody. I never thought I'd make it because, the old saying of Blade Runner, the candle that burns twice as bright burns half as long, everybody. That's a very true statement. And you are burning up your life equity, or you're partying all the time, you're having a good time, you're doing all sorts of crazy stuff along the way. I kind of feel like we want like a copper finish there. Just give it a little bit of red. A little red up there at the top. I feel like we do the same thing here. A little mixture of red that's not like really bright Christmassy red. It's really a copper, because duh, it's copper. But it kind of has a red tinge to it that I kind of like. Do that here on the sides and along the back side here. Again, just to give it a little flavor, little accents. Hot dang! What do you think of that, chat? Put a 1 in the chat. You digging that? Look at that! I just made that from scratch, from nothing. You saw how I did it. You go make your own, or you can become a Patreon supporter, even $1. Everybody, you can support the stream. And get all these blueprints, try them out for yourself. Okay, now these are very specific blueprints too, everybody. It's not like I'm going to be taking this and using it for different productions. So we could in here just say, fix this Kismet tree. So we don't have to do this, FICSMAS gift trees 01. Right, and then we can just change it later. But actually smarter to just put it at 0, because then you don't have to keep taking the 1 out every single time, right? Just saves you time. Right over there. So FICSMAS gift trees. Then over here, we can just go gift tree right here. And I've never bothered to blueprint these ever. Not in all the times I've done FICSMAS, which I don't even know how long it's been around. It's been a long time. We'll save that, and then we got to figure out a description that we want. Okay, first thing we want to do is figure out how many of these suckers we got. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh man, that's nice. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Well, that makes that easy. That's 20 total. So that's 20 FICSMAS gift trees. 20 FICSMAS gift tree generators. Generators that chain from 1 to another. A chain from one to another, and also to a storage. There we go. That's what we're going to try to build. The ability to chain them together, and the ability to run them into a pre-existing storage that I already have. Because I don't need a different storage for that one. I already have the storage. No reason to reinvent the wheel on that one. But we got to be able to take it from here and run it to that storage. So we might make a custom storage that maybe we'll make red or something like that. So we have green and red and green and red. You get the idea, just little Christmas colors. And then we'll use that storage specifically for our FICSMAS gift trees, and then anything else that we're producing for the FICSMAS holiday. So we got that done, but we still got some work to do inside. So let's go inside. We got to merge all of this together and then tell it where we want it to go to next, right? And that's kind of where I've left this here, here in the front, and that is so that I can feed it all and then actually watch it going up to the next thing in between these different things. Now, of course, this is open air, so you'd think that you would just leave it open on the top, which I may or may not do. We'll see. But we want this to, I love to build vertically, everybody, vertically like this. Can you tell? You can see I have a lot of things. This is a mega build over here. That's vertical quick wire, but that's the most quick wire it's ever going to produce out of that node. So I kind of feel like we want to put it here in the front just so we can see it running and we know that it is working. So we're going to go in here and do a floor hole. Actually, I probably want to add it to my thing here. Floor hole. Nothing but floor hole. Floor hole Star Wars there for you. Okay, so in theory, this should be able to go up to the one up above it. So how can we make it come up and combine up here from down below? So we could just do a pass-through, which means that it just comes from below and just goes right up there. But I seriously doubt that that is what I want to do, because what I want to do is take all of this and merge all this together. So we're going to put another merger here. It's going this way. And this one is going to merge into here, and this one's going to come out of here. Now, again, when you're designing, when you get to the higher level designing about it, you can get this awesome mode called straight mode. Because most people spend a lot of time doing that, and I could tell you how to do it the old-fashioned way, but now you got a function for it. And it works pretty good. It does pretty decent, where you can see it's now combining those 40 trees together, or 20 trees. There's 20 and 20, so it'd be producing a crazy ton of presents there. Then we want it to end up right here in the front where we can see it happening. So eventually we want it to go and say merge and then go up in here. So I'm going to do a merger over here and just kind of put it down, get an idea. We'll go ahead and bring this down because we want to bring that in there. Then we can take this, put this here. We're going to run it that way, and then we're going to hit H, and then we're just going to nudge this over till it's nice and close like that. And again, the first one's just to kind of line it up. Do never trust those things. Always put those in last. Those always get screwed up. Even when you put them in last and you do it just right, those things get screwed up big time. They're notorious for getting screwed up. It's like floor holes for pipes, everybody. It gets screwed up massively. Okay, so this one's going to go here. But we're going to have the ability to chain this one up from underneath. So what we're going to do is just offset this a little bit. And then this under there. There we go. And how many presents do we really need? Well, there's the ultimate question, right? The answer is 42. If you don't know. Hey, Obama, what's up, man? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Is this Xbox? No, this is PC. This is PC, though I do have an Xbox. Xbox Series X, the old one, and a PS4 Pro sitting right over there. Very dusty. Not that I have anything against those platforms. Again, if they have the games that you want to play, then that's the right platform for you. I argue about platforms. What a waste of time. It's like arguing over number 2 pencils. Everybody, my number 2 pencil is better than your number 2 pencil. What are you going to do with that pencil? That's what you really want to ask yourself. Not is your pencil better than everybody else's pencil, but what are you going to do with that pencil? If you're going to do the things that only that pencil can do, then that's the right pencil for you. Again, it's like a tool, everybody. It's like a wrench and a screwdriver, everybody. Well, my wrench is better than your screwdriver. Well, a screwdriver serves a different purpose than a wrench. So a wrench you're going to use for, tightening things and whatnot. And a screwdriver you're going to screw in the thing. Even better, power screwdriver. Even better. Especially when you have a lock thing where you can control the torque. So you turn that torque all the way down when you're just working around your house, and then when you're trying to drill it into like steel or into concrete or something like that, and you crank that sucker up so you can roll right into the big concrete. Right? So again, we could argue, oh, my power thing is better than your power screwdriver. Okay, well, does it do what you want it to do? Mine does what I want it to do. That's all I care about. All I care about is it's a quality product and that it does what I want it to do. And that's really what people are arguing about. This is higher quality than yours. Mine has better games than yours has, right? So that is kind of a quality issue there. But again, it's just what you can afford and it's what you enjoy. Hey, screw everybody else. Get what you want. Get what you want, everybody. For me, I do PC gaming because I always have. That's my thing. And then I have all the options. I can do all the mods. I can do all that stuff. And console gaming is PC gaming, everybody. The console is a PC. It has a hard drive. It has memory. It has a CPU. So duh. It just has a custom operating system that's just for that type of gaming. It's kind of like the Mac versus the iOS, right? It's like Android versus Windows, right? It's like you have a full-blown version of it, like Windows or like Mac OS, and then you have a scaled-down version that just serves a certain kind of vertical market, where you have like your iPhone iOS or you have your Android iOS. Much scaled down version, because not everybody needs all the features of the big thing, and that's smart. That's a pretty smart thing to do, is to make it where you don't have to buy the more expensive stuff to do the stuff that you want to do. Do you really want to spend $5,000 on a computer that's going to just do email? I don't think so. That'd be a huge waste. I mean, if you got the money to burn, your money, you do what you want with it. For me, no. My next Mac, by the way, I bought Macs. I've had 77 different Macs, and I've had, I don't know, a countless amount of PCs over the years. And my next Mac is going to be the cheapest Mac. Because all I ever do on it now, because now I use my PC for, editing and design, because my PC is way better, and I could buy a really nice Mac and do it on there. But the problem with the Mac is, over the years, it's become very unstable to do like video editing and things like that. And of course, it's that walled garden as well. But I still use it. It still sits over there. Sometimes when I'm running a bunch of videos and I'm processing them, I'll send it over there, even though it's super slow. It's like from 2014, that one. Before I left Apple, everybody, I got you get like a one-time purchase of super cheap Macs. You can buy them for super cheap. I don't want to say exactly. I might get in trouble if I tell you exactly what the parameters are, even though I haven't worked there in a decade or more. I went and got me a bunch of nice Macs, and actually, I think I did before I left. I didn't do it because I was leaving. I think I did before to upgrade all my gear. And so since then, no, I haven't upgraded it. 2014. Still, and it's duct taped together because I took the glass off to try to dust out the inside because the fan was having such an issue, because there's no way to access the inside components to dust it out. I never thought of that. Or they just don't want you to be able to get in there. It's really the stupidest thing, because dust is the #1 killer of computers. Maybe they want your computer to die, so you go buy another one. Maybe that's the reason why they do that. It's kind of dumb that they don't even have like a hatch where you can open it up and dust out the inside at least. I mean, it's just dumb. They want you to take it into the Apple store and have them do it for you. You got to pay them to do it, to dust your computer for you. Dust your computer twice a year at least, everybody. Sometimes 3 times if you are in the thing. You'll see me put out my reminder every single year to dust your computer, because again, that's what keeps the longevity of your computer. I've actually had my computer die because I didn't realize there was a fan on the underside of one of my graphics card, and it died, and it took my logic board and power supply, everything with it. That's why I had to rebuild my old streaming PC, because it died. And now I'm paranoid about it. I'm paranoid about that make sure to get any fans that are underneath there totally cleared out with dust. And I have, instead of having can of airs, which is what I used to use, I have an awesome thing. Actually, I have it on my website, I think. Now that I think about it. I think it's on there. Hold on. Instead of telling you, I can show you. Right over here, everybody. So again, Duster, where is it? And you're like, Kismet, why you put that on there? Why you put that on there? That doesn't do with gaming. No, but it does have to do with streaming. And it does have to do with gaming indirectly, if you think about it. Otherwise, your gaming PC is going to die if you don't dust it. So this Cubana one is awesome because you can just recharge it. It has two modes. That's the lower or the regular kind of blowing air, and then the high-powered air for when you're really trying to get into nooks and crannies of your computer. And then I have a vacuum cleaner. So I have a little hand vacuum cleaner, a little Bridgel vacuum cleaner. So first I vacuum out the computer. Obviously, duh, you want to get as much dust out of there so you're not breathing that dust and it's not going to just go right back in there again. So try to vacuum out all you can, and then you use the air duster, and you're not killing the ozone. You're not doing all of that. You don't have a bunch of cans that you have to throw away. Basically just all around better in every way that it can be better. And then I've had that for, God, I don't know how many years, 5 years, still runs great. I barely use it. I only use it, several times a year to clean out all my computers. And I do it every single time. Every single year, twice a year, usually about, midsummer, because, you don't want a bunch of dust in your computer during summertime. It's going to be hotter. Thus, your computer's going to run hotter. And then usually right after Christmas, like on the 26th, I'll go through and I'll take my computers apart and I'll blast every bit of it out of there. And again, that's why my computer over here, my Mac, is not dead because I went in there and I dusted it out. So again, you can click those, by the way, and it'll take you onto Amazon and it'll find a component very similar to that. You go to kismet.gg, click on my studio gear right here at the top. I'm on one of the few people, everybody, who go to this at lengths for you guys. I went through and got every one of those pictures and I typed every one of that stuff in and I found every single link of, 50 to 100 things in there. And some of those are affiliate links, but I'd say 80% of those are not, or 90%. Hey, if you go to Amazon, you buy something on Amazon with my link, say for the holidays or for yourself at some point, awesome. But if not, also awesome. It's like 0.01 of a penny. It's not really worth my time to spend a lot of time doing that. I would prefer to just not have that as a factor. And if you want to do that, you want to go above and beyond, say, Kismet, I'm going to buy a bunch of stuff for the family for holidays. I'm going to use your Amazon link in the panels down below, or you can get it from the website. Awesome. But that's not my primary focus, everybody. Again, not my primary focus to sell you stuff. I'm not an influencer. I'm a person who likes playing games and likes to hang around people who like to play games or do art or entertainment or whatever you enjoy doing. So yeah, there you go. And this also has my my machines in here as well, everybody. This one died. This one right here, Monster PC, sadly, died this year. And it could be something as easy as a battery or whatever, but this machine's like 10 years old, everybody. It's a long time. We rebuilt it like a year or two in, and so let's call it 9 years old. So 9 years old could be replaced by one of those little Steam boxes for cheap. You can get a cheap one. Now, the one I'm really enjoying right now, this is my Giga PC, which is the one I'm currently playing on, the current one you see I'm scrolling on. That's that one. And then my very old graphics PC from 2014, my iMac that I use. Now, what I'd like to do next in this journey is to eliminate these three and have a laptop. Have a laptop instead. So the laptop is what actually runs the stream and does all of that. And then the gaming PC, keep that. Because what I'd like to do is take that laptop and take that PC and put it in that vault van and then travel around and be able to stream live from there wherever I go. And that would be amazing, everybody. Again, this old man has one last wish, and that is that vault van adventure that I'm trying to set up here before I run out of time. I may get sick. I could fall and be injured permanently. That time is ticking down for me. So if you want to be part of that, everybody, you can learn more about the Vault Van Life Project. If you want to donate, you can donate directly via the tips button down there, as well as you can donate via the website as well. There's also a link up there, I think. I put a link up there. Sometimes I don't know. Yeah, right here at the top. So you just click that button. You can donate to it. It does unlock different milestones, does unlock stuff. I forgot to talk about that at the top of the stream, but I got totally sidetracked. It tells you that, not always just worried about that stuff, everybody. I do love to just talk in the stream. But also unlock stuff in game. By the way, this is going to carry over into the new year. As long as this project is running, this will continue to carry over. So if you do donate, remember, I'm going to be doing mega builds and that stuff. We're going to be doing that all week long. So feel free to check that out. Kismet.gg. A bunch of cool stuff up there I have for you, as well as you can check out all my different partners here that I work with and sponsors. As well as you can find all my favorite games, links to those games, discounts for those games. Feel free to go ahead and check all that out. And again, a few of those things are affiliate links, but most of it's just for your guys' information because I get that question all the time. And part of the BSE, the best stream ever, is to be able to answer your question. Say, hey, Kismet, what kind of computer you got? Boom, there you go. And I don't mind just telling you, too. I see some people are like, hey, go look it up on a website kind of thing. But I'll just tell you. If you really want to know and you don't want to go look it up on a website, I don't mind. I don't mind at all, everybody. I feel like sometimes people get a bit entitled, especially streamers. They get a bit entitled and they go and they say, oh, well, you know, you're watching my stream for free and you owe me this, that, and the other thing. And they owe you nothing, everybody. They're already in your stream. So, you know, treat them with respect is what I say. If you don't treat people with respect, they don't want to be around you. They don't want to be up and they don't want anything to do with you, matter of fact. This one's not going all the way to the end here. I feel like I want to have some cross bracing here. It's not going all the way to the end, and I don't like it. This one does, but that one does not. Maybe I have to aim at the outside edge. Maybe I gotta start on this side. Yes, this one's starting on the inside edge. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, I gotta go this way. So I can make this go the same way. Okay, again, build direction and build order, very important. Kind of like I want to feel like I have a little bit of a brace there. And then maybe some extra braces here. And then turn off the thing and put in diagonal and then hit H, nudge it. Now see how it jumps from there to there? You hold down control. Perfect. You're welcome. I just saved you so much time just right there in that one thing. And that one thing I just showed you. You just saved so much time. You're like, oh, Kismet, you put a diagonal and nudge it into the exact position that you want? How cool is that? How awesome is that? All right, how much did I put it all the way down? Yes, I put it all the way down. And then H, control, nudge. Bingo. Nice. Okay. Well, I kind of feel like we want to finish these out by giving it a little bit of a thing like that. Oh, I have it on diagonal, I think, because I can see that other side's raised up higher. We don't want that. Get the end of this. And then we're going to say default. There we go. So that it's lined up all the way across. And we'll just do that on the other side. And a bit symmetrical on this stuff, but that's okay. Why does that seem? Because it is higher. Yeah, that side over there is higher than this side. See if we can fix that. Those match up. And notice I'm leaving this kind of notch in the corner. You'll see why here in a corner, in a second. And this is supposed to be bracing for the one up above. That's what I'm working on. The bracing up above to keep it from crushing this one. So I'm just putting in some bracing. I think really all we need is the bracing on the side. We'll go down here. We'll say diagonal. Or up here, whichever. H, control, nudge. You get the gist of this now. I'm going to speed up. H, control, nudge. Okay, and then we want to have where, you know, it's kind of joined in there. I love these beam connectors because they really do kind of hide that kind of stuff. It looks like they're just joined in the corner. I could have put the beam connector first and then ran those lines. That would have been smart too, because then it would just run through the beam connector. But again, you can see that these beam connectors, great way of getting this going on. I feel like that's just going higher on that side. Yeah. These ones are not at the same level as those ones. Same thing with this here. This one's not the same level. Depends on where you start. It's like in life. Okay, and this has to do with the industrial feel of the supports of the upper level, and then lower supports here. Just cap all this stuff off. That one does not go all the way. Take that out. Then again, you can just put the cap in first. then a little easier to run that from there. Diagonal off. There we go. Like that. Okay, now we're looking good. Feels like we got some good support systems there, and then we want to actually put some supports there. So let's get some support beams. We're going to probably use the smaller pillar stuff here. Should we do center, or should we do like a cross here? I kind of like cross supports. So like this. We only have 2 supports. Like that, though, you know, it can cause the building to teeter over on each side, which is why they do 4 supports and not just 2, because the whole building can just flip off the support like that. But it's going to be flat underneath, so because we're going to put this one on top of this one as well, and then some nice carbon steel supports, how I like it, and that just allows us to stack it onto the next one. Again, we'll run this up and then connect it on the inside of the one up above it, right here. Why do it on that? Oh, because it's going to be further away. So it'll be easier to run it, though. If we run it the other side, either way, it's going to be offset. We would move this to this side, and then this would be way over there anyway. So either way, it'll be offset like that. We can put it over here, but then it's not straight across. And when we're running stuff up, it's a little easier if it's just straight across from where you're running it. And again, I don't need to put the lifter in yet. You don't want to put the lifter in until you put the one up above in. Really liking this. This is looking good. Really nice angled thing here. So we're going to hit H, because I already have the angle there. And then I can go nudge that. Ooh. Not quite, though. I kind of like it like that. I like it poking out like that a bit. Kind of like it's open and you can just walk in the front part. Ooh, zooping. Got my zooping on. Again, it doesn't have to always be, you know, perfectly lined up. Again, we're using this angle we already established for the lower part, so this is going to match that lower angle. It's really trying to see if it matches up to the corners and stuff. Zooming off again. The window. Alright, how do I like that? Ooh, I do like that. Now I wonder if we can actually fly in there or walk in there. Oh yeah. We can walk in and out of there, so just acts as an entrance. Oh, I like that. Cool, and then right here, same thing. Just dip in there. Now see this right here? This is called Z-clipping, everybody, where you have this bit of clipping that comes through. There is a way to fix that now, so if you take this one out and you go like this and you hit H, you can page down to page it down, and what I do is hold down Control and page down, and then you hopefully have less Z-clipping. Now you want to have the Z-clipping where you're not going to see it as well. On the side is you're going to see more of the Z-clipping there than on the top if you just cover it up. So we're going to go back to here. And then again, we have some Z-clipping along here that we can just cover up with another block or something like that, or just some beam embellishment or whatnot we could put down there. What do I feel like doing? Something flat. I could just put some catwalks there. Yeah, little thick catwalks to try to cover that up. And that all the way across, as far as we can. And see if that hides that Z-clipping. Oh yeah, 100%. And it looks awesome at the same time, too. And I like to improvise. You know, you only got so many pieces that you can utilize. I was grabbing this other thing. Again, you're going to have a bit of that Z-clipping in there. Kind of finish that out. Gives us a nice silver shine there. Finish that out nicely. I'm liking it. I can just fly through here too if I need to. It gives us that open air feel above. We've got supports there. I like that. I like that. Maybe even smaller supports. Maybe just go smaller. Let's see what else we got. We got small pillar. It's not small enough. Okay, this one's still pretty big. So we could use, yeah, it's like you have a lot of pieces, but you also are limited by those pieces. So we could use these as the supports and just put some H-beams in these ones here. Have it structurally hold that. Yeah, that would eventually, if you put enough of those on top of everybody, it would just crush that ceiling down. Because you would need to have the supports, and because we're using space metal, we can get away with it. So yeah, I might just do something like that and just have it come straight out of there, and then give it a certain color like this, because you're not going to really see this because there's going to be a gap up here. Now's the time to choose how big of a gap, because you can see we can go way up. We can go way up there if we want to, but we need to choose our gap here. That's going to allow us to chain this. So I'm going to go ahead and just take a window for right now. Figure out how far up I want this to be. How much of a gap between the levels do I want? Good question, man. I keep bumping my electricity down here. Hold on. Keep bumping my monitor electricity. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna give myself another reminder of that. Fix monitor cable under this point. It comes loose after a while, and then I just bumping the cord with my leg, and it just turns my monitor completely off and turns it back on. Makes me feel like my monitor's going out. It's just me goofing it. So I feel like we want to have a gap like that, like a double gap. Yeah, like a double gap. Or we could use it for alignment, but we'll just use regular walls because we'll know that that's just, we shouldn't do it like that because there's a little bit of an offset when you're using these angled windows. So what you want to do is go down here and use this bottom part. Again, they made it now where you can clip through stuff, and most people don't like clipping, so sure, they'll give you the option to clip if you want, but most people don't like it, so they'll take it out anyway. And we'll take all these out and see if we got one. Nope, did not go far enough. Out of here. There we go. And take all this out here. So I'm starting from the foundations. That's just going to be a smarter way to do it. Very easy way to screw up your offset is to do it from those angles, and then all of a sudden you're going, wow, why is this all not matching that? There we go. And so, then put this from here into the center. That into the center, and then that out of there. Good, just into the center. All right, I'm liking that. If you like it, you save it before your computer crashes or something bad happens, because it's going to save it to your hard drive, like this. Boom. Okay, like that. Oh, yeah, that's coming along. Yeah, that looks cool. I enjoy doing this kind of stuff, everybody. Very fun. Very fun to build stuff out. We've given it a bit of a Christmas vibe. Definitely looks like a bunch of trees in there. We have it all running to our thing. And again, we can loop it up from down below so it's all flowing together. The problem is you want to figure out what your output is. That's another thing I should note. So that people don't have to guess what the output of these trees are. Honestly, I forgot what they are. Not very high, by the way. At first, it's not very high, but if you do enough of them, you're going to get a crazy ton of these. I should look right here. Produces 15 gifts per minute. So, and we have 10 and 10, so 20, so 15 times 20 is 300. So this is producing 300 And we'll put that here too. $300 output over there, and then we'll put it in the description as well. Right here, 300 gifts per minute. There we go. Whoa! We got a love train conductor coming in, everybody. Just extended the stream, by the way. What is it? Tolman Gamgee. There we go. Oh, my brain was not working. I know what your name is. I just couldn't make it work in the brain. Right there. What's up? Man, I remember you doing this sort of thing a year ago. Glad to see you still at it. Yeah, I've been doing it for 10 years, told Gamgee. And thank you so much also for that Twitch Turbo. Let's show him some love in the chat, everybody. He's showing you guys some love. Now, remember, we do donate subs this time of year. I do extend the stream, so that means the stream's going to go longer as well. And you're showing lots of love to peeps in the chat. Remember, I'm not all there anymore, everybody. I have really bad medical conditions that make it tough to just be a human being. J-Guys Mom getting some subs. There you go. Guys are getting some love. We got Mansumi. We got Susumu. Boy, I'm going to be butchering some of these names. Salvik and Jazz Sands all getting some love. Look at all that love for you guys in the chat, everybody. Again, make sure to say thanks to your love train conductor. Again, right now, Tolman Gamgee showing you some love. Showing you some love in the chat. Again, thank you so much for donating to the stream. Appreciate it. And gifting those subs. Big time on behalf of everybody in the chat. Thanks everybody also for the love already. Like Buzzkill with the 13-month prime sub love. It's just Kev. That's Mr. Non-You, Bubs Tubbs, and the Zombie Wags from earlier. Been showing love on this stream. So thanks to all of you for coming in. And showing that love. So I feel like we good on this, everybody. We're good on this. It looks like the thing is up just a little much, though. It's up a little much. And let's take this out so it moves down. Again, I'd like to be able to move that orientation and center it and do all sorts of things, control the font size. All of those things would be awesome. But let's go ahead and save it where we can actually read it. So FICSMAS gift trees, 300 output. Again, it's the first time I ever bothered to build that out. Now what we're going to do is use that and of course other things to make a mega build. So we're going to be doing a mega build of the FICSMAS stuff today. We have a lot of different stuff to build out, but the one thing we don't really need to build out is stuff that we already have, right? We already have some of the stuff. I'm going to get over this way. Some of these processes already have buildings, so I don't really need to reinvent the wheel. I just need to make sure that they are making that thing. Now I might recolor them just to be for the holiday, but like here, constructors, I've already got a blueprint, a mega blueprint for constructors, so we can just simply grab that one and maybe just throw some Christmas spirit on it and go from there. Let's go. Again, we'll save this one more time and then we'll go ahead and load. Oh man, I think I need to take a break too, but I'll take a little break. I can't remember how long it's been. It's been a while. It's been a while since we got in stream, and then we watched a bit of Fallout. I didn't know it came out earlier, but I'm just trying to avoid spoilers. But it's good, everybody. Season 2 already starting off really good. Definitely has. They've carried it over from Season 1. If you didn't know, they actually came out with the episode early on the 16th at 6 p.m., even though it was supposed to come out today, the 17th, at 3 a.m., which would still be in about 20 minutes or so from now. So it's out right now. So you can go watch Fallout Season 2, the first one, Season 1 or Episode 1 right now. And they're going to do the whole, make you wait a week to watch the whole thing, because otherwise I would take tonight off and I'd be binge watching it until I was done binge watching it, and then I'd get on the stream. All right, so there we go. That really stands out. You can see right there. Now again, we have our constructors right over here. So we're going to pull our constructors up. And again, why reinvent the wheel when we already have the wheel already made? Now, the biggest problem is the chaining of those presents. Oh, yeah, I've been going for 4 hours. Is the chaining of those presents from the previous one to this one, right? So we're going to put the extractors in, not blue. Let's say purple. Let's do purple. So blue is my storage, typically. So we're going to go ahead and put these and purple. It's not really a Christmas color. You'll see why later. Just going to use various colors to differentiate each section. Normally I use orange for production and blue for storage. I just decided that one day. Really, the orange is already decided for you because by default it is orange. All your stuff's going to be orange as well. So this is production, but this is going to be whatever else I want it to be, and I can always change it in the moment. Then over here, now you need to decide, do you want to leave it like this and then come back and change it, or do you want to actually make it the FICSMAS tree branch and just change it all? Now, I feel like for the first one, we'll just make it all the FICSMAS tree branch, and then, you know, we can always come and change it. Now, you can paste it even with that, without it open, but I do like to have it open when I paste it so I can physically see that it's already good to go. And again, we're going to use what we already have and just modify that because it's already run. You already have your run lines. You already have all your stuff ready to rock and roll. It just cuts down. That's the whole point of blueprints in the first place. It cuts down on the repetitive putting stuff down. Now, I played in the very beginning when there was no zooping and there was no blueprinting and there was no none of that, where you put each individual thing down one at a time. That's a lot of work, bro. That's a lot of work, big time. But again, having a good holiday playthrough here, everybody, on top of our mega playthrough that we're already doing. And this because the game went 1.0. Right now, playing in 1.1, by the way. Now, we want to go ahead and change this to FICSMAS constructor and free mega. So 7 constructors, you can change anything you need. That chain as part of my FICSMAS set. That chain to each other as part of my FICSMAS set. There we go. Let's make that real clear. Right over there. Oh, and I forgot to change the color. My bad. Select color. We're going to make it green for the holiday. Right there. Save. Good. Okay, nice. Then we'll go look at our list here. You're going to see those ones are green. Just visually gives you a better view of all of that. Even though this is going to be purple, that'll all be green. So I just know all those blueprints go together. Be easier. And then I'll put them eventually in their own category to find them that way. Okay, so now we want to chain the stuff from the previous one in here. And we have this going a whole different way, right? So when this comes in, it's coming in right here. Now we can just adjust it underneath, right? Just adjust it underneath where we want it to flow to. And we're good. So we don't really have to modify this because we already have it set up where we can just run it up and then run it over and then have it chain automatically. So again, no reason to reinvent the wheel, everybody. We already got it invented. As well as we have raw resources coming here, and then the ability to chain the finished resources over here to the next one up and the next one up, depending on how many of these we want to do. Now, the FICSMAS event is unique in everything that you do in Satisfactory, and here's why. You can have an infinite extraction, right? As much as you possibly can. Where, while you probably will never use all of these nodes, though we're going to try in this playthrough until we run out of ability to build anything else, but you have an infinite amount, meaning that as long as you have the resources, you can just keep making more and more trees, more and more gift trees over and over and over. You can blanket the entire game full of gift trees if you want to, and make a bazillion gift trees. Now, the one thing I never tried, everybody, and it just dawned on me, and we might want to try this real quick, is can we run presents into the awesome shop, right? In the awesome sink, actually. Let's go find out. So let's go over here, and I don't think I ever even bothered to think about doing this, because if you had unlimited production, then you could run in the awesome sink. That means you could have unlimited ability to run this stuff in the awesome sink. Let's go see. Let's see if it actually kicks in. Let's go to this. Is that even connected to anything? I think that's just there, so I can check my power previously. All right, we got, okay, we want to save before we go any further because we just did a bunch of cool stuff. FICSMAS blueprints. Let's just keep it simple. All right, there we go. FICSMAS blueprints. And I always do that before I upgrade poles, for sometimes the poles crash. So when I upgrade, good idea to do that. All right, there we go. Oh, 100%. You can run presents into the Awesome Sync. So this is a great way to get crazy tons of coupons right now while you have that event installed. You can set up a whole generator that just does that, everybody. You could just make 1,000 of these, things times 20 every time I put one of those down, or 100 times 20, which would be, 2,000. I could have 2,000 extractors and have that 2,000 extractors just running into Awesome Sinks. Now, of course, 2,000 of them would be way too fast for one individual belt. What you really want to think about is how many of these equal the maximum speed belt, right? We can figure that out pretty easy because we already know what it's producing. It's producing 300, and the maximum speed belt is 1,200. So we 1,200 divided by 300, 4 of these. So 4 of these together, we could put them in a package and just have 4 of them together. Or what we could do is just try to put them on the blueprinter over here 4 high, right? So we could take the thing that we made and just make another one. But I like to have just a single level, and then now I can stack 2. Now I got 40, and then I got 60, and I can control how many I have a little bit more nuanced than having 100 each time and then have to take out what I don't need. Right? Better to go a little lower and then just duplicate that out than it is to go massive and then half of it you don't need and you're taking half of it out all the time and taking it out, taking it out. Just as bad as building it is taking it out too, but well, at least a little bit is bad as well. Okay, so this is going to be for FICSMAS. That's what we're going to do over here. We're going to call this FICSMAS. FICSMAS production. Okay, nice. And those are our conveyors. Now, later on, we're going to need other stuff as we go along. And we're going to do all of that. We've already started unlocking some things, but we're going to build out a big old mega build that will remain in this playthrough, by the way. So if you did donate to the Vault Van Life Project, everybody, not only do you get the benefit of becoming a Vault founder of $15 or more, but I also put your name in-game in these playthroughs for all time, as well as they'll be on YouTube for all time as well. So again, you get that bonus benefit on top of those are in-game benefits. Where I'm going to put your name as a supporter on our giant mega build. Okay, so FICSMAS production. Do we save that is the question. Let's save that. Oh, you know what we should do? We should put this as the tree. Tree. Or whatever it's called. Tree branch. Yes, tree branch. Then we know we got it. FICSMAS production. And put the 0 there in case we want to go 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3. If you go more than 3 lines, it doesn't center very well. And then we'll save that again. There we go. I'm a big fan of saving as often as possible. All right, so we got that part done. Then we're going to need the next part of the process, which is our assemblers, and then anything else we might need. So we're going to need smelters, foundries. I don't think I'm actually using smelters. I think I'm just using... Oh, yeah, no, I'm using smelters back here. So we need smelters. We need storage, which we already have. We need to work on that. We need to work on foundries as well. Oh, I think I actually did all of this over here. Let's put this in our little to-do list. Okay, so we need smelter blueprint. How about this? Blueprints. Work on. Okay. Semicolon. So smelters. What is it? Assemblers. Then foundries. Smelters, assemblers, foundries. So this is like a little to-do list you can do. This is public as well, everybody. So if you're playing on a server, they'll see all your notes as well. Right there, blueprints to work on, smelters, assemblers, foundries. And I guess I could have called it FICSMAS thing, but I already know it's FICSMAS because that's what we're working on. Any other stuff here? No. And what we want to do is set this up in such a way that we can continue to expand that particular production. So we want to add more trees and more trees and more trees. Normally what I'll do is I'll do it in layers, right? So right here you can see the layers. Production, storage, production, storage. So blue storage, orange production. But in the case of extraction, if you can add more extraction, you'd want to do all your extraction first, so that you have it all bulked together, because then you can put it in the storage. But in this particular case, I'm going to put the extraction and the storage separate, because as I add more extraction, I will need to add more storage. And then, so this way they'll be separate buildings and separate stacks next to each other, so I can run the storage into the other building. Normally I'll stack the storage along with the production, but in this case we're going to do something a little different, just to try that out, and as well as to, again, always have that expandability to keep adding and adding and adding. Of course, we can also just stack a bunch in the beginning. We might just do that. We might just stack a bunch to get it started, and then storage for that. Oh wait, no, we'd stack it at 4 of them, and then storage, and then 4 of them in storage, and 4 of them in storage. That'd be better, because 4 of those gift tree blueprints that I did equals 1200, which is the maximum speed of a belt, and then that would go into storage at its maximum speed. And then if you put one more on there, it'd be too fast for the actual belts, and there'd be no point. So then that's why you want to start that cycle again. We'll do that. We'll stack it like that. That's very efficient. Much better. Okay, so we got to come back to assemblers, do all that stuff, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, everybody. All right, so trying to look after my health, as you can tell. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream while we take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to work on all that stuff we just wrote down and a whole lot more right over here. All right, starting up some words on stream, and then back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody! How can I not hear the sound? How can I not hear the sound? My headphones die already? Did they not kick in? That's weird. I was sworn I just changed them. Well, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody. I've got to solve some technical problems first. I lost my headphones. It's always something. Not recognizing my headphones. Not recognizing my headphones. Look at you guys go, everybody. Get all of them. I give you 5,000 caps right now. Yeah, it's not recognizing my headphones. Oh boy, here we go. Down the rabbit hole. Funny, I fixed them right when I went on break, and then now they're just not showing. Okay. Sorry, everybody. We got to do some technical stuff here real quick. Great job, everybody. Great job. Give you guys some kiss caps here in just a sec. We'll let that warm up. Man, so many things to work on the holiday break. Like getting all this stuff to work. All right, control panel. Or actually, it'd be Bluetooth. Bluetoothy. We're just working because I switched it when I went on break, and then I came back. Nothing here. Says it's connected. Says it's connected, but not showing up. Okie dokie. Disconnect them. Take them off. Put them back on again. Connected. Oh boy. Okay, well, let's see if my other headphones work. I don't change anything, everybody. It just stops working. Stuff just stops working all the time. It's really annoying. My headphones are, these headphones are dead. Just charging them. See if I can at least get these to come up. Yeah, there we go. These ones are up now. Let's make a noise. Okay, I can hear those, but those got to charge. Let me put them in there to charge. And then, yes, I put the Sega sound in there. Then I got these on. Okay. Then we should see these switch to these. Okay, there they are. Apply those. Working now. Okay. Oh, boy. So much work I have to do just to do a thing. Thank you for the ones in the chat, everybody. Let me go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kids cats for working together, and also let me know everything's working now. This is what this whole night is like. Fixed technical problem stream. All right, so we got that fixed. Now we're gonna go ahead and do this. Oof, big ringing in my ears right now too, because of my medical conditions. Everybody, my loss of hearing, I hear ringing from time to time as well. It's like that in my ear for no reason, just randomly from time to time. All right, what? Oh, wait, now the keyboard's not working? Now my keyboard's not working. What is going on today? Is there like solar flares or something? Yeah, now my keyboard is not working. Nope, keyboard totally not working. I think they're telling me not to stream today, but I refuse to give up. Okay, so my gaming PC, the keyboard is not working. Okay, I don't know what's going on, everybody. I don't know what's going on. I can't use my keyboard at all. I'm gonna have to shut down that PC. All right, boom. Shutting it down. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. Since I do have 2 computers, I don't have to stop the stream to shut my gaming PC down. So it'll shut itself down over here, and I can see all the lights are on, which is a dead giveaway that something is wrong. Because I have mine set to where it doesn't have any lights on. All the stuff is dark. So also very quiet in here when this PC's off. This PC is a bit noisy, everybody, with all these fans. And those are quiet fans, but it's like going all the time. I don't even know how many fans it has. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the power fan, so 11 fans running on that thing at one time. You got the power supply has a fan in it too. So yeah, 11 fans whirling away over there as well. All right, so let me reset my gaming PC here. And let's see if we can get our keyboard back up and running. I just AFK for a little bit, and I come back and everything broken. And this is the thing about technology, but it's just constantly trying to get stuff going, constantly as well. Use the Alienware that sound like an F-15 fighter jet taking off. Yeah, Rebel. Yeah, those things are loud, but they are powerful. You got to give it to them. One of the coolest things I saw from Alienware was the brilliant idea of taking a monitor, one of them smaller monitors, and turning it vertically and having it for the chat. I was like, oh, that's really brilliant. I went by their booth and said, hey, that's really brilliant. I love that vertical, the way you have your monitor turned on, because you can actually turn the rotation of your monitor or the rotation of the picture in your monitor if you wanted to put it vertically. Because the chat lends itself more to a vertical format than a horizontal format. If it's wider, that line that someone typed is not going to get any wider, really, than whatever they typed. But if you can see more of the chat vertically, even cooler. And I actually had my setup like that at one point, where I had the chat vertically, and then I just got a bigger monitor. I got a 27-inch monitor instead of having like a 15-inch. So that works better too. Just get a bigger monitor. And then I just have the chat kind of shrunk down a little bit on the side. I have all my alerts and things like that I can see on my other monitor as well. All right, we're waiting for all the stuff to load. And I have a cool thing on my Stream Deck, everybody, where I can press one button and it launches all my apps that I usually use. It'll launch Discord, it'll launch Steam, all that stuff. But it won't do it every time. It's not like the auto launcher that you have or auto startup that you have on Windows. It only does it when I press the button. So I can control it a bit better on when I want it to launch and when I don't want it to launch. But we'll try to get this working. Is my keyboard working again? Yes, it is. All right, I can use my tab on my keyboard. Again, something went horribly wrong now. But we'll do whatever. Oh, new patch for Enshrouded there, I saw. Very cool. What else? Medieval Destiny got a update. Fallout 4 December patch is now available. What else? Warframe got an update on the 16th. See, that's right at the top of Twitch. The top of Steam, everybody. Right over here. And let me bring it up here. And bam. Right across the top here is it tells you what all the latest updates are. And you can see there's a bunch of updates, patch 12. And we're going to get back to Enshrouded, get back to all those games eventually, I hope, if we have enough time. But I do like to look at all the ones that are updated in case there's something super cool in there that we just can't miss. A lot of updates that came through, especially for PUBG there. Lots of updates. But I do have, again, as you can see, a bunch of windows and stuff that I do launch at the very beginning. And then I just launch Satisfactory manually from my Satisfactory launcher as well. And we need to get around to getting back to Astroneer and Outer Worlds 2 after the beginning of the year. We'll get into those again, but we're kind of pushing those back because we're going to be doing Satisfactory Day, Fallout, all the rest of this week. Then over the weekend, we are going to be doing 7 Days to Die. Try to sneak in some Fallout on Monday, and then Tuesday will be Satisfactory, and then we will be out for the holiday until January 5th. I keep saying June, everybody, but yeah, just fill in the blanks, everybody. Fill in the blanks. Kismet's old. I can't function like a normal human being anymore. I do what I gotta do. So there you go. You have one of my monitors vertical as well for when I'm reading guides for games and stuff, so I don't have to scroll as much. Yeah, see, that's really smart, Rebel. Absolutely. Also great for spreadsheets and things like that. When you're working more vertically on a spreadsheet versus horizontal. They used to have monitors that did that you could just rotate it and would automatically flip to vertical. We just know its orientation, which is pretty cool as well. But again, I just went with bigger monitors this time instead of vertical monitors. Okay, so we got the FICSMAS constructor. Did we save all of this? Hopefully we did. Let's just save that for FICSMAS. And that is pretty awesome. So we're going to go with that. And then we are working on the next thing, which is our smelter. So let's go load that. We'll go ahead and load our mega smelters here. There we go. And the first thing we're going to do is call it something else. Let's go. FICSMAS smelter. There we go. Should have did a different color, green. There we go. Now again, if you change, you can change everything but the title once you save it. You can change all of this stuff. I wouldn't change the directory because you're already saved in a certain directory, but you can change the description, you can change the icon, what it's supposed to look like, and color, and it will save over the one you already have. All right, Ignite smelting. That's not what we want. We want to get, what is the first thing we're smelting over here? I guess we turn our sound back on too for our game. There we go. Well, I think it's the bulbs. Yes, the red FICSMAS ornaments. And again, we already have it. Might as well keep it. And what we're doing, purple. Yeah. That's just letting us know that that is production. Using purple instead of orange because we're going to use orange for our other production. We don't want to get them confused. And then purple along the back here. Like so. And that's just so we can visually see what's on each level pretty quickly. And then, of course, we'll have it labeled as well. So we're going to go over here and we are going to find ornaments. Ornaments. No. Ornaments. Okay, fine. I'll just look under parts. Oh. Yes. O-R-N. Yeah. O-R-N is how you spell that. Brain not functioning at 100%. Okay, there we go. Ornaments there, and then this is FICSMAS ornaments. I feel like there's an I in there somewhere. Oh boy, getting old, everybody, getting old. O-R-N. O-R-N-A-M-E-N-T. Oh, I spelled it right. Okay, yay me. Yay me for once. Okay. I don't know why I'm throwing an I in there. Maybe I keep thinking there's an I, but there's not. Now we know. Okay, now we're going to actually set these to be our red ones. And then we can always change them later. I don't know why I'm doing that. I can just copy it. And then paste. Go to every single one. Make sure you get them all. I did not paste. Nope, still did not paste. Copy, copy, copy. See how it does weird things? That's why I always like to double check it by having the window open. That just saved me later when I just make a pin of these and they're not actually set properly. Even if you set one of them wrong, you're going to be redoing all of that later. So you don't want to have to redo the work you've already done. I'm going to double check all of these again. All right, those are good. These are all good. Okay, those are all good. And we'll save that again because we made a bunch of changes. Easy. Next one is assemblers. Assemblers. Where is our assembler? That's a good question. Assemblers. Factories. Assemblers. Did we do our blueprints for the assemblers? Yeah, I thought we did. Yeah, see, that one's in the other one. And we haven't got to it yet. Could be. I seriously doubt it, though. Ooh, we just haven't mega built it yet. And we have assemblers. I have a blueprint for assemblers, but not at the level that we want it to. All right, factories. 8 assemblers. Oh, wait, we'll get out of there. Out of there. Clear this. Clear blueprint designer. And then we'll just see if we can just put it down. They've been fixing this where you can put these down a little bit easier, but if it's beyond the thing, it's kind of hard to grab it from a previous one and then fix it up. In fact, we'd probably be better off just grabbing the existing one here and just retrofit it, though we already have it kind of fit in there, though we'd have to retrofit it for those. Yeah, I feel like we'll just retrofit it into here. So we'll take out all of this stuff and this back here. Now time to rework all of this. Okay, get all these mergers. Again, see what I really want to do is get everything but. Alright, everything but the foundations. But they don't have that function, and it would be nice if they did, because it would be so much easier to do this kind of stuff. And again, I'm just hitting G. Wait, those I actually don't want to get rid of. Alright, let's start over. G for those. Then G for the belts. Not the same belts. At least it doesn't think they are. And then splitters. What else? Lifters, we'll leave those. Alright, take all that out. Just get that out of the way so we can see what we're on. Okay. This one, and take those out. This is circling back and going up. This is coming up from down below. Down below and up above. That's for chaining. Oh. Yeah, we haven't need to do anything with power yet. Okay, so we're going to redo this, but in a mega style with assemblers. I don't think we ever got to finish our assemblers here. So we want to see if we can do back-to-back. And that's kind of hard to do with assemblers because one will have to be up higher than the other so that when you're chaining them, they don't block each other. So probably better to do those facing away and have the finished product facing toward itself. Like this. And like this. And I think we tried to figure this out and it was like too close for this particular blueprint or something. Let's just go ahead and put down a merger. Let's say it's going to flow that way. Remember something about this that we had to do something, or it was too close, or couldn't get it to work or something. We'll figure it out. It might be the back of it is too close. Again, we can just rework all of this. And we'll rework our power. And let's have these outputs be elsewhere. So we can maximize our space in here. How many of these we can get just running right down the center. And I think it should pick up the orientation also of the last one you do, or there's an option you could turn on that would do that. Right over here as well. Also, if you didn't notice, I got my cloak on, by the way, everybody. It's great for anti-stress and also for just if you get cold. It's a weighted cloak, and it's awesome. From my buddies over there at Free the Sheep. Appreciate them sending it in. I do wear it all the time. Very nice. Very, very nice and totally worth it. Your sleep is worth every penny, believe me. As someone who has really bad sleep problems, it's worth every penny to have that kind of comfort and ability to just rest. To rest. This is the. I was wearing this cloak when I accidentally fell asleep for like 2 hours on a break here on the stream. Actually, twice I think I've done it now. I have never done that before in the 10 years I've been streaming. Everybody, have I ever done that? And just when I did these cloaks, man, I just dozed right off. It was so comfy. So comfy. Big time. Okay, these I'm going to leave just generic, I think. Okay, and this is merger. So this is all merging together. Now, getting the logistics of getting this in here. We can turn it backwards. Now, if you never tried this before, but you can just turn them backwards like this. Now I'm on the inside, right? Instead of having them on the outside, which is normally what you do. Then what you're going to need on the outside here is the splitters. So we're going to have this come in, let's say from the front. And what is it we're putting in here? We're putting in ornaments from other things. So most likely we're going to bring that in from the two different inputs. So we could put those two inputs right here. So this will be input 1, input 2, and then we'll do a lifter, same angle there. Then this one will just come up into that splitter. Again, our raw resource is going to come from below. And this is going to go into there, and then this will just be a repeat of this one, that one. We also need to split it so it goes to the other side. So this actually needs to go back. Bring this one way back like this for a minute while we try to figure this out. So we're going to bring this up and double split it. So we want to bring it up here, right there, and then split it like this. Run this across. Let's put the splitter in here. And then then we can take this one to this, and we can turn on our straight, and it'll make a nice straight with a 90-degree turn eventually. There we go. Then this one will go in the bottom one, and then continue on this side as well. We'll just distribute all of that. And we'll put all this in. There we go. And then got our input here, or no, this is our output. Now we might want to take our output and run it up. We end up putting a lifter there just to get over that in there, and then we'll put our output up in case we want to store it, or in case we want to chain it back up to especially this. What if we want to chain this up above? We'd have to get this and this one to chain up above. Okay, well, we'll figure that out. Okay, so we also want to put our lifters in. Too bad you can't just snap this to this. Though you could do that, hit H, and then try to nudge it, but it don't like to be nudged. Okay, this of the things you want to nudge is this, but you put it down like that, and it thinks it's splitting that. It's like cutting that thing in half. So, again, I think you should be able to move it right there. Let's do it like this, where we put it down on the ground or on the foundation. And we'll just nudge it. You can nudge it as far as you want now, which is awesome. You can also vertical nudge, which is just an absolute godsend that you have all the nudging abilities. Okay, that's a problem because it's going the wrong way. I might have wanted to check the orientation there. Check your orientation before you nudge it all the way over there. Make sure it is lined up. Okay, all of that looking good. There we go. I wonder if I could hit H on this and then just nudge that and then bring that down. Nudge that over. You sure can. Hey, how cool is that? Like that. Nudge that straight over and then just nudge that down into position. That's some good nudging. And then this is here. This goes to there. These we're definitely going to redo. Never trust those suckers. It's going to go in there and go down there. And let this lined up so we can just run this into there. All right, so we got our double inputs into here. We probably want to work on our power systems a little bit. We already did. Look at this go. All right, definitely want to save this. I get too far. FICSMAS assembler. Assemblers. MK3 Mega. Assembler, change that icon. This is, I don't know how many assemblers this is. I forgot to count. Was it 6? I think it was 6. We can always change it. Yes, 6 assemblers. Now I can try to get another one in there, but I prefer to just put it in groups of, 5, 6, 10, 20, that kind of thing. In these blueprints, it just makes it easier. By the way, I can put multiple levels in the same blueprint. So I could put, another level of this up above, and another level, and another level, and level. So when I'm putting it down, I'm putting down, 20 of them at the same time as well. Oh man, my dizziness acting up again. Just hope it passes, everybody. Man, I'm pushing myself so much in the IRLs, everybody. I'm pushing myself. trying to get feel better. Trying to get this Vault Van Life project off the ground, and the way of doing that is to get my health where this does, if it does all of a sudden happen, I also go underneath too, that I can just go right to it. Again, if it was done today, I'd be off traveling right now to whatever next gaming event would be going on, or to famous gaming locations right now. I'd take you guys along with me, virtually along, but we got to get the van and we got to build the van out. Who knows how long that's going to take? But in life, you just go for it. Right? In life, you got to just go for it. You know, I got no time to say, hey, I want to do this one day. I do it now or I do it never, pretty much. Yeah, I think we can go there. Bring this over. Bring that up right there. And then we have that perfectly done. You definitely want to rerun the lines here. Perfectly lined up over the top of that other one. So we can just go ahead and run this into this one. Sure we got all these connected. We'll know the second we start this up and it doesn't, it's not putting it in the thing. So, and then these back in there. Something weird about this one. Okay, that's better. See, always something funky trying to mess you up. Okay, so double input. It's going to feed to both sides. Then it's going to come back, and I kind of feel like we'll just go straight up right here. So we're going to put that right over the top, take this out, and have this run up into that. Then we can take the output straight up, and then we want to take the input straight up as well. So, what about over here? Not enough room over on that side, but we've got these here, so we can work with these. So, let's put the holes in first. Line here where we want this to go. Maybe just do it in the center. Center that side, center this side, and then put it on the ground so it's easier to nudge into position. And then this way. And that is a splitter, but it's not splitting the right way. Should have rotated it. Alright, so I got to rotate it this way. There we go. Yeah, the nudging is so infinitely helpful, everybody. It really is. I think that was a really great addition to the game. So right there. Now notice I'm not just putting it on the belt, and the reason why I'm not just putting it on the belt is because what it does is it is kind of sliding along that edge and not really being perfectly snapped, and so that's why we're doing that. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then we'll do this up into there. Then we'll just do the same thing over here. That way. Nudge that in position. We do our setups here. Into there. Okay, so now we can chain them from one grouping to another. We'll save that. Oh man. Okay. Dang it. So yeah, dizzy everybody. Alright, sorry everybody, I gotta take another break, man. Sucks getting old. Don't get old, everybody, stay young. That's my advice. Season 1 dropped. Yes, I already watched it, Tyster. I actually took a break from the stream. Thank you for coming in, saying, hey, Kismet in chat. I actually took I paused or let the stream run while you guys were doing some words on stream, and I went and watched it, so I didn't get any spoilers. So I did watch it and check it out. It's supposed to drop today at 3 a.m., but it actually dropped yesterday, the 16th, at 6 p.m. They actually rolled it to earlier. So that's what they told me earlier on stream. I was like, well, hey, I'm going to go watch it right now then. Because normally I would have watched it before the stream. If that was the case. But they have it like 3 a.m. is when it comes out, Eastern Standard Time. So in the next week, I'll be taking a break. I'll let you guys do some words on stream while I take a break, watch some Fallout, and then come back. Because I don't want, again, any spoilers. All right, everybody, I gotta lay down again because dizziness is nonstop. This stream is totally off the rails, but we're not gonna give up. We're gonna keep working. All right, we're gonna keep working at it. But for right now, we're gonna go ahead and make sure we got all this stuff running. There we go. And we'll keep that going and then take a little break and come back. All right, I'm back, everybody. Let's see if I can help you with this puzzle a little bit. Let's go. Let's try to earn you guys some Kismets. We get all of them. We're going to give you 5,000 caps right now. Not too many words left. Let's go. What do we got? M is the fake letter. Don't use that one. D-U-E-N. D-E-U-N. Try to do some of that. What? Done. You probably already got that one. Dune. You got that one. Fend, like fend for yourself. There we go. I got one word. We can also look over there. Found is, you got both of those already. Fund, you already got that, right? You already got that. And then fondue. Do you fondue? That's from Captain America. All right. What else? Node, N-O-D-E. Oh, two more. 5,000 on the cap. One more, everybody. This is an F word. F word. Come on, everybody. Use your F words. Fund. We already did fund. F-U-N. Fend. What? Oh, man. I can't think of it. Oh, so close. That last word, everybody. That last word. So close. But that's okay, everybody. You guys work together. That's the important part. And we did get it done to unlock that next level. So close, everybody. So close. But we'll give you some kiss caps here when my little kiss cap thing kicks in. It's like I got to press it ahead of time before it starts to work. And thanks everybody for understanding that sometimes I do have to take a break. Really pushing myself. I'm pushing myself physically and production-wise here on the stream. Streaming every single day I can. Some days I struggle. I've actually done 24 days in a row, multiple years. I've been doing this for 10 years. So every single time I try to stream for 24 days in a row, but it's getting tougher. It's getting tougher the older I get, but we're still working at it. We're not going to give up on this stream. We're going to get in there and we're going to try to get some stuff done. Try to get some stuffy stuff done. Now we could, I feel like we could fill this back in again. We've got all of this. We've got our upper stuff so we can feed it upwards. I feel like we can just put all of this back in here. Yes. You can see some of this overlaps, everybody, because of the offsets of stuff, but we got it. Do that the same. Again, working from the front backwards, so they all match up in that direction. There we go. And again, turn the sound on. Game sounds. And don't forget to put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody. I forgot to ask that. We always do that just to check. But sometimes I just take a break, I come back and everything goes off the rails. Microphone stops working, it's muted, it's, screens are messed up. It's always something. Oh, like right now. Screen. Oh, wow, I called that one, didn't I? That was my bad, everybody. I forgot to take the screen out. See, always told you something. Thank you, Rebel Header, for letting me know I was in the wrong screen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 1,000 kids caps. Right there for all of you. See, I go right to it. We go right to work. What I did is I put in the blocks here at the top, everybody. I just put these blocks back into the top. That's all you missed. Now you got it. All right, and then save this again over this, and this should be ready. Now, the best way to tell is when we go to actually use it. That's the real trick. All right, load the blueprint and see if we have any foundries that we have done down here. We haven't done foundries in there yet. Okay, well, we'll just use the one we got. And this time we'll say foundries like this, or foundry like that. And then over here, foundry. Foundry. There we go. Select that. And FICSMAS Foundry. Save. And we'll fix all this text in here later. Okay. So now we're going to take this right back out again. And then we'll try to line it up to what we've already got. Did we already set? We already set our inputs on the left. Because foundries are the same way. We already set our inputs here on the left side. Okay. So when we're chaining that up to the next one, it's going to be right over here, and it will chain through to the one up above. Just double checking that before I get too far. Again, we'll take all these out again, and I did set it to limit it. This we don't need to take out. To limit it to that. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and take the assemblers out. And we're going to put some foundries in. All right, foundries. So where are you? Right over here. Foundry. Right there. Now, our foundries are going to be very similar to what we just did with the double inputs and double outputs. But the whole back side of it, you can see over there, works differently. And again, I feel like it's easier to merge the single two together than to try to split the back ones together. But when it comes to the foundries, they're a bit shorter, so we do have more room. Again, we'll go in and we'll take out all of this, redo all of these. Oops. And we do a lot of putting in and taking out. Those, and then G. All of these. Like so. We're going to leave these in because those are going to be pretty similar. Just press each one. Make this go a little faster. Those out. These are our inputs. We'll redo all of those. And that's because the way that this is going to work is a bit different. So all of this is going to be different anyway. So might as well just fix it. All right, now this one we're going to flip it the other way, I think. Or we could just leave it the way we had it, and then we could just leave our inputs exactly the same. And that will make it consistent across there. Again, we can just double up on the inputs and run that down the center. I feel like just doing the outputs is easier. Like this. And the thing about this is it's going to be offset in the other direction. Meaning that's going to be poking out this way like this. See, one's going to go this way, one's going to go the other way. And that's going to have an effect when we get down here to this side. The way this line up. Yeah. To our inputs and outputs. Okay. Okay, so we got that going. We need another one of these back over here. Which way are we going? We're going this way. Merger that way. Okay, these all line up. Very nice. Well, they were starting to line up. What is going on here? They're all lined up to each other. This one is not lined up. Huh. Didn't put that one down right. Fix the way those mergers are going. There we go. It's because it's a different offset than what we had before. That's why it's like that. And again, merging together the output down this way. And then that output is going to go right up into there. Oh, it's not going to be the same. We'll make it the same, like this. There we go. We'll make it line up like the other one did. And then these are going to be ornaments, and we need to run power to all of these. Let's definitely fix how we have this. Take all this out. Fix up that power. Okay, and then these are inputs here. So this time we will go this way. Every other one. Put our splitters ahead of it. And hit H, and again, I totally didn't think of it till right now that I don't have to put those ones at the bottom anymore. But I don't have to put those anymore. I don't have to stack them 3 high anymore. I can just hit H and then nudge this stuff around because you have vertical nudging. And the whole reason why we did it the way we did it before is because you didn't have vertical nudging. And now that you do, you can just do this, hit H, move it up to the same thing, and then just nudge it directly where it goes. That's awesome. That's very awesome. Not awesome the way I'm doing this splitting though. That's the input. This is an input. Now there we go. Much better because I don't have to put stuff back in again later, right? Only thing I got to redo here is my lifters just to make sure that those are lining up. What? Connected to world buildables. Going on with that, but whatever. Whatever. Fixed now. Just here. Again, same thing on this one. We'll bring it up. Line it up that way. This one turned the wrong way. This one's probably going the wrong way. Sure is. Going the wrong way. So coming up from down below, running down there. Okay, the rest of this is easy. This is us just running along here. Splitter. Actually, the last one we don't even need it. I could have eliminated this last one because all it needs is a belt. Here, that to there, and this coming out of here right into there. Okay. Oh wait, we need another splitter. Split this. It's pretty close, like this. Put that back in. This into there. Yeah, this one's going to have a problem trying to get over to here. Same thing here. We'll do the second one as the lifters on this one. Attach. Yeah, I really like that. You just hit H and then page up and put it where you want it to go. That's pretty awesome. Helps if you have it rotated the right way, though. That's going to be super useful. Yeah, hit H, nudge that up. Using your page up and page down. Bingo. And then once you got it lined up, you can just hit roll underneath it or above it and then just do it like that. And you don't have to nudge it up as much. And that one, and H, nudge. Man, that saves a good amount of time. You gotta think if you do a whole bunch of these, everybody, that's a big time saver right there. Very large time saver. Again, my advice is always redo all of these. Every single time you go to mess with this, you want to make sure all those are done. And this one, same thing. We take this out, just reduce an extra piece. Put that right in there. And then this one, I'll just keep a little bit closer on this one. Line all these up, easy, easy. Double click, this across to there, that across to here, tempting to double click, there we go. And then this is going to have to do some finagling. And the second I saw that was offset, I knew this part was coming here, where we have to kind of pop it out a little bit, then put it around the corner to get around that edge sticking out. And then we'll go to the center here. We're going to need our foundations back in the center. This one. this one. Other way. That way. And then we'll just put one connector here in the center. We'll just connect everything to that. No? Feel like doing a ceiling connector? That one working. Oh, it's a double. No, we need this one. There we go. See, we just connect all these into the same central spot, which is great. Okay, and then we got to run that power. Where are we chaining this power to? I guess we're just chaining it straight up from down below. I didn't think about my other power there too. I'll probably have to figure that out later. Okay, and then again here with a splitter. Now this one again is going to be kind of angled, so we don't want to do that. We can tell it to be straight, but that's not going to work. We can do this, H that, page up, and then just bring this over. Should have done it the other way. Put this here, but rotate it that way. Nudge that out, nudge that up. That, and then toward us here, just so we can kind of go around this curve. And we're going to have issues with our outputs up here. So this going straight across, of trying to avoid the outputs, and we'll go at an angle to here. Yeah. Oh. Weird thing there. Have it on straight mode. Let it curve around that. Very nice. And then more here. It's all going to feed in there. Did I take these out and put them back in again? When in doubt, do it again. Kind of feel like I did, but just in case, so I'm not going, hey, why is that not working? Let's redo that and then rerun this line again. I'm always just making sure when you do a blueprint, you don't want to have to come back here 15 times and fix this blueprint, especially when you make a whole bunch of these, which we're going to do. I want to make sure all that stuff works on the first try. Okay, same thing here where we want to get our splitters going right here. We want it to come in from this direction. I want to line that up. That. So this will help us kind of go around a little bit. And we're going to need to move that back. Yeah, we're going to have problems on this one. So maybe do something. Or actually, just put them on the other side. Yeah, just put them on the other side of it like this. And use this outside area that we're doing. It's going to make that way easier. It's going to want to bring that down and attach it to that. Yeah, let's just do this. And we'll do that for right now. Okay, so this has to go to here. Then this is going to be up higher. So here, there. This is going to curve back around to there. Then this one up here is going to go here first. Really get it to not hit that thing there. We might have to do a little work on that. Then this one now is out further, so we no longer need these. So just to help us get it figured out. Then this is straight around there, and then we keep feeding it up into the one up above. So make sure it's going the right direction. Same thing here. Yep, that might get in the way. Don't like it. Don't like it. We're definitely fixing that. Okay, and then up here into there. Got to get this to go. A little bit this way first. Then curve back. Just default back a little bit, or we could just manually fix this curve. All right, I'll show you how to make a perfect curve right there the old-fashioned way. What we're going to do is get a conveyor mount here, and we're going to put it right down the center and back it up here. We're going to hit H, and then we're going to go 1 and 2 back, like that. And then we're going to go ahead and take this into there, take this into there, and that's how you create a natural curve around that stuff. See how I kind of did a half curve there and a half curve there? When I put the top on there, that conveyor lift will be there, but I can just take it out. Kind of redundant, and also in my way when I'm flying around. Same thing over here, redundant. Okay, so that's up, and that is up there. This is up here. By the way, everybody, Fallout Season 2, thumbs up for me, everybody. The continuing that magic from Season 1. I did watch all of Season 1 again, binge watched it. I was going to watch it in 2 separate days, but I wasn't feeling well, and I thought, well, while I'm not feeling well, I might as well watch some more Fallout again. So I watched the whole thing again, and then I saw some new stuff too. See, that's the thing about watching the series again, because now you're not really trying to pay attention to the plot as much because you already know what's going to happen. But now you can pay attention to all the little details in the background and stuff. Now, it's my second time watching it, but I'm not going to watch it 15 times through. I've got stuff to do, that is a fun way of doing that. In fact, we could just take this out. Oh no, we need that for the splitting. Duh. We need that for the splitting. It's all about the splitting. No worries, we got this. Nudge that back up. Nudge that back in position. We're going to have to redo some of that for sure. Take this out. Take this out, and especially this, and then make sure those are all going the right direction. This one to here, that one to there with straight mode, and now we've got it. All right, so much logistics, right? And again, this is just so we can chain it from one building to another, because we might want to do a bunch of smelters in a row, which we'll probably end up doing at some point. Just massively outputting tons and tons of stuff. And again, this is the first time I ever bothered to blueprint this, because we're doing some big boy builds over here. Big boy mega build. I should do this from the front to be consistent with the rest of these. Okay. And the same thing here. There we go. All that good. And again, we'll test these to see how well they work, and then we'll iterate on them if we missed, something along the way. These are all defaults. We can just change to what we want. Go from there. If you don't change it to something, this way you don't accidentally leave it as something that you don't want. I've done that before, where, you start making a bunch of blue ones and it has a red one left in there, which might happen with our blueprint we have. But we'll see. We'll see if we catch it or not. So it's usually best to have it as nothing, better than to have it as some random thing, because it could get on the belt and then stop the belt from running wherever you have it going next. So that can trip you up. All right, so this is 6 boundaries that you can change to anything you need. The chain, that chain, they chain. Yes, they chain. They chain to each other as part of the FICSMAS set. Yes. Okay. Is that all we need? That's what we need to get started anyway. Let's do it. Okay. Now we're going to replace the bulk of our FICSMAS stuff back this way with this. And we just happen to have some more room over here that we can utilize. I'll pick up this blueprint and get away with that. Okay, it might be time to decommission all of this stuff. out of here. Like I saw. And turn this on. Oh, these are not blueprinted. Nope, no blueprints. Oh, it just hadn't kicked in. It was having an issue. Okay, this is not blueprinted. We'll take these foundations out. Now, all of this, everybody's going bye-bye, but I'm just going to take the top of that off of there so I can add this. Now, I feel like I want to change these foundations now. Shooting out that snow. Change all these foundations purely for the for this build. All right, so let's go over here. And just save it again, just in case. Clear, and then we'll pull up some foundations. Foundations here. Our 6x6 green foundations. Doesn't matter which one, I can just color it all. And so we want to go in and change this to like a glass roof, but that's not actually glass roof. This is architecture. We're going to need flat roofs like this. So we'll take this out. Very much like we're doing with the other stuff. It's like an angle roof. Flat roof. Why is it still... No, it's just raised. And you see it extends beyond the edge there, which I don't like. What are these ones we're using over here? Glass frame foundation. Oh, I forgot they added those. I'm using them. All right, we'll use those. So basically, we're going to be able to see under what we're working on here. Take all those out. I think there's a function also you can replace current stuff. Can't remember if this game or another game. But notice I'm putting the beams in the same direction, like this. Long ways from the front, in theory. Oh, I like how it just changes it, even though I didn't ask it to. Constantly trying to trip me up. Yeah, this one here in the middle. Those out. Got to be consistent in my foundation direction. There we go. Again, losing my voice a little bit, everybody. Definitely happens about this time of year. All this massive hype we've been doing all year. Select color. We're going to change it to green. This is 6x6 FICSMAS. Foundations, MK3. 6x6 FICSMAS. Blueprints. All right. Save that. All right, with our little glass floors now. So let's go over here, and because they're the same shape as what I've already got, I can just go ahead, go right here. Did it put it back in foundations? I actually want to take it out of there and put it on undefined for right now, just so I can find it. Okay, didn't do it. I forgot I got to do this. Yeah, just put it there. There we go. Apply those changes. We can set that to number 7. Blueprints. Number 7 in our hotbar. And you can actually use the blueprint before to snap that in like that. There we go. And again, this is going to be a special spot for this build. We're going to take these other ones out and just kind of fix these all up. And 7 over here. Make sure they're all going the same direction. Like I said, a very, very big build over here. Foundations out. And we can go ahead and remove all of our trees. I'm just going to say G. Grab as many of the trees as I can, because we're going to need those resources to redo that again. Oh boy, I think I might have been dropping. Where's the box? Got to go get our local dismantle box for some of that. Okay, we got to put this away into a box here. Let's put it over here. We might need some of that later. Way over here in the corner. Just store all of that and all of this. There we go. You can see it's massively reduced the amount that it's running now. It's okay. It's the whole box of it over there. It'll be fine. Okay, let's go up a little higher. So we just go back and forth along this chain. Take all these out, because again, these are not blueprints. You have to manually take all these out. And you see I just have it swerving back and forth, where you could also, again, do it like I'm doing it now, where it's combined. Hitting that belt underneath there. Just press control, and then hold down control. To avoid getting that other belt or any other belts that I don't want to take out under there. And rolling over all this stuff. So cool. Yeah, this dismantle filter is one of the greatest things they added to the game. It is awesome because you do, big builds, man. You got to go in here and take all this out. But if you have it as blueprints, even faster. We could just zip, zip, zip and be all gone. We did want to redo it after doing blueprints. So doing blueprints as quick as possible will help you in the long run when you go to take all this stuff and redo it. Okay, then middle mouse button this. We're going to snap that right into there. What are we doing over here? This is feeding. Oh, that's full of stuff, I bet. It sure is. This is feeding into the awesome sink. So we're going to take this and that one out. Put down more foundations. Make sure they are going the same direction. The beams, yes. Okay. And then that actually is not matching up well with that, because this is a different grid when you get over here than it is over here, because we've changed the starting grid area over there as well. We got stuff in our way here we'll have to divert or do something with eventually. We want a nice big area. Oh, present came down. A nice big area to work over here. And again, we're going to take it from over here and we're going to put it over here. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Looks like we got this, and then this would be one grid, and this and this. This is actually going into this other grid. So we're going to take these out now and just let that stuff be exposed for now. Same thing here. And again, see, this is on our current edge of that, but I think it'll be fine until I need to use that space over here. So let's just start right here. And we're going to put down our first blueprint, which is our trees right here, FICSMAS gifts. It looks like a little garden. I love it. I think it turned out awesome. And it's a 6x6, so it should just perfectly match up in there. And it looks like it's going to run into that. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, we got to divert this even further over. So temporarily, we're just going to go ahead and fill these back in. Just to do something like that. And then along these back edge. Again, we'll end up taking all of this out. We're going to replace all of this with our giant mega build later. Okay, and I can see this is going into the space elevator, so this is definitely can go bye-bye. All of this can be decommissioned. This is functional functional thing here. This is our quick wire, which we're actually using. So we want to move our quick wire over out of the way of what we're working on, and we want to run this way. Take this out. Oh, took my sound off. Now that I turn the sound off when the background noise is annoying me. Now I do it automatically. I don't even remember I did it. And I can sit here for hours, everybody. Hours without any sound whatsoever. I have that kind of concentration level. I can just get in the zone, you know what I mean. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to go under here, and instead of using this one, ooh, that's right there. That is in the way. Okay, we're going to change our mind on this one, move it over even further. Make it go in. Then bring this down into there. It shouldn't flip. There we go. And then revamp this up here. Oh, out of there, out of there. Don't need this. That. Need that. Everything but the foundation would be an amazing feature right there. Again, I hope they add it at some point, because it would be awesome. I would use that feature all the time, man. I'd be using that left and right. Okay, there we go. Clean that up, move that out of the way so the quick wire can continue to make whatever it's making over there. Honestly, I forget what it is. All right, so this is one, and then this is the next one here. So now what we want to do is take this actually out and then start it with our actual blueprint, our FICSMAS GIF blueprint here. And we want to try to aim it to the edge. So it's at that edge. I think we want to turn it toward us. So let's get that blueprint down below on number 8. We're going to be making a lot of these. All right. There's our arrow. Oh, there it was. Can't see it because the thing's in the way. There we go. And let's make sure it's snapped in there. Does look like it's in there pretty good. Again, this is the back and this is the front. Over here. Now this is a generator, everybody, so this actually generates the resources. So there's really nothing I need to feed from underneath. That just made a whole bunch of trees. So very awesome. Now what we want to do is basically stack these, and I think we could go and take this out now as well. Now what we're going to do is keep some of the stuff so we don't have to go back and restart this all up again, though it's going to make massive amounts, everybody. It's going to make absolute tons of amounts. And we also check the splitter there. We'll get rid of all that. So this is going to be the first part of it, and that's just where our trees are going to be. We're going to stack those vertically. Then the next part is going to be storage. No, not storage. It's going to be the oh, no, we're going to stack trees on both sides. That's what it was. Okay, so, and then this goes up by 4. Okay, now let's see if we can stack these on top of each other fairly easily. Like this, and then with the arrow pointing toward us. Missing materials. Oh, I need more of this stuff over here, so no worries. We got this. What do we need to get? A whole lot of presents and our little stuff here, because this is going to take a lot of resources. So we're going to just take a whole bunch of that and then back that off a little bit. Actually, it'd be easier just to take it out. Take out a few rows of this. We're going to need an absolute ton of that, like that. A few rows of that, and the other thing was presents. And we'll just take as much as we can on the presents. Okay, now let's try it. Because you need to have the resources when you go to put this in here. Again, we're aiming at the top, and in theory, the two blueprints should snap right above each other perfectly, like that. All right, very awesome. Okay, and then again, we can just have this go up from here. That's why we built it the way we built it, so we can just chain it from one to the other. Real easy. All right, so that's going to go ahead. Oh, look, and the presents are already going up there. It's already generating presents and already run up there, but that means it's working. We want to test it, though, before we get too far. I want to make sure that each one of these is actually outputting and ending up where it should end up. So let's go long ways here and just check all of these. Each one of these are producing presents, and they are going into the thing. Okay, and then it goes around this way, merges with this one, which we can see that all sides are connected, producing presents. Awesome. And then over here, and then again, this chains up either to storage or it chains up to the next one. In this case, we're going to be stacking these 4 high, and the reason why we're going to stack them 4 high is because eventually it's going to reach that 1200 speed, which is what we want it to do. So we're just going to keep stacking them and stacking them, everybody. We're going to have some fun stacking. Again, just aim right there. Make sure the arrow is pointing toward me. If I can find it, there we go. And again, that's why I put the wall in there. The wall is going to help me just stack these up. And we need more ornaments now. Okay, again, that's why we're keeping all of these over here. And we're also running them into the dimensional depot just to make our job a little easier. But this is why we made so many extra of all of this. We can just replace all of these with this over here. But again, this is going to replace all that other production. So this is looking awesome. I love vertical building, everybody, especially when you're blueprinting it and just putting it in nice and easy like that. All right, so 4 of these now equals 1200. So we got that going, and again, we're going to chain this up from here into this one. Into that one. Just keep seeing that going up. Same thing here. Okie dokie. Got that going. Now, one of the problems we have right now is power. So we're going to go ahead and run a bit of power from over here somewhere. Probably off one of these train stations would be a good idea. Let's go over here and check where our power is running. Down into here. Probably a good idea to save. Save, FICSMAS blueprints. I just save over it. Since it's auto-saving, might as well just save over the one you already did. And then we're going to upgrade this. I'll just go to a 3. There we go. And we're just going to... Oh, there's some right here. There's some already there. Okay. Is that chaining from over here, though? Maybe not. A good idea just to do those anyway. It's just a bit far though for it to go to there. Let's go here first, and then we'll try to go across to here. There we go. Because the power is eventually going to be on that side, and all of this is going to go bye-bye. Except for the Christmas thing, we're going to keep this. This we will keep. All right, those are stacked and ready to rock. Okay, now we're going to need a big amount of present backlog. So, blueprinter over here. And we are going to load our storage down here. And we're going to change the color to green. And we're going to call it FICSMAS storage. to save that so we don't accidentally save the one we got. And just for a very holiday spirit here, everybody, we're going to go ahead and color this part in red. So production green, storage now red. Notice I color this back edge too. It just gives me a little indicator of what it is. Over here, over here, over here. Okay, nice. I can color all the boxes red. Why not? Okie dokie. Nothing else we need to do that's already set up to run in there, so we just save that. And in theory, we can just go ahead and throw this on the top of this. Oh, we got to run power. That's what I was doing also. I want to run some power along the side so that I can float up and down over there. Just going to grab this temporarily and just attach it right there. And right here. Right there. This just allows me to float around vertically. Okay, and then we want some foundations here, because on this next part, we actually align this from the front. So we want to be right here. Then across there. You're like, Kismet, does this affect your vertigo? Sure does. Every time. Really not vertigo, but it's just a constant dizziness, and there's a big, long, blah, blah, blah name for it. But you get the idea. You know, you get dizzy. I mean, that's pretty easy to understand, I think, once you get the general gist of it. That's why you typically just say vertigos, because most people know what that is. They're like, okay, I get the idea that you get dizzy. Right? Not necessarily because I'm up high, though that does affect it a little bit, but it's mainly just I'm dizzy all the time. Doesn't matter if I'm up high, I'm down low, I could be, you know, laying flat. I can still get dizzy. Thus is the struggle that is me. That's how it goes. All right, let's see. We got that going and see if it's red. It is red. All right, nice. Now we want to go ahead and decide what we want on these supports that we were going to do. I think we're just put them all the same color here as these supports here. We'll take out these, and then we're just going to run support right up into the bottom of this. This. This is really just for cosmetic, everybody, just to give it a cool look. It doesn't, I mean, it'll just float there in the sky, really. But I do like the look of this supports here, and then we have enough room where there's some light can get in there to the trees, and also some air, which you want to get some oxygen in there. Trees like oxygen. That's their thing. They like to expend oxygen, is a better way of saying it, because they take carbon monoxide that we're breathing and then turn it back into oxygen, which we need. So probably not a good idea to cut all those trees down. I'm just saying, it might be alternative things we could use nowadays to cut all the trees down. Yeah, probably not the best science experiment to be doing. Okay, I kind of like it. Kind of feel like those supports would be a little bit more industrial strength. Might change it later. We'll see. Okay, and then this is the final top part here where we're going to go ahead and now be able just to feed this directly under here. Again, the point is to hide this as much as you can. But now all these presents should be just going straight in there. We should see them coming through. There they go. Nice, nice. This side. Yes, they're just checking through there. Notice they're not doing it on both levels, which kind of sucks. They really need to work on that. And this is coming around, and then this is the end result. The end result is here. Trying to find the last box. I think this is the last box, because this then goes here, circles back around, and chains up to the next one. And we could also have it go out that way if we wanted it to. Yeah, this is actually the last box where it'll start to do this, and I could put those in there. But it's going to make an obscene amount of those. But it's doing those 1,200 per minute right now on that side. Now, we are going to build a big old Christmas stuff up in here, everybody. So I'd say we do a really super industrial strength. We're going to get our present out of the way here. And some of these we need to move. Oh boy. Guess I could have been running these out while I was working. Let's run this over here. Again, we'll just stack these up for a bit. So we don't have to manually move them all, but I'll move some of them like that and then sort my inventory. We'll get it started like this. And put it in the second one, because now I'm going to go ahead and take the this one here and run it right there. So it's running out. Now I could run it out of both of them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going at 2,400, because each belt is 1,200. Double that would be 2,400. But it's running out of there, and so that's less work for me. It'll do some of it while I'm doing the rest. Oh, did not want to do that. Not want to do that. I gotta bring all that back. Control click that stuff back. Control click that stuff in. My bad. Nope, back in. There we go. Make sure I don't mix my resources in there. Okay, this bottom one is good. Again, while it's running the rest of that, I'm gonna just clear this out. How are we doing? A little bit left. Okay, take this out. I need a little bit for what I'm building. Again, that just got it moved over there. Okay, so now over this side, where's our foundation here? So we're going to take this one out. And, again, we're going all in, everybody. Again, this is going to be, you know, probably 5 times the most I've ever built of these. Ever bothered to build. That way, this way. Okay, so H to make sure that it is at the right spot, and it wasn't, so I'm glad I always do the hologram before I do these blueprints, just to make sure if I have to nudge it into perfect position, which I just did. All right, now we're going to go a little bit faster since you guys got the gist of this. Here we go. Yes, we're building 2 of these. 2 of these big mama towers. What do we got? More presents, more other stuff. All right, let's go get it. You can't put it in the Dimensional Depot fast enough. And I've got it maxed, everybody. I got it on max speed, so it's never going to go any faster than it is. And then this is a use point where you have to manually go get it. Now, in the old days, we didn't have no Dimensional Depot, so we had to do all of it manually. So you had to go back and constantly pick up your resources all the time. And I never mind, you know, just kind of back and forth. But that time, you know, your time is your most precious thing, so running back and forth costs you more and more time as well. Blue and red ones. Blue ones over here. Red ones over here. What are we at? 1, 2, 3. And again, this would be 4. Man, that is working really good for alignment. I can aim at it and it snaps to the blueprint and just sits it right above there. Easy peasy. And then we should have put our little green storage, this one, as number 9. Be using that one a bunch too. Yikes, can't see anything. Can't see anything right there. Let's go over here and do the same thing with this power. We'll rerun this power another way later when we get into production. For this, we'll run over to here. And then we'll just do 2. Top of that one. That's because you can only run the power line so far, so best to get it going on, and this one just snapping right up there just like that other one. Very nice. Make sure it is actually lined up. Looks good that way. Looks good that way. All right, boom. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that storage right at the top. All right. Oh man, this is awesome. Look at this. Double towers, everybody. Double towers over here. Now, the thing is, everybody, you don't really need to build it at this level. And the reason why is because if you use the power of time, where you just let it run for a long time, you don't even do this. I've built it much smaller before. Again, since we're mega building, we're going to have some serious fun getting this going. How are we doing on time? Man, time is flying by. But we are having fun. That's the most important part. Like I'm getting my second wind now. Feel like it's coming in and we can get this going. And this is storage, so that's going to go back that way. And again, I'm just trying to max out the belts here. And then take this out. And then... don't have an under part there. And this one into storage. So this is 1,200 per minute. And then this up here is, I forget how many of these it is, something like 20 or something. How many of these are in here? 14. 14 storages in there. So that's 28 storages times, I forget how much they stack to. They stack to 200. Yeah, 200. So 200 times 14 times 2. That's a lot of those packages. So while you're doing other things, best thing to do is get this set up running, right? So this is just backlogging massive amount of these presents. Now, another smart thing for us to do, instead of just having tons of these presents down here where we have it in this box, is just to take this and just add this in as well. Just add this into this left one. Actually, maybe I'll just split it right there. We'll just split it right here. And again, we can do splitters in the sky now, everybody. Or you can aim right at the actual lifter and do splitters that way, which is awesome. Oh, it's more awesome when it's correct direction, though, like this. There we go. So what we're going to do is just run them and merge them in. Now, the problem is that this is our... Wait, no, we should go from the other... side. Like, we should... we can merge this in over here. This is an output. What we want to do is kind of tap into what we've already got. I think it's right here. Tap into what we got, but later down the line. So when this goes in, it goes in on that side. Right here. And then it goes into this one first. So what you want to do is, because as it goes through the cycle, it'll actually somewhat slow down. Because it's splitting it between multiple boxes and running it between multiple boxes. Actually, we'll just do this. Split this for, or no, merge this. Merge that. Merge this. Then we'll cut this line here and cut this line over here, which is basically going to backlog all this and stop this. And then we'll take our splitter and we'll just run what's in the box over here. It didn't quite reach. And that should take that excess and put the excess in there. So we don't have to pick up the excess and put it in there. It's going to automatically split it between the two. And as you can see, it's just going to run all of those extra presents right in there. Now, I think there was another box right here we do want to grab and run that out. Oh, this one's empty now. They burned it all up. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice. Less work there. Let's go over here and check all of this. That's all good. And you can see that there's nothing going on the lines anymore because the lines are filling up in there. And then nothing going on these either because these are all now ready to be decommissioned. So we can just take all this and these out now instead of just doing this horizontally like the way we've been doing it. Take all that out. Take all this out. Okay, and then a lot of load balancing we did here. We got to take out all of this stuff. It's the problem with building a lot of stuff, everybody, is you got to take it out at some point. And again, I have it just set to the belts right now because the belts are the number one thing. You have more belts than anything else, typically, in a build like this, especially when you're load balancing. If you missed this last time, remember these are all in episodes, everybody, so you can, figure out what episode this is, which is episode what? This is episode 25 of this particular playthrough. You can go back and watch the previous episodes and say, hey, Kismet, how did you do all that load balancing there? And how does load balancing work? Go check it out. Alright, all that out of there. And then, how's our inventory looking? Ooh, getting full again. Alright, well, here's the cool news. Go right over here and just control... Ooh, wrong thing. Control click these presents out of there. And I have a bunch of other stuff which we'll sort here in a bit. But again, I just like to have one place to put my resources. And then again, there is a box, and it's like a central box now. Wow, there's not even enough in there to put all this down. There's a central box now. Instead of having like all the little boxes, there's typically a central box, like I think it's this one right here, of all the stuff that you've been deconstructing over here that's been in overflow. You had too much of it, is going to be in that box right there. We'll go over there and try to clean that out later. But right now, we want to get back to cleaning all this out. Get all these. Again, sometimes it's easier to go up a little bit higher. I'm trying to avoid taking the boxes out. If I take the boxes out, all those resources are going to go into that little box. And then I have to go track it down over there, which I don't really want to do. Anything on these belts here will automatically drop into my inventory, like that. Again, all these mergers. Nice. You can walk clear across the whole entire map if you want to. Take it out. Hey, the Daniel coming in. Hi, Kismet. Do you have any projects I could copy, please? I do. I have a bunch of projects, as a matter of fact. Again, you can go back. Wow, another Kismet moment there, everybody. I just answered that question before I actually saw that you asked it. You can go back and watch my entire this entire playthrough on YouTube. I keep all my main archive of videos up there, everybody, so I'll go ahead and throw those links in the chat for you. Hopefully. See if my links work. There we go. So pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button while you're over there. And you can watch what I did before here. Oh, sure did. F and G. There we go. And then grab all of that out of there. These are Mark 1 poles. Taking all this power out. Okay, look at this getting cleaned up over here. Merger. Okay, what do we got in this box? Nothing. Okay, we're going to take that out. Then we're going to be able to take this out and replace it with our foundations for the holiday build that we're doing here. This out. Okay, now a bit of this. So, taking out these foundries. All these foundations up here. I like to do it in segments. That's our hypertube stuff here. We can take these things out just to get those very specifically out of there. And again, there's stuff in this one, so we don't necessarily want to drop that in a big box, though sometimes I do. Sometimes I drop in a big box for a reason. And all of this we can take out. We don't accidentally get the storages. Trying to avoid hitting the storages, because these got a lot of all of this stuff in here, and we'll run them to wherever they need to be later. Just like that. Okay, and we're actually going to take our Christmas tree out. Now, our Christmas tree is going to be the center of what we're building over here. So we're going to go ahead and actually put it right here in the center of this little spot. Like this. Again, as you upgrade your MAM, it'll make the tree more elaborate. We're going to put it between our two towers here. And then we're just going to take out all of this snow stuff for now. And we'll do all this stuff later. We go to decorate it a bit. Like that. We can take this out. We can take this. And we can move our MAM just off to the side here. We're definitely going to need that a bit more here in a moment. Let's just put it right there. Nice. Okay, how are we looking here? Is this clear yet? Nope, still emptying that out. Look at it go. Cool. Again, that's just temporary. We'll take that out in the long run. So now, again, we're producing 2,400 GIFs every minute. That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot of GIFs pumping out of there. They're all being stored up above as well. So that's pretty sweet. Now what we want to do is here in the center is we're going to build a bit of our production. So we want to start with, let's see, double stacks here. So we're going to start with our constructors now, and we're going to use our blueprint feature here, our build mode. No, I don't think does it snap sideways? Be nice if it snaps sideways. It does. Look at that. And so what we're going to do is just put the buildings long ways over the top of the thing there. Oh, that didn't quite line up. That was pretty close. Pretty close. Good try. Good try. And again, we'll go back to our constructors. And this time we'll hit H just to make sure we nudge it into position. Thought I'd see if the blueprint thing would make it right, but there we go. So basically we're building two towers on the sides here that is generating the presents, because the presents become the center of everything you're doing at some point. So we want to get these presents running into the FICSMAS production, as well as we want to have this up here purely for the fun of it, as you'll see. And I'll just put one in for fun. But of course we want to have our snow falling down on our tree up here. Let's just have our snow coming down onto the tree. Very nice. Go back just a little bit. Stay right there. And now we have, it's like snowing, everybody. Snowing around our tree. Very cool. Very cool. All right, how we doing here? Still got to wait. Okay, so now we got that going, and then we have our FICSMAS production here. Now this first one is going to be the first one, right? The very first thing, the FICSMAS tree branch, and we've already got it set to the FICSMAS tree branch. So pretty awesome. And we're going to call this number 1, like that. And that's why we set that up the way we did. We're also going to go over here and adjust these here. And we're going to call this 0, 1. And we might as well just kind of copy this space and the 0 so we can type that every time. And up we go. Should have added it before I did all of these, but we're just going to name all of these so we have a proper count. And see, a great thing about doing this, same thing I do with workbenches and stuff, is I'll name all this stuff so that I can say, oh, it's in Dropbox number 3, or it's in workbench number 5. Just helps communication, everybody. Again, this is why you label things with different labels. That's why you don't just say, you don't just go and label stuff food. If you label it food, like, okay, well, what kind of food, what kind of stuff are we doing here? This is actually number 6. Or you don't just label it stuff. I've had a lot of stuff folders in my day, everybody, and believe me, you're always going back and going, what did I put in this stuff folder? You got to come back and sort. It's kind of like your garage, everybody. You're throwing everything in your garage because you don't got enough time to deal with it in the moment, and then all of a sudden you go to your garage, you got tons of stuff. Tons of stuff into there. All right, these are gifts, actually is the name of these. These are gifts here. Right here. Gift storage. 1,200 per minute. Then what I can do is just go like this, and we're going to call this gift storage number 2, because we're going to count this other one number 1. And we can go over here and we can just paste that. Hope we can try anyway. Try that again. Copy. Oh, I think I copied the text and not the actual sign. That's what I did. Paste that in there, and then we just change this to gift 1. And then we can also copy this one up here, but it's just faster for me to type it. Change the icon myself. Gift 1, 1,200 per minute. Gift 2, 1,200 per minute. Now again, we can always run it back down, which is what we're going to do. We're going to run this back down into the input underneath here, into the inputs in the back there, and then we'll be able to chain it upward. So we probably only need a couple of these because this is a tremendous amount of stuff that's going to do this. So I'm going to just go into blueprint mode and in the dismantle mode, middle mouse button, and then we're just going to try to aim it at this thing to see if it just sits perfectly on top of it. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it gets a mind of its own. It's just like, nah, I'm not going to line up for you today. That kind of deal. That looks pretty good. Great vertical stacking there. So we're going to go ahead and go with that. All right, very nice. Now you notice that this stacks differently than this over here because these have those supports and these have these other supports, and I want that visual variance on purpose. So it looks different when it's in the center. So the center part is going to give off a different vibe than the other parts. And then we're going to go to number 3 of these right here. And then we're going to go ahead and utilize our storage at the top. And it's going to sit a little bit higher than the original. Like this. That'll just, again, give it that different offset, different vibe. And we could match it up if we wanted to. I could just lift it up a little bit and add more supports or whatever. But I want it to look different, right? So that when you're backed away from it, it gives it a different feel. The part in the center is more condensed and the part on the outside more wider because it has trees and those trees are taller and you need more room for trees. So it gives that vibe of that this here is kind of like supporting the center part. And we got so much more production to do, everybody, but we're just going to start with the basics. So this is going to be number 1, and this is going to be 2. And FICSMAS production number 3, and we could call it what it is. Should be a good idea. Oh, I got to remember the exact name. FICSMAS tree branch. Might have to bring this up here. I only like it to be 3 lines. Otherwise, what happens is it starts getting cut off. So FICSMAS branch 3. I might just want to copy that. All of these. Change this to 1. This to 2. All right, so we have 3 constructors running. Now, is that how much I need to do 1,200? I don't know. I haven't figured out the math yet. I just want to put 3 of them in. Okay, so it's 10 per minute. Let's figure out how many of these we got. So 10 per minute. So each of these is 10 per minute times how many ever these we have in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have a weird number that I would choose, but possible. Go over here and find out. Actually, we just find out right in here. We can go ahead and look at our notes. Yeah, 7. Oops, didn't mean to click on it. So we go over here and we leave good notes, everybody. We can see that's 7 constructors right there. 7 constructors. So 7 times 10 is 70. So that's, or 700, sorry. 7 times 10? Yeah. 70. Yeah, 70 in, 70 out. Wow, really? Do I need more than 70 times 3? Which is 210. Right, let's just double check it. Double check my math. You hit N to bring up your quick search, and then 70, use the time symbol, times 3, 210, exactly. So we might want to make a note of that. I say 210 in, something like that, just to make a note of it. This is 210 in, so we're producing 1,200 and 1,200, 2,400, everybody. And this is only going to be 200 in, because you want to keep track of that, because eventually you'll reach a point where you're using all the presents and it's not enough to sustain it. So, and again, this is the FICSMAS gifts, not presents; they're gifts. Okay, so now we need to chain all of this stuff together. So we're going to go here into there. This one into that one. Again, that's why we set this up. We just chain all of these through. Very easy, very awesome modular style. Again, if you want to get these blueprints, everybody, you can become a Patreon supporter. I'm really easy to find on Patreon. My name is Kismet on there. Oh, that one does not have... Why does that one not have... Oh, that's the storage. The storage is only going to be over there. Well, is that the output of the storage? Or is that the... What is that? Or is that the input? That's the input. That's not going to work because this is the output over here. I believe. Yeah, so all those are going to merge together, end up there, go up to here. Okay. We'll test it, make sure. And then we want to go up into this storage, and then this is going to be our branch. Here, FICSMAS tree branch. FICSMAS tree branch, actually probably better to put it tree branch on one line, just because it's easier to read. FICSMAS tree branch storage. There we go, nice and easy. Already connected it all. Now it needs some serious power. Now we want to go ahead and now think about how our power is going to go. Probably want to run it in the back so we're not seeing the power. And we'll try to run it, let's say, down the center. We'll go ahead and just start with a high-level wall outlet right there. And then we're going to run this down. This just runs along the back. stop at each spot so we can divert it if we want to. Now we can go ahead and divert this across this into the center of this. Then get in there, connect it there, and then we'll take this, or one of these anyway. I think it's this one. Is it that one, or is it the one over here? The one over here on the right. Okay, so that one. We'll chain that to the next one here, and just chaining vertically now. We'll just say we went in there with a screwdriver and a drill or whatever we had to do, hacksaw, to run that power up there. And we don't necessarily have to run the power up here, but I'm going to just so I can float around. Look at those, everybody. We're rivaling our other stuff over there now. Nice. Okay, big epic holiday build right here. Now, the foundation of pretty much everything you're doing right there is going to be those branches and some other things that we're working on as well. And again, we're just going to keep going vertically here by our space elevator to just kind of stack all this together. I really like the look of the tree one. I think that turned out amazing. How we doing here on these presents? If it's moved, it has gotten rid of those as well. How about we got some presents on us? Let's just control click. Get that out of my inventory, and now we can take all of this out of here. Up we go. And then, both of those. This. And that. Okay, got rid of that. Now we need to get this back up and running. Again, I'm old school, everybody, so I kind of do it one at a time, but I don't find myself in a giant hurry when I'm playing Satisfactory. I really enjoy just playing as I go along. And then this is going to resume generating those presents. Remember, those are extractors, everybody. Those are raw resources. So second I put that in there, it's just going to fill that with thousands and thousands and thousands more of those things. And if those backlog all the way, I can do multiple outputs from multiple boxes and just burn that stuff up if I really need to. Okay, speaking of inputting, we want to go over here and we want to see our input here. We want to input some of this over here. So we're going to just take this all the way to the back so we can see where that's at. And then we're going to take the output of the storage, should be right up here. And usually red is output, and I can set it to output, so I can just go like this. And we should see some presents show up. Let's see. Yep, okay, so we got an output there. And then you can run this along the back. Down, down, down. Oh, I forgot, it's got that lip, that's right. So let's go ahead and see if these are all lined up. They are. Let's offset this. Oh, it didn't quite make it. Let's go this way. Then we can double it this way. There they go. Give it a minute. Oh, okay. Presents now going into production. So in theory, if we go inside here, it should start to generate some of this stuff. All right. Oh, no power though. Says it has no power because I got to connect the bottom part to power. That's going to be super useful right here. We're not going to use any of this floating stuff. We're going to go here across to there. Okay, we can take these out now. And I build a lot of temporary stuff just to help me in the moment while I'm building, and then I take it out once I've kind of run the proper run lines. Oh, I see some movement in there. Oh, look at them going. All green down the board. Look at them go. Again, it's going to, this is called manifold, where it goes into the first one. It's going to fill that one, the next one, fill it. So it's going to take a bit for it to get up to full speed. But it's much easier and much more confined. You can see these all working here nice. This looks like it's stopping though. We not chain that up right there? It should be chaining up to here. Should be chaining up to here. Should be going, oh, into the storage. Ah, see, I don't have the storage, so it has stopped. I see. Right here. Gotta get it to go in the storage. I like to do kind of curved ones on those just for fun. And then it should go in here, and then we should see it running through our storage here. It absolutely is. All right, that's going to be a crazy ton of that. We'll go check this backlog down here again. Yeah, get in there. Yeah, see, not backlogged on the thing anymore because now I was able to zip that through. Now this is producing like 70 of these, but originally I was only converting, you know, say 30. So it's definitely more. Now I can just keep stacking them. I can just stack for days. Just imagine how much of this we could produce if we use all 2,400 presses. And let's just get a general idea. So we're going to take 2,400 per minute divided by 10. That's going to be 240 of these constructors. So make 240 of those. And then what it's going to do is, because it's 1-to-1, everybody, you can just actually figure out the math pretty easy. Because right now we're producing 70. But if you say it's 2,400 in, it's going to go 2,400 out, then your output is 2,400. There you go. You make 2,400 of these constructors. You could then have 2,400 out of these tree branches. Now, I don't know why you would need 2,400. That would be a lot. But we do need to get, same thing like we did before, we do need to get our stuff across here. So I'm just going to take this out for a second, let that backlog, and I'm going to go ahead and change this into a merger. Kind of move it over this way a little bit. There we go, that way. Just so I can take that out later really easily. And then we're going to run this, kind of over here, like this. And then we're going to find out wherever we put this. I believe it's over here. Not that one. This is all my quick wire. There it is right here. Inventory space, almost full. Let's offload some of this stuff over here. Man, a lot of extra stuff. Okay, nice. And that's because we're tearing a lot of these construction out because we no longer need that construction. And then first thing we'll do is take out the dimensional depot while we're flying over here. Take all this out. Take out all the line runs. For now, or actually I could have probably just left that in. Line run that there. So this, I believe, is the front one. Yep. And some temporary line runs, so we don't have to go and run around with this too much. Where are we at? Over here. Okay, a little too far there. Let's say there. And you get the general gist of what I'm doing. Instead of me manually running it over there, everybody. Wow, that was actually a pretty good guess. I'm just going to have it run that in there. And it'll take a little bit for it to run, but it won't be me doing it, and that's good. That means we can work on other things. And this is turning out pretty awesome over there. Now, the next part of the process, we were doing those. We were also doing these here. Now, there are some that you really don't use all that much in the beginning. After you get past the beginning, like the bows and the candy canes. So it's not like we need too many of those. But we'll add those to our production. Take out this here. So again, while that's feeding in there, because we're going to definitely need a bunch of those. Going to need a bunch of those. Oh, and we could be doing our dimensional depots too. So let's do some dimensional depots up here before we get on to the next thing. And so this is really easy to just come up here to the top, pop a dimensional depot right over there. And we just put that right into the dimensional depot. And now you'll see that it automatically will put this into the dimensional depot as long as we have that there. And then I can put this in here like this. Now, do I need to double run this? One on this side, one on that side? Not really. One side's good enough, just so it's constantly reloading all of that stuff in the dimensional depot for you, so you don't have to think about it all the time. So we've got the two resources in there. And then, again, we want to let that run for a while. These are bulbs. Bulbs, bulbs. Bulbous. Very bulbous, this. That's snow. Okay, and again, all this production we get rid of. Check the inventory. Oh, boy. Get some of these lifters out of there. Conveyor belts. Yeah, and build a lot of stuff in the moment, just quick and easy, just to make our job a little easier. And then, you know, electrical poles, we'll take those out, which will take out all the pole run lines. Get that, get this wall. This, not that. Dimensional depot, dimensional depot. Now this is also a different resource here that we're going to be using. We'll need to come back and divert that where we want it to go. I hate little segments like that. Those are the things that usually trip you up. Pressing control and releasing just to speed this up a little bit. Again, sometimes I go old school and I start clicking them one at a time. It takes way longer. In here we have silver and gold things. Probably should leave those in there just so I can see what those are. Leave those for now. And then over here, take this out. Take out the dimensional depot. And then just so I can see what it is. Right to there. Okay, and again, we want to get all these processes back up and running. But do we need 3 high like we have over here? There's a lot of those branches, but you do use a lot of branches to make the trees. So we want to backlog tons and tons of branches that we can do for trees and other things that we want to build. But we want to go over here and check our MAM. See if there's anything else we can do for right now. We need some presents and we need some wreaths. So we got to make some wreaths. We've also got the snowball fight that we can unlock. And then we got to make 500 stars. And to make stars, we got to do our FICSMAS decoration. I think we already got this done. And we have that one from last time. Yeah, so really we only have 3 left. And this one right here, Snow Fight, I probably already have that one. If I just scroll to the bottom here. Pull a stack of all this out. I don't even remember what it was. I'm going to say it's those 3. And see if we have enough. Okay, so 500 bow, 500 candy cane. So again, scroll all the way to the bottom. Just hold down Control, click, and then Control, click. And then, again, if we had a dimensional depot on those, it will automatically fill those back up. But you can't use the dimensional depot with the MAM for some reason. I don't really understand why. What the heck? Why can't I? Missing materials. Oh, I'm missing a few more candy canes. Candy canes. Oh, we didn't actually have 500 candy canes in there. No worries. We got a smidge over here. Whoa, okay. Or we can just grab all of them. That's one way of doing it. Let's just make sure. All right, starts research. Now, again, the research doesn't go on for 5-10 minutes anymore, just like a couple seconds. You don't have this really super long cooldown on that stuff. Oh, Ada's got something to say. We'll see what she
These
says.
snowballs are made from actual snow, combined with a mystery ingredient that is guaranteed to make snowballs very throwable, and your snowball fights extremely immersive and realistic. There are no low stakes with Fix-It.
They are going to be very realistic, which means you're going to feel the pain when it smacks you in the face. Okay, so again, we got to get our wreaths going, and then once we get our wreaths going, we can then get our stars going, okay? And then we'll get our final upgrade. But what we really want to do is get all these processes back in again. And for each of these processes, they have a corresponding thing that you need to do with it. So like your copper ornaments here, they're going to need the foundry, and I'll just bring them back up again so we just kind of peek in those while we're going. They're going to need the foundry here, and then we've got assemblers there, and then of course we want to put in our smelters. Now these are not like the other way where you put them in here in the smelters and then you put it in like a constructor. A lot of these are goes into smelter, then goes into foundry, right? So it's kind of weird, right? Because normally you would skip over because they're both smelters. But in this case, we want to go ahead and have it as its own thing. But we got to see what it is, the original thing. Fixes gifts. There we go again. And we want to, again, scale this stuff up. Now, over here on the other side, over here is where we're going to put all of these kind of objects that we're going to work together with. And this is going to be super easy because we can just start with the basics, right? Start with the basic ones down here. And we're going to try to take this out first. There we go. Those are only there just to give me a general idea of the layout. So let's go ahead and do this. That's going to snap in there hopefully nicely. Let's go see. Very lined up. Looks good. And so we're just going to start with our smelters. Right over here. These smelters are going to be our red ornaments, which they've already set to. I say we do 2 rounds of the red ones. What is the output of the red ones? It's one of these is not as much as the other. So 5 red ones. Let's just put the smelter over here. So we want to compare the red ones with the blue ones. So red one here, output is 5 per minute. Blue one, output is 10 per minute. So we need twice as much red as we need blue. So let's see how we look here. So we could go 2 red, 1 blue. Or we go 3 red and 2 blue, but we want to have some storage along the way. So I'm going to say 2 red, storage, 1 blue, and then storage. I think that seems good. Let's go with that and see how we like it. Again, we're going to end up with just that massive amount of this stuff, everybody. It's just crazy how quickly this stuff stacks up. Look how easy this is, everybody. Once you have your stuff just blueprinted and you're just stacking and stacking. This is the whole point why you spent so much time and effort getting to this point, is so that you could do this stuff pretty easily and pretty quickly. And again, I'm using the blueprint snap mode, so they're snapping vertically because they're very similar to each other. And then storage up at the top. Okay, so we've got this going. This one's going to be a blue one. Let's go ahead and fix that while we're thinking about it. O-R-N. There we go, blue. Right here. And then we need to change it in all of these. Go to this one, copy, copy, copy a bunch of times because sometimes it doesn't actually take those three. And these three here. Okay, and then we'll get these other ones on the other side. Make sure that we're getting all of those. Nice. So I think I missed that one on the other one. I just noticed that was something different. That's storage. Yeah, we got to fix that on that blueprint. This one off by itself. See that? This one is not the red ornament. So, I mean, I can just fix it easily on these, but I would fix it in the long run. I would go and fix it in the blueprint. Let's go do that. Now, I have these so I can fly in between them. That's the whole purpose of that. I can fly in between them. They don't get in my way. Let's go to the blueprinter over here. Fix this red ornament. One, make sure that we change that one in any future ones that we might want to build. Or if you guys use these blueprints, want to make sure that they are nice and rock solid for you guys to use. And then right here, the smelter. One off by itself over here. Just change it to the red one. The rest of these are the red one. Okay, we're going to save that. Confirmed. Okay, wow, look at this. Stacking up already. Again, it kind of reminds me of stacked apartment buildings. That kind of mentality. Okie dokie. So, this one's going to go... I should actually just label these on the top. Just dawned on me. I should actually label what these things are. Those are inputs. That would have been brilliant to label them. But it really doesn't matter because this goes into this. So does this. This goes into that one. And so the bottom one is going to chain up to this one. And the only one we really need is the output, which I believe is this side. Yes. For the next part. So the output of this is then going to massively backlog right over here, and I kind of feel like going this way. Do a nice straight 90 into there. Very nice. Okay, and it's going to go to the storage. And then we'll chain the power from in here somewhere. It doesn't really matter which one I chain it from, as long as it does chain. Okay, so here. There. And then we have our power somewhere, way over here. Okay, now this should be yellow. Yeah, all those lights are yellow. Great. And then we need more presence. And it just conveniently happens that right up here, or we want to run this out the back very conveniently, and let us do that. And we actually have two inputs that we want to do here. So we want to actually bring it down and input it underneath here. This side is the input side. Run this to the edge like that. That's going to go up through there, and that's going into storage. We can divert around this storage back this way, just so it's not in the front, so you're not seeing all this stuff in the front. And back this way. This way you only got to do one input, and it will input both both levels at 1200. So the maximum it can possibly send all of this, it's going to. And since the red ones are diminished, it's going to try to fill those up first to try to get a bit of a hit on that. Then up here, we're going to do our power again. Right there. And that one's going to chain. Get out of here. Oh, no, that one's only one. It's only one. Okay. Now, all we need to do is send the presents over there. And we should be golden. Okay, so that's all good there. Coming from down below. We're going to run this up. And, oh, this is the same problem the other one had where it's offset out. So again, way out here. Presents coming out of this one. Anybody, I've never built this as extravagant as this. I mean, a lot of the playthroughs I'm doing right now, mega playthroughs, I've left this to be done at this point on purpose. On purpose. And we'll kind of mark this a little bit this way. So we can nicely get the level of this pretty close. Like that. And then just run this across here. And that should start our presence of flowing into all of this. This should start up. Oh yeah. Oh, and there it goes. Awesome. Okay, and then that should chain those up. This one up above here should be starting up. I don't want to see any red on the lights, but we can see yellow is okay, because again, it's not going to be filled up yet, because again, it's got to spin up to full speed. So that's good, and then we should see some of them in our boxes up here coming through. Yes, we do. Okay, red one's there. Checking this. I always check everything I do, right? Because there might be something, oh, I forgot to click the thing or do the thing. Right here, I can see there's no inputting. So there's something weird going on. You gotta track it back to why it's not running out of there. Maybe there just is no access right now. Yeah, there we go. There's one. There was no access right now. It's gotta run all of that first. So once it fills up these bottom two, the red ones, going to get a bit ahead on the red ones, then it's going to start doing the blue ones as well. Now, we also need to take time to consolidate all of this. So we'll go in to this. There's our storage. Or let's input. This is the storage for red ones. Grab this. Again, we'll take all this stuff out later. This is just here to make it, or I don't have to do it. And I like that, not having to do the whole thing. All right. Be like that, are ya? We can do this and just hit H. Page up. You absolutely can. All right, cool. I don't think I've ever bothered. That works for me. Okay, now let's get some red ones run over here. Where's our red? Over here. Again, we're making a little bit of mess while we're taking all of this and running it. Oh, that's going the wrong way. That's coming out of there. My bad. That was the wrong thing. Not a splitter. Now, see how it auto heals itself when you put it on the thing? The only problem is you can't snap it to the grid of everything else. Yeah, I put it as a splitter instead of a merger, which is what we need. Put it down there and just bring it up like this. Oh, we can't bring it out because it's got the thing. Oh, bummer. If it was just floating there, then it'll come out a little further. And we want that to go in and end up in that storage, so it's not just sitting out here doing that. And again, that's all temporary. Eventually it'll be removed. Then the same thing over here. Got to get this to come up out of there, which I believe the output is right there. Output's input, output's on the left. We'll label the top of these, input and output. Right here, so this is going to come out of here. Stuff going into that storage. Okay, nice. And then merger. I just do this. Then hit H, page up, and just nudge that way out like that. Really like that function. Yeah, especially just doing it temporarily. No biggie. Alright, blue one here. Put that into the storage. Again, just does the job for me, and you can see there's still a massive amount of this. We have even emptied this box? We have. Okay, first box empty. Nice. Second box almost empty. Okay, again, you just kind of let that run while you're doing other stuff, and so you don't have to manually take it and do all of that stuff. That takes too long. Okay, I feel like we got to stop for a second. One, to get all these candy canes back in there. Oh, candy canes back in there. We got a bunch of random stuff that needs to be sorted where it needs to go, really. But we're going to just put some of this down to go figure out how much stuff we've got in this right over here. So I'm going to mark kind of behind it, and then I'm going to highlight it. It's going to show me where it's at, way over there. All right, we might want to hop a train. Just make a train and drive that. Or, even easier, hop a hypertube. And away we go. This is Sam Moore unload right here. And again, you see I can build out a whole hypertube system that's taking me wherever I need to go. Now, it's a little convoluted in the direction the way we're going right now, but it will take us where we need to go eventually. It's going to take us this way. And hitting E to control which way the hypertube goes. Now, I could just have a bypass line that just goes straight over here and then takes me down the way. But, again, so I can go to the different train stations. And all this is modular, all works together. It's so awesome. Probably the most elaborate building I've ever done in Satisfactory. But again, I'm waiting for it to come out and release. Oh, look, we're racing the train. Train is outrunning us right now because my trains are so efficient. Oh, did I pass it? I did. Go back. I passed my junction. That's okay. If I miss it, I can turn around the other way and hold down W. I'll go back, and it's going to divert me over here where my quick wire is. And automatically, without me doing anything, it's going to try to default to drop me off at that location. You see, here comes our quick wire train. Very nice. Now we got to find out where this darn box is. Over here somewhere. Oh, I think I see it. Nope, I don't see it there. So it's right here. in front of us somewhere. It could be in the water, could be up high, could be down low, wherever we took it out. This way, right here. Down, up. That's the trouble, is trying to find the darn thing. Over here. Aha, there it is, right there in the railroad tracks. Man, that's hard to see. Look at all this stuff in here, everybody. There's a massive, oh my gosh, my summer sloops are in there. No. So stuff that takes a while to produce. I'm going to pull those out of there. And all this stuff here that we got. See, notice we got it from that way over there. There's a bunch of sulfur, everybody. We can get rid of that. Hold down control. Quick wire, sure. We could put it in the awesome sink, but we're not going to. And then lots of SAM ore is in there. I like how it's just one central box again. You don't have to do it all. Let's take all. Raw resources there. Take all again. So I don't have to look through this box over and over again. And then just resources here. I could even get rid of these pipes and all this other stuff. Don't really need to keep all of those either. Again, holding down control. Plates. This. Take all. Oh, we got a bunch of ore there. We got a bunch more of that somewhere. You can just grab. Take all. Oh, look at that. Our Mercer sphere's in there. Alright, this is making me nervous now. Let's put these away. Put those away into the dimensional depot. We don't want any of that stuff getting destroyed. Sort this out. Throw this away. And this is from all the stuff that we just deconstructed, but it'll go and make more. Same thing with my concrete. And this is something I work on very early, is getting something that's just constantly making quick wire, right? And that'll just keep throwing in a dimensional depot for me. Over that way, I have concrete just running and running and running. And way off over there, well, not that far, this one here, just making plates. That's it. And running in 5 into the dimensional depot. 5 dimensional depots are dedicated just to the plates. And 5 dimensional depots are just dedicated to the concrete, because that's what you use the most of anything. You're going to use massive sums of that. Okay, where'd that little box go? There it is, hiding there. Try to take all again. Oh my gosh, this just never ends, I think. We're getting close? Okay, we're getting close. All right, more of this. Holding down control again, everybody. Just kind of get it out of the inventory and then take all. Aha! There we go. No more box. Box gone. All right, now we're going to take off the highlighting and then remove that. And back we go. Let's just take the hypertube here. Could take the train. Let's see if we can outrun the quick wire trade. Yeah, it's got to wait for that other train to go by. See you later, quick wire train. It'll start up here in a second when that train goes past that block signal. Yep, there it goes. Let's see if it catches us. Just got to wait for that train to clear, though. This is my primary train. This is an oil train. Everybody's got 9 cars on that oil train. And you can see that this is just guiding me. I'm not guiding it at all. Just guiding me around. And eventually, it'll stop. And bam, it'll just drop me into the station. Again, I designed it specifically that way, where it drops me right here. Very fun to figure all that stuff out along the way. Look at this. These are all empty. All right, we can take these out now. Just temporary feeding of those resources over here. And we can remove all this. Let's call it spaghetti, everybody. We're just kind of running it willy-nilly like this. Let's get that out of there. And this out of there. Very nice. Now, down here, same thing. Again, we're going to have full inventory here again in a second. And you'll see me either sort all this stuff or I will destroy it all. Again, I can just awesome sync a lot of this. But if I see something like a summer sloop, everybody, I'm like, nah, that's got to go into the dimensional depot. Like right here, right here, right here. There we go. Just immediately throw those in the dimensional depot via your inventory, like this. You just kind of throw it in there like that, so you don't accidentally delete those when in a fit of I want to clear my stuff out kind of thing. Definitely don't do that. And then your little worm guys. We got a little bit of this too, and our little healing things. Just kind of unique items that you probably don't want to have to make again, but you could if you wanted to. Obviously, you started with nothing, so always possible to make them again. But I just kind of put this here. Oh, I'll put the higher one at the end so these other ones go faster. Mofasta. I got this set on maximum upload speed, as you can see. Throw it in there and it just pumps through it. All right, there we go. Yeah, any unique stuff we want to grab out of there. Anything else? Not really. This, my little candy cane basher. Why do I have the basher there? That's interesting. This is from the holiday event, so these can go in there. Mercer Sphere. Get the holiday event stuff out of here. Here, here, here. And then this is trash. This raw resources can be trashed. Can always get more. In fact, it's probably got thousands and thousands of it backlogged in the storage on each of these. Okay. And we'll just sort all that stuff later. Here, good. Yikes, okay. More event stuff. And here, and there, and this. Again, lower priority stuff, higher priority stuff. Put this in here. Oh, this over here. What else? This. Again, I don't know why I have my basher off me. Oh, I have two things of this. I think that can go in there. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Mercer Spheres. Get those in there. Okay. So now, again, doing a little bit of cleaning house here. This. Again, we can make more of this stuff, right? It's not that big of a deal to put it in there. But since we're working on it, and it'll just save us some time getting it going, if we just have a little bit of a backlog of it, and we already made it, so might as well get it going on. Okay, more red and blue. Kind of reminds me of red and blue from man, what is that thing? I used to watch the videos of it, though I've never played the game before. Never once. What's that? Red and blue, everybody. What's the name of it? What's the name of the game? The whole game. Can't think of it. Put all these red ones in there. Can't believe I can't think of it. Halo! Ah, there we go. Kalamal got it. Thank you, Kalamal, for being my memory. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I was like, drawing a blank. Drawing a blank big time. And then, let's see, where's the front of this? All right, and all the blue ones in there. And then before this becomes full, which it might already be, let's throw all these in this storage here. It really doesn't matter where I throw it, by the way. Just making sure you're throwing the right thing in there. Oh, that's presents there. Watch out for that one. That's not the right one. Make sure you're just throwing it in the right one. So yeah, right here. Oh man, you see it's backlogging already. So let's get that out of our inventory into there. And actually, we could have put the presents in the present one. Over here. Again, just throw it in any of it and it will eventually run down the line. Don't have any places for these right now other than their boxes down here. And this one was the red. Take that out now. What we got here? A bunch of snow. This ones are gold, and those are full, and this one's full. Ooh, okay, these are all full. Over here, candy canes. Bunch of those. Not enough room to put those in. Couple. So what we'll do is make another box. And we'll put all of those in there, and then just to have this all work together later, bind those together. Same thing here. Put it that way, put it this way. This is just so we can run it into wherever we put the production for this. Again, this side is the gold ones, and this side is the silver ones. There we go. And bows over here. Got any room? Nope. Okay, fine. We'll just temp storage all of this together. Eventually, it'll reach its proper destination. And there. Here's snow. Now, normally I just make like one box of this stuff, everybody. You're going to have more than enough. That's going to be a massive amount. Right over there. Again, this is the snow. And then our candy canes, which are over this way. Go that way. Run that down into there. Candy canes. And there we go. Cleaned up that inventory. Nice. I seriously doubt I can run those in there. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Frankly, I'm just going to throw them away so I don't have to look at them. All right, there we go. Nice. I'm taking this stuff out. And remove all of this now that we got this squared away. That out of there. This was for that, and that's done now. Again, I'm just taking it all out of the box without me having to manually pick it up and put it out. Though that does go pretty fast. But depends on how far you have to run and how much flying around you want to do. Me, I just put it in temporarily and then take this all out because it's super easy to take out. And it's also a really good feeling of, like, you know, just cleaning this stuff up. Making it nice and clean. Nice and clean over here. And then this one out. There we go. And it auto-healed itself. Now that we did that. And then over here, we're going to grab all of this. Grab this. Take this out. And rerun that into there. And we should see a bunch of those running out. There we go. It's going to have a huge backlog of that to run in there. And we should be good. Okay, we got our bulbs. We got our stuff. Look, it's just like a laundry list of stuff that we got working. Awesome. Love it. Okay, so this is all good. Now, again, these ones in the center here are going to be offset from the other ones, and that's going to give it a kind of an offset feel. Those are going to be more condensed, where these other ones are more spread out on purpose. On purpose, that gives it that vibe. Okay, man, we don't have enough room over here is what we got. What do we got going here? I think this is our stuff over here. And speaking of stuff here, let's go ahead and move this way off to the side here. We're going to do our little back and forth stuff here. Stack that up a little bit. And then that one to that one. This one to that one. Just take that stuff and run it off over there so I don't have to manually run it over there. But I will condense it down a little bit. Put all that in there. Except for this and this. Which should have went into things that we put over here. Okay, so this is silver. Red should go over here. More sorting of loot. Throw it in there and we'll deal with it. I could connect these all together and do this, but I can just as easily do this, and then these can go back in there. And then I don't need that. A little faster to do it this way at this point. And then we'll add our ones to this bottom one. So we don't have to run this all over there, though probably would be faster. Overall, keep hitting R like I'm playing 7 Days to Die. Which I'm not doing right this second. Going there. From here to there. Again, we'll put all that up there. And then we take all these out. So we just condense 6 boxes into 3. Then these 3 boxes will then run and fill up those boxes over there, which is 4 boxes. Did we get the top one? Aha, we didn't attack the top one. Nope. Output to an input. Alright, there we go. I was like, what the heck? Okay, so that should be going all the way up to here now. Yes. Nice, and I'll just put that stuff at the end. So that's just going to empty those 3 boxes, so I don't have to carry it up back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's easier just for me to run a line, consolidate it over here, and then let it run out while I'm doing other things. Okay, so we got those parts of the steps done. And we need to get our other foundries going here so we can get this going. Now, for the foundries, though, we have some extra resources here. Which is our copper ingots and our iron ingots. That we're just kind of siphoning off some of our production there. So it's not really a permanent run, but it's enough to get it going. And that's all we really need. So over here on our bulb side, we're going to do some more bulbs. But this time it's going to be a foundry. Right over here. And we're just going to stack it because these are all the same. We're just going to stack it there. Let's actually, we're supposed to look at the foundry to see how many we need per side and how many we need per minute. Well, I guess I'm going to exceed whatever the per minute is anyway. Again, I can figure out all the math, but you don't really need to. It needs to be 25 here, so it's 12 in and 12 in, so that's going to be more than enough with this many foundries, I think, but let's go see. So the output of this is 5. So for 12 of them, you need 5 of them, roughly. Of course, it'll be 15, and you can just bring it down to 5. But really, the limiting factor is going to be the red ornaments and the copper ingots, and then the other one's going to be the blue ornaments and the iron. So really, the iron and the copper, in this case, are going to be the limiting factor, though I do have a ton of extra copper ingots and iron ingots laying around in boxes and boxes of storage. So we are going to get to that, too. So, probably 5 each might be fine. And I think they are both the same inputs over here. Yeah, 12.5 and 12.5. Up we go. And again, we're going to have all of our ornaments on the same side over here. So, let's get our foundry. And get the line up. Well, we had it right to start with. There. Honestly, I forget how many are in there. How many are in this particular? Did we change it? Yes, 6 foundries. So we needed around 5 foundries, and we have 6. So that ought to get it started. Get it started in here. Okay, foundries. We want to go copper, ignite here, and red one here. Okay, or we could do the blue one because it's right next to the blue one. This one. Over here, so it's 15 blue, 15 iron, 10 red, and 10 copper. So actually it uses less red in this production than it does the blue. It uses more blue. So yeah, we're definitely producing more than 15 per minute. But it's times 15 times 6. And it doesn't really matter because I'm just going to let it run. And then we'll end up with a ton of this. But we do need to get to the point where we can let this stuff run, that's for sure. Okay, so we got all that going. Right, we got all that. Well, at least we have it looking. So we really only need one, I think one grouping each of the foundries. So let's go ahead and do this one as... I should have done this as foundry. So this is iron FICSMAS ornament. Ornament production. It doesn't need a thing. It's only going to have the one. And we'll copy that. Go like this. And then when we put another one up there later, we'll have that. Okay, so iron FICSMAS ornament. Right there. Get that labeled. And then we'll have to run what we ran over here, but back on the back of this and run that up the back till it gets to here. And this is going to have a double input, which we can chain right here. Oh, it goes into the bar. Goes in the bar, no problem. We could just kind of move the pillar back. Yeah, I'm just going to move back for now. Okay. Then this is going to be input here. It doesn't matter which one I do as long as it ends up doing its thing. And then we'll grab power from down here. No matter where we grab it, as long as it goes and runs those foundries. And you want to test this first because this is, again, stuff that I just added. Make sure that it's going to get its power. And get to the power thing. Run all the way around the other side. Okay, this does not... Oh, because I haven't told it what to be yet. We're going to do iron here. Because we're right above the blue one. Okay, does it turn yellow? It does. Okay, so that means it does have power. And that it's fine. Let's get in here in the center. Okay, right here. This one. Paste that. Good. This one here. Okay, nice. That's it, right? So those 6. Yeah. Those 6 are all up and running. And then we need an input right here. So double input in the back. Like I'm just going to hang this under the support beam. Kind of like that. Very nice. Then we want to take some of our red ones from down here. Okay, where's our red ones? Probably here. Or, I mean, not red ones. Blue ones. Blue ones here. We want to run some of these out. Probably want to run all of them out, though. So this is going this way. And this is our primary box here that's backlogging. Okay, so that's going into here, which cycles down to there. So it is our primary line. So that means it's drawing from all of those boxes at the same time. And then we're going to take our thing here, do the same thing we did before. And run this down. And again, you can even get even more into this, everybody. And why am I running it down? I'm going to run it up. I run it up, not down. Duh. Heck, I could just do that. Just do this. Oh, okay. Yeah. And I don't even need this. We'll just go ahead and go like a this. Bulb. Should see some bulbs coming out of there. Go, little blue bulbs. Okay, now we want to do the same thing. This over here. If we do this, we could do something like this. If I can nudge that around too. Nope, cannot be nudged. Worth a shot. Worth a shot. Okay, we want to do the kind of same thing here where we do this with a line these up next to each other. Something along this line. Take that out there. And we are bringing the resource all the way up. So, actually, we'll just leave that in. Bring this all the way down. Go that way. All the way down again. Try not to hit that. Nope, go the other way. Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay, and then the this one way up here, we'll connect it in. So the second we have this ready, it'll actually start this up. And that's what we want. Oh, this is going the wrong way. Always trying to trip you up, this thing. Oh, because I've already run this down. I gotta redo all of this too. It's always trying to trip you up with your directions, everybody. Again, even though that one already was the same direction and I picked it up from that one, it doesn't pick up directions, orientation, which I think it should. You know, very often you're going to use the same orientation that you did previously. Okay, and down here. Alright, now we gotta go up here and look and see what this is. I guess I could have put it over here in the thing. Right here. So this. Open a codex. Add a to-do list. So iron is what we need. Iron ignits. Just track down what we did with those iron ignits way over there. And we probably want to put a wall here, say right here, because we're going to end up running multiple of these in here. So we'll put this one, let's put it on the inside. And way over here, we're going to want to go under that one. There's our copper. Of course, our iron is on the opposite side. That's how it always goes. Iron's way over here. Cut back this copper. Let's reverse that. Let's reverse that. So we're going to take this out. And then we're going to run this one, the iron, on the inside. Switching my different modes to get my different things. And then this is going to go, you can run it to right here. Then run it down to there. It's going to run those copper ignits down to that away. Very nice. And then we can remove anything that's in our way here. And divert this. This is called a logistics level, by the way, where I'm doing right now. That's why I have it hanging underneath my base to make this so much easier to manage. Again, that's why I have the base up a bit. Now, we'll add supports and all that stuff down here eventually. This is not going in that direction. And it's kind of up into the thing. There we go. This needs to go there in the proper direction. This needs to come down into there, avoiding any clipping from that, and there we go. All right. And we got both of them ready to rock and roll now. And then in theory, if we go up here, this should be firing up and making us some stuff. Want to see some green lights? Green lights, green lights, green lights, green lights. I like the green lights. There we go. There's our iron ignits in. We've got our blue ones there. If we go here in the center in a minute, once this gets up to speed, we should start to see some iron ingots here. There they go. Okay, and these are getting up to speed. And then it is taking those iron ingots and it is running, or not iron ingots, it's running the finished product out of here up this central one right there. So this one here is the one that we want to run up into the storage. Okay, and then storage, to store this, storage, nothing but storage. Up here, our green storage, so it matches our color scheme. And it looks like it's facing forward. Okay, storage. Yeah, usually this is the right. See how we took all that time to kind of get all the blueprints set up, but now it's just a matter of just doing this over and over again. It's a matter of running all this stuff into storage. You should see them coming out of there. There they go. All right. Now we have a bunch of these down here again, right? So we want to do the same thing we did there. It'd be kind of hard to put a splitter on there. It's kind of a weird spot. Not a splitter, I'm sorry, my bad. Merger. We'll make it happen. There we go. Again, build some temporary stuff to put those in there. And put this up. Put this off the side. Yeah, I noticed that if you do like a hanging one, it will let you do it. I'll go out here first. And then you just kind of do this. Hanging off the side. And then you can hit H and nudge it around. Get it to go to certain sides. And then just kind of nudge it out. So I can run it down. Or really, I'm running it up, if you think about it. And then again, this will be our iron ones. And we'll make some more temporary lines. So I don't have to run over here and manually put all this iron stuff up there. Which ones are iron ones? This, we got a whole box full of those. Why go to waste? Okay, and that'll take that whole entire box and merge that with the rest of our stuff so we can use that later on. And again, we'll go in here, we'll check and see how it's doing. It's looking good. Feeding itself to here. Yes, okay. That's going to fill up all them boxes. Much better organized as well. And then we're going higher. That's right, we're going to rival what we've got over there, but in mega building instead, everybody. This is some serious mega building here. This is probably the biggest mega build thing I've built so far when it comes to buildings, just because we're at that stage, so pretty awesome. You're seeing it happen right now, live on stream, and so more foundries, and then this is just, again, easy mode, everybody. Foundries, then we want storage on the top of that. And right now, it's desperately trying to keep up with concrete and plates and all the other resources. It's desperately trying to put that in there to get that going. So we're going to go silver one first, and then we'll go gold. Actually, it's ornament. Ornaments. It's the copper, actually, copper one. Copper ornaments. Right there, and we'll go down here. And copy this, paste this here. Copper. That's the production, and then this, we could probably just copy, paste that in there, and just instead of production, we can just say storage. Like that, and we can also copy this into there. Oh, is it time to hydrate? Let's get it going. And then same thing down here. We'll just copy that. Paste that up there and just change this first word. Copper. FICSMAS ornament storage. There we go. And again, the red ones are storage, and the purple ones are production. The green ones are the resource, which in this case is gifts. Not like gifts like it gives gifts, but the gifts and gives gifts. You know what I mean? The gifts, the gifts. The gifts. Oop. Back my microphone. Bazinga! Oh, we know that's Edspert coming in. He just told me to hydrate as well. We got the hydration going on. Thanks for coming in. You can see he's got his own command, everybody. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, now we've got a massive mega FICSMAS build going on over here. And we're running those into there. And now all we got to do is just run a bit of this, though we need to go in here into production. Just keep chaining this power over here. Now, I can't put a priority switch at the bottom, just turn the whole thing off if I wanted to. Because this is going to suck up some of my power. We'll see if it's enough to kick off my power here. And then over here, same thing. We want to go ahead and get our red ones from down here. And run those up. There we go. Bring this out. And we'll just bring it right out to the edge. Close enough to the edge. We just run this up past this other one. And then we'll just do this. And then production. That's a storage. So, nope. Didn't want to do that. Want to go ahead and feed this underneath. Right here. Yes, that's what we want to do. Here, and then put these underneath here. Our inputs. Might want to do the copper first, because the copper is going to be on the left side, I'm going to bet. Yeah, that copper is going to end up on the left side, so the right, this one we want to be the right side one. Let's go ahead and add a little half block there. Just realized why I had those there. For this very reason, so you can offset it like this. I totally forgot until this very moment. All right. This here, and what's with this weird straight stuff? It's supposed to be straight, but it goes into like a real funky curve. So let's just use default. And then this should be running in our red. Yes, it is. And then this will be our copper. And we're going to have to go outward a little bit so it doesn't end up hitting that other stuff. Outward again. And all the way down. Easy mode. Back up and running. Away it goes. And it's going to make its way all the way up here to the top. There it goes. All right. Is it, do we got green? Are we green? Are we super green? All right. I see it coming in. But don't see any power. Okay, what's the problem here? Oh, I haven't told it what to be yet. It was copper? Copper ones? Yep, okay. Probably help if I told it what to be. It'd probably make it make a lot more that way. And then again, there's 6 of these. So I'm not opening it up. My bad. I gotta double check it each time. So I have the don't have to worry about it stuff going on. There we go. Now we're up in production. And then again, checking the stuff is flowing through. We'll see it flow through eventually into storage. Do we even connect it to the storage is the question. We did not. Okay. Connecting it to the storage is going to be super useful. Actually run it into the storage. Like so. Go do it. Oh, there went one. Okay, we know it's working. And then again, merger. Find that magic spot in the middle. Right over there. Bring this out. Bring it up. Bring this out this way and awkwardly hit H on that. Move that out. Move it to wherever. Way out there. Again, that stuff's just temporary. Just so I don't have to run those copper ones in there manually. copper one on that side, so probably pretty good to go that way. Again, you put a lot of stuff. Oh, it's already empty? No way. No way could that possibly be all empty. It is. Wow. Okay, that went pretty fast. Okay. See, well, we were busy doing other stuff. It already got it done. In fact, we could, since it's already done, we could just tap this one into here. But we don't want to be careful that we don't accidentally put it into the wrong one. So we're going to take all that out first. Then we're going to take this. We're going to connect it right there. We're going to take this one, connect it there, and then that's going to empty those boxes. And these are empty now, so those can go bye-bye. Look at us decommissioning all this stuff. Getting it done, little by little. And we can take out all of this. Over here, so look at those floor holes. We can put this back in. Put that out. Again, this will take a minute. As it emptied this. Get out of there. There we go. Emptied the top one. Sure has. Already emptied the top one out, and there it goes. All right. High speed, everybody. High speed. Okay, now we're up here, and now we got to take our copper FICSMAS ornaments and combine them together. Now, I'm not even looking at the thing. By the way, you can notice how all these are overclocked, by the way, because I was speeding them along. These other ones I'm not going to overclock because I'm scaling them up. So there's no reason for me to overclock it. Really, the biggest problem is power, right? Is going to be power because, again, I'm running a very slim power to show that it can be done. I could have finished the game 15 times over now, everybody, or 100 times. Every time we logged in, I could have just went and sit and finished the whole game, which I've already done several times, and done like 30 times in the original. But you can still see with all that production I added, super efficient. Again, everybody, 13,000 power. Still adding more stuff, but yet still super efficient. When I fill up with this one thing, that'll go off, and this will start the other thing. If I have too much of this, it'll automatically backlog across the whole entire chain, automatically turning all of that stuff off. If I have a lot of wire, and I don't need wire right now, it just doesn't make wire, and it's backlogged all the way to the thing. So if it does start up, it'll make a little bit, and then stop. And then make a little bit of this, and stop. Make a little bit of this. As long as you don't turn it all on at the same time, because if I did turn it on all at the same time, right now my max cons is actually 38,000. Let's just round it to 40,000. So I'm getting 40,000 worth of production for 11,000, everybody. That's 4 times the efficiency. 4 times the detail. No, I'm just kidding. 4 times, 18 times the detail, or 16 times the detail, whatever it was that saying he did. It was true, but it's still awkward. It was true. It was higher detail than previous version, but it just like you know what I mean? Cringy later. Very cringy later to have that come up and get 16 times the detail on a game that crashes every 5 minutes. Not good. Didn't crash for me though, by the way. I didn't have any problem. I played some Series 76 and never even thought about worrying about it. It has actually, the funny thing is it probably crashed on me more later than it did in the very beginning. But then again, I didn't have a really new PC when I was playing it, so I had an older PC, so probably built for the machine that I had, in theory. Okay, so again, we got that stack. That's backlogging those in there, so we don't have to manually do it. And now we got to go to the next stage, which again is our constructors here. Now we need to think about our thing. So 12.5 in on the bundle. So how much are we producing in general up here? We want to see what our production rate could be. That's storage. So 5 per minute times 6. So 25, 30. So that's 30 that's producing right now. Roughly. Probably not exact because all the other numbers I didn't bother to figure out. So let's just call it 30 and 30. So if we do those, it's 12.2. So really only need 2 of the assemblers. But we never just do what needs to be done. We do more than what we need, and then we don't have to worry about it, right? We don't have to worry about it, especially going to add more production later. Let's just go ahead and put that right there on the top. Again, you can just go right to the storages here. Go to the back. Let's see if we got this one correct. So yeah, right here. So this one is storing the ones here. So all I need to do is this? Yeah, this is chaining to the next box, so I can just take it out of here in theory and put that right in there. Yep, that's right. Okay, and then over here, we're going to go ahead and bring up the other one. So this is the storage here, and then this is the storage down here. This one. This is our silver one, so we're going to run this one out of the back here as opposed to running it up from down below. We got a little bit of problem here, so we're going to see where our input is on the right side. So we're just going to go this way a bit. Tag this onto the side here. Run that up. I think we can do it a little closer. I think we can do better. Let's do better. Ah. A little too close. Let's do it this way. Let's bring it down as opposed to going up. Moving this back like this. And the whole reason I put these here is to line this stuff up later, and glad I remembered that's why I put those there. A while ago too, everybody. A while ago. First started doing that. Alright, and then now we can run this down. To where we're running this out. It's going to be a little awkward to get that in there, but we'll see what we can do. Iron. Oh yeah, there we go. And that's running in there, and we should be getting both of them now into there. And then we got to go down to our production here and get our power. Put that right up in there. And then we got to tell this what to be. FICSMAS ordinance. Copy that. Open that up first. And then here. And there. There. Double check all of those. This one does not have power. I didn't run a power for that one, right? Huh. Oh, it's going right there. Yeah, I missed that one. I gotta go fix that in a blueprint. Fix that in a blueprint right away, everybody. I want to get it, make sure you get it all in there. Okay, why are we not getting double inputs? Something's going on with the inputting. We're getting that. We're getting the silver one here. Oh, we're missing a thing there too. Okay. Oh, we didn't fill in all the rest of this. Holy mackerel! All right. We're just filling in for now, but we definitely need to go fix that. Oh boy, what was the other thing I had to fix? The power line. The power line and the run lines on that other side. Okay, and this says no power here either. What the heck is going on in here? Two of these with no power. Well, two of them with no power. Did not do my run lines there. Okay, is it working now though? Yes. Yes, again, looking for double inputs. Double inputs. And again, we have a bunch of extra, everybody, so it's going to burn that up. Okay, let's fix that right this second. Let's go. Down here we go. Actually, this way. Two power. And again, see, I got ahead of myself. I was like, okay, I'm done. Move on to the next thing. And then didn't finish. Got distracted. I think I got dizzy. I think that's the part where I got really dizzy and I had to take a break. That's probably why. Let's just save this to make sure. Clear it off the blueprint designer. Let's reload our assembly. Also, I could turn this pattern, this blueprint into another blueprint. And then also, when you guys go to use this blueprint, you'll be like, Kismet, you gave me a faulty blueprint, bro. You forgot to connect all the sides in. So, you know, I like to, again, find any issues and resolve them before I upload for you guys on Patreon. Again, if you are a Patreon supporter, everybody, you'll have access to my blueprints here as well. And I usually upload them from time to time, making sure that everybody can try them out on their build. This one's good. One's good. This one's good. That one's good. Okay, they're all good there. Let's save this. Find the front of this. Let's go find the front and save. Okay, and it's not going to affect the one that we already did, but it will affect any more of those that we do later as well. Okay, and is this all done? All right, another one done. Sweet. Might just leave that line there because we're going to run that here in a second anyway. All right, look at this, all the way up here. We might just leave all this in and just chain it up another one. Could have done that earlier, by the way. It just dawned on me. I could have done that earlier where I could have just kept chaining it up after I did the previous one. Again, take all this out because it's unnecessary to have those parts. Yep, still working. Chugging away at it. Then we want to go to this, which is our, what's the name of this here? FICSMAS ornament bundle. Bundle here. We're just doing the one, so we don't need a number. Ornament bundle, and then we are going to go ahead, more storage. You guessed it. Bingo. So easy. So easy mode. And then same thing here. Merge that in. Bring this up. Way easier. Wow, look at that. See, it's already there. Already there, making my job easy. Anyway. Easier than it was. Redo that whole line every time. Go get that quick wire. Quick wire train. Go do your job. Get all this out of here. And then, you notice I'm not doing these low-level ones, everybody? That's because I don't need those right now. Really don't need those, so there's no point in me doing those right now. And always set your priority. What's the most important thing to do in any moment? In this case, taking all of that and putting that in there, like 3 boxes of that. That's a whole lot of that. All right, that we ran before, and then we're utilizing. And again, putting all the ornaments in a row. It's going to run those all the way up into the storage over here. And we're just stacking and stacking and stacking. Look, we're rivaling over here, everybody. I think this is now the tallest of the mega structures. It is. It has now become the tallest of all of them. Awesome. Okay, now we're in the next stage. So we want to go ahead and look at what we got to do the next stage. Let me go actually back down here toward the ma'am. Okay, mammity, mammity, ma'am. What we done here? Okay, we did that. Got the bundles. We need a bunch of FICSMAS decorations as well, so we need to work on those. And then this is for the snowball. So we already researched that. Done. We already did that one. So really all we need is 500 stars at this point. So we need wreaths, and we need wreaths and then bows. And we have bows already. But we're going to open this in Codex. So to make the Christmas wreaths, we're going to need FICSMAS tree branch. Now you know why I put that in the center. Yes, I think that far ahead, everybody. And then FICSMAS ornament bundle. And that's going to make this. So we just take the two things, we combine them together, and we put them together. And again, that's assembler. So that's why I want to fix those assemblers and let that run. So let's just stack it some more. And since we've already got some room right over here, and we can stack this on top, but I'm just going to stack it here because I'm going to also stack a few things over that way. But again, just stacking stuff next to each other that works together. So assemblers, and using our awesome blueprints, our mega blueprints here, MK3s. I'll find the front of this. Can't see the arrow. There's the arrow. There it is. All right, so assemblers, and then we might as well just do it because you know we're going to do it here in a second anyway. Just go ahead and put the storage on. Okay, now these assemblers are going to be doing our other item, our Christmas wreath here. I'm going to copy that. I know I'm making this look easy, everybody, but, you know, I've already done this a bunch of times. I've played the FICSMAS thing every year, everybody, every single year since it came out. Since the actual FICSMAS event came out. I love the FICSMAS event. Just really well done. Ada doesn't love it, but then, hey, Ada's got an attitude anyway, so she's going to have an attitude no matter what. And then this thing here, again, we're going to just do a little nudging back of that just to do that. I don't know, just makes me feel better if I do it that way. All right, then this. Then we're going to go ahead and see where we're at over here. So I'm going to go ahead and move this like this. I kind of feel like we're not going to have much room because we're going to probably run into other stuff. But we're going to bring some stuff down. So this current storage up here is our bundles. Yes, there's our bundles. And we want to output our bundles back this way. And we want to pump it out a little bit here so it doesn't run. Actually, I can just do this. Should add a little bit. So it goes over there. I'm trying to get to here. Alright, now. Where the heck are we trying to, yeah, under here. Yes, right here. So we're trying to get here. Let's go ahead and just bring these out so it reminds me. Yeah, cool little curve there. That sounds fun. Let's do a cool little curve on that one. And this one. So we're bringing it out over here, we're bringing it over and bringing it down, but I can just do it the opposite direction where I can just go ahead and say yo, yo, yo. Let's go up here, and then I like to go up a little bit higher so that I can go in and out of the doors. And we're going to do the same thing this way. And then connect that over there. And we got the first one already in there. Already ready to rock. Okay, and so we got the FICSMAS ornament bundle that we want to put in there. We do need some power in here too. Let's go ahead and chain it down. Or chain it over, actually. To that storage. Let's go up here. Open the doors there, and then chain it over there. There we go. So that'll run into the machines, by the way. You want to make sure it has power. So again, you can see I can look at the level and see that they all are functional. And I can do the same thing over there. I can see that my smelters are going this way. I have them above the thing like that. Same thing with my storages. I can go in and I can look at the storage. Wow, look at all those backlogged in there. So we want to go ahead and access this storage up here at the top, where it is going to store a bunch of this other stuff here. It's coming out of here, so let's get that in there. And we don't have any of these to run up the side, so we won't have to worry about that for at least one of these. So we can just have that go. Whoop. Doesn't like it. Sometimes a little weird. Go default. There we go. So we want them over here. Okay, now right up the middle here, we are making a ton of these little branches, tree branches. And we need those next. So we're going to take the tree branches. We're going to run them right there. And then all we got to do is get these tree branches right over to here. So we're going to go out a little bit. And again, do this easy mode. And you can always come back, by the way, everybody, and work on all your run lines and all that kind of stuff. If you don't want to be able to see all of this and, you know, integrate that, say, into the back or into like a casing, kind of like a wire cable holder, like you would put on the back of your desk if you're trying to hold all your cables. You can come back and do all that. I rarely ever do that. I'm actually keeping it pretty clean right now. But I find that most of that time you spend doing that, you could be doing other things. All right, Christmas wreaths. Now, the real ultimate test is the wreaths ending up in the storage. Actually, we just go right up here on the top. Go to the front storage, which is not that one. This one. One of these. This one. Nope. Which way is the output of this storage? Here. So, oh, we got to go inside. Duh. Got to go inside to see if it's showing up. I don't see any reads yet. If I don't see it, then I'm going to go down here and check my production. These take a while to be produced anyway. Yeah, they're just taking a while. And again, this has got to spin up to full speed. Now, see, while I was doing something else, everybody, like while I was building, it was backlogging tons and tons of resources, right? So it's actually producing a bunch of resources while I'm going on to the next process. And that's what you want. You want it to be working up a massive amount of all that stuff while you're on to the next process over and over and over again. Speaking of processes, let's get our things in there. And we're good, our summer sloops. And this is cranking away. All right, now we should see some of these. I should have marked these where the front of this is. It's one of these corner ones. I don't see any of them in there. We connected? Did we connect the storage? Oh, what's this out here? Oh, that's the, look at this, we're getting almost as high as the space elevator. See, these don't look like they're running in. For some reason, it don't look like they're running out either. Going to here, going to here. Definitely going up into there. See if it's stuck up here for some reason. Nope. Going in there. Good. Until you see it on the thing, you want to definitely check all of this to see if anything's gone wrong. Not seeing any of them. Oh, there they are. Okay, yeah, there's some. I knew they're around here somewhere. Okay, so it's only made a couple of them so far because it takes a while to make those. So making 50 of these stars takes a while, everybody. It really does. But we got that done. At least up and running. And again, this is a matter of time now. You just let it run. Once you get all these productions in. Look at this. Awesome build. All right, loving it. And then the next thing that we're going to need to do in our holiday event, it's going to make a ton of wreaths, which is what we're going to need to unlock the last part, which is the star part, right? So we need about 100 wreaths, so we want to kind of let that run while we are doing our other items here. Oh, my other items, which is our just simple production of bows, snow, and candy canes. Right, but we're gonna need some stuff for this star here, right? So we can go in and just check the star. By the way, you can just search for it, Wonder Star. And then the Wonder Star, we don't know what it is yet, right? We don't know how to make the Wonder Star yet because we got to unlock it before we get it going. Well, I can tell you, you're gonna need some more stuff, and we already know that we want to reestablish all of these productions anyway. So let's do it. Super easy. Now remember those productions, those 3 productions right here, these are all just constructors. So easy mode. And it just so happens that I got some room right up here at the very tippy top. Up we go. All the way uppity, uppity, uppity. And again, this is why modular building is so awesome. So awesome because now we can just, oh, not assemblers. Constructors, there we go. Again, we don't need smelters for this. I got the arrow. Sometimes my little bar thing is in the arrow, in the way of the arrow. Okay, there we go. Constructor there, constructor there. And then we'll go storage. And it's always frantically trying to keep up. Ah, I knew it. Look, The concrete, but watch how fast that concrete fills back up again. This is going to turn green when it's ready. Watch how fast it does, 'cause I have 5 of them running at the same time. Ready. 5 of them running at the same time, 5-dimensional depots, so that could happen when I'm going. See, if I build too fast, then it's like frantically trying to keep up with what I'm doing. But that's okay. We'll let it rock and roll. Okay, so now we want to start with our basics. I forget which one is first. Let's go look in the MAM and see which one was actually first. And I'll just do that one first in order. Guess I could have put a MAM up there and I'll keep coming down here. What is it that we are making first? We make the tree branches there. I think it's a candy cane that we do first. Yeah, I think right here we do candy cane and then we do bows. All right, candy cane first then. Not that I need that many candy canes right now, but we'll do what we gotta do. Okay, right here. Candy cane. Not that one. Candy cane basher. FICSMAS candy. This one, candy cane here. Wait, there's another candy cane. Cammy cane. What's this one? That's the basher. Another basher. And the ornament. And then this is the actual item. Okay. We just got to find the right thing. Okay. Oh, and it goes off the side of the thing. Okay. In here. Tree branch storage. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I changed the wrong one. My bad. It's okay. We have the technology to fix it. This one. Yeah, I realized it was red. I went in there with storage boxes, so wrong one. Up here. Here we go. Here. Now we know which one's which. And if I could type today. Candy cane. There we go. That out of there. And this is... candy cane production. We only need 1. More than enough. Right over here, and then in here we're going to say, okay, hey, we want to make candy canes right here. We'll copy a bunch of times, and we need some gifts up in here. So again, we'll open that up, we'll paste it in there. Pasty. So we got those 4, and then this one here, 5, and 6, and 7. There we go. All right, all 7 of those good to go. This just needs an input of presence over here, and our input is... where's our input again? Remember how I did this one. I think I changed it a little bit. These are all going like that. This is a merger output. That's output. This is merging from down below. Input there. All right, in the center. Thought it was in the center, but I didn't, double check. Oh, we got this one right here. What are we doing here? Oh, look at this. We could do some stuff here. We could go ahead and just take this, run this up into this splitter. Take this out. Move our dimensional depot over. I didn't put dimensional depots for all these other ones. We'll do that, I guess, in a minute if I remember. This one this way, and then this one right up into there. It's not going to be lined up. It sure is. Okay, now it's going to run that up in there. And in theory, once we get some power in here, it should start rocking. Over here. Where'd that power connector go? Back here. Because again, we're right above the thing that we need. So that made that super easy. Down here. We got to connect our thing. We want to see a bunch of green lights, or at least somewhat green lights. Okay. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. Oh, we're going to have to clean those lines now. That was the wrong thing. Got too excited there. Got too excited. That is not that thing. My bad. Put this back. I thought I was right above it, but no, it's actually, I have the thing here, not the present. The presents are down further. Oh, that's not lined up. Yeah, now we're going to have to clean those lines. All right. Do what we must. Almost better to take the whole thing out and put it back in again. But we can clean these lines off. Let's see, where's this going? This is going here. Going into all of this. Oh boy. So yeah. We can clean some of that off of there. So we'll go up here and we'll tell it to chain this like this. We're going to run this over to here. Temporarily get a box. Hit H because it's going to let us put it there no matter what. And then we're just going to run that into there. What's that? It's called bleeding the line. You bleed the line out to get all that stuff out of there. And you might have a little problem in the back though, right here. So now you got to go and you got to fix all of these again. When you make that mistake, you do it again. Almost faster. Take the whole thing out, put it back in. So we'll just get this to work like this. My bad. Got ahead of myself there, and I thought it was the one that was underneath it, and it is underneath it. It's just not right that underneath it. It's further down because I need the presence, not the not all of this. Oh boy, this one still needs to be bled out of here. This one's going all the way over to here, and then, same thing here. Take this out. Put a storage in temporarily. Just hit H. Put it in there. And then empty those lines. On the wrong way, of course. Just to make it more annoying. What the heck? No, here. Oh, it's going the opposite direction. Oh, I see. This is actually going this way. That's going into there. So it's actually into this way. Into this, to here, to this one. There. Okay. Now we got it. And I'm just going to split the line here. Split this out of here, so all of that just runs out of there. Again, you don't want to start taking this out until you have that run out of there. Then take this out. How's my inventory looking? Okay, and then take all this back out. Rerun these lines to clear this stuff off the lines. See how it's faster to just take the whole thing out, put it back in. Put it in faster, but we do what we got to do. We do what we need to get done in here. We'll run around a little bit, make sure we got all of our lines back in. And looking good. Okay, again, we just need to fix Miss Gifts. Not all that other stuff. And then this out. This out. We don't need to do dish or that. All out. There we go. And again, it's down, 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 down. Or it's actually off to the side. Actually, it's right over here. Over here. Which we can go ahead and just split right in the middle here. This. All right, that's going to be better. And then we'll go ahead on this, and then just use this part here. Run this back. And we want to run this out a little bit. Let's run out in the middle of both of those. That is running straight out of there, yep. Alright, let's actually have it do the correct thing this time. Running that up into here. Now we should start to see some gifts up in here unless we messed up our inputs. Oh, I reconnected this small little part right here. In fact, we take this all out. Just run that over there. That's going to work better. Should start to see them come through. And you want to make sure that they actually do start up, because now we put the wrong stuff on the line. You want to make sure that these FICSMAS gifts do start up. That's not going into the thing. And it still thinks there's something in there. Let's go ahead and run them again. There we go. I've got to run them twice because it was in the splitter. There was still some stuff in the splitter. So we got to run this twice. This one's good. Let's check all of these. And they're running, but they're not running in. Again, it's got one left over. We need to double check. If they're not flying in there right now, then it's not working. Years of experience right there coming to help us out. You don't see that moving, everybody. Like, oh, there's something on the line that's stopping it, or the thing doesn't have power. We know we got power, so this should all be distributing to all of this. And then it's going to go and run back up there. And again, have all of these running. It's also going to run around this way. How's it getting over here? It's getting over here via this way. They have it on the top area. So it's splitting it this way, splitting it to the next area, but splitting it this way, running it across here, going into here, and this one is, looks like it's working. Yeah, it's working. It keeps knocking me down on the ground. That one's working. Yeah, just make sure they're all working. Okay, now looks like we're good. And then we're going to transfer from here into the storage. See, I've got that lined up on that particular one. We'll go straight in the storage. FICSMAS gifts go. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one again. Oh boy. Man, we've been going too long. How long have we been going for? 9 hours. That'll do it. That'll start messing us up. Okay. No worries. We got this. Keep at it. Mistakes will only make you greater. Come on, run some of that on across there. There we go. Okay, now we know it's working. So we want to find the box that's the in box. And usually it's in the back. I think this side or this side. But it's going to be on the belt for right now. It's going to be on that belt. Right through here. Yeah, so we want to take these. Oh, actually we do this. Just run these, bleed these off this line here too. Just stand at the end. And keep grabbing them until it turns into candy canes. There we go. And pick up candy canes. Candy canes. Oh, some in this box. Yeah, we'll take those out. And then just put the candy canes in. There we go. Again, you want to see any at this last box here as well. But what it did is it override it. It was running out the presents, and then it switched over to running out the candy canes, and the presents were still in there. So that's why we have to double check that. So now we got tons of candy canes there. Once again, we want to take all of our candy canes and merge them up into here. Merger. The other line still there. Yeah, it's way over there though. Way over there. We're not going to worry about it. And we're going to do our little trick here that we learned. We're going to hit H, nudge this out. Just use this one for our candy canes going down. Get that one? We sure did. I believe this one is the candy canes. It is. Okay, put those candy canes away. And let's label all of this stuff. Pasting that in there. And then copying this. In there. Okay, candy cane storage. Then over here on this one, again, notice how these are offset differently, and that's because these ones here are offsetting that differently. Yeah, this doesn't have any power over here. These ones don't have any power because those are extractors. Okay, and then over here, we're going to make our bows. So let's get our bows in here, like this. And then FICSMAS bow production. Like that. Or actually put on the next line, and then we can copy this. So you're going like this. Then go up here. FICSMAS bow storage. Grab our bow from here and paste it up there. In the zone, everybody. I'm in the zone. What up? My mic is really quiet. Oh, maybe I moved it away from me. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm actually talking a little less because my voice is going out, everybody. I've been streaming nonstop all year, 320 days out of 365 days this year or more. I stopped counting around 320, which is, affects my voice, especially during this time when I do. Oh, giveaways. I totally forgot to start the giveaway, everybody. Let's start it right now. Let's not forget. I forgot it one stream, but we're not going to forget it today. We're going to get it going right now, and then I'm going to finish this here, everybody. We're going to let it run, and then we're going to do this giveaway. So let's get it started. Random Steam game code right over here. Now, if you want to be part of the giveaways, everybody, really simple. Just type !giveaways to see how to enter it. You already know what the giveaway is, random Steam game code. Now, those game codes could be a pack of game codes, so you could win $200 worth of games right now. Or 150, 100 bucks, 50 bucks, or $5, everybody. Again, it's random game codes from Steam. Gonna go ahead and get it going. Yes, you can leave it in the game, Rebel, even after the holidays. You absolutely can. And I'm gonna keep this in the playthrough for the whole rest of this playthrough. This will stay in here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so we were doing that. We were getting our FICSMAS bow production going. Let's get in here and tell this we want to be the FICSMAS bow and copy. I copied a bunch of times, but sometimes it just doesn't take. Okay, that's 3. That's 4. I like to count them just to make sure I'm getting them all. That's 5, 6, and number 7. All right, so again, same thing here. We need some GIFs to get that going. Not GIFs, but GIFs. And then, not going to get anything there, so we want to go across and try to get some power from over here. The power. I'll get it from that one. Run it straight across over there. Now this one has power. Now the cool thing is, everybody, again, we already have the presence going right here. So we can just go ahead and tap into some of this. I feel like I'm just going to go ahead and split it right here. I think that'll be good enough. And then up we go. And then we're just going to tap that right in to that input. Right over here. Now this is the input of the thing, or is that the storage? Oh, almost did it wrong. Almost did it. Now this one actually is the one that's right above the thing. See, I got it backwards. See, this is the one that's actually above it. All right, well, then we'll just do this one then. So this is coming up. We can do this. I'm going to do this. Try not to sneeze in your guys' ears. Actually, we should do it the other way. We should do this one first. Then we should take and add this one after. Like this. Then what we can do is kind of move this out of the way and just do a splitter on the actual lifter, which is a thing they added, which is awesome, as you can see. And we'll just move this forward a little bit so we can just bring this down into that. And so now, boom, that's up and running already. So that's already cooking on them bows. That's going to get that going, get those bows going, and then we're going to have the bows goes right up here. And then this out the way. And then up we go into there. And in theory, we're going to see some bows up here. Bows, hoes. Like that, Bo Burnham. Really funny, by the way. Oh, we got some presents up here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wrong thing. Here we go again. Kismet's not getting as good inputs and outputs going. My bad again, everybody. Later it gets, the more I screw up, but then again, the faster I can fix my screw ups. See, that's the real trick. You got the ability to fix your screw ups fast. The screw up, fix it, and GG's. It's all good. All right, come here, you. Come here, you. All right, there's our bows in there now. I see some more presents over there, which means probably on that other one, there's going to be some of these over here on the line. Now, look at this. Look at this stuff. Let's go up on top and run those out. I'll run them out anyway, but let's run these out like this. And any leftover presents, you can grab those. We probably want to do that on all the stuff we run in here because it's going to have some extras that I screwed up over here as well. If it's on one, it's going to be on the other. If you did the same thing. Yeah, there we go. Get them presents out of there. So again, when I send it to the next part of the process, all of a sudden I'm like, why is it not working? That's because it's got presents in the middle of it. That's not good. And then this is when we get to have fun with our dimensional depots. I'm going to actually just set my depots back so that we can see that it's actually running into the depot. And then over here, same thing. Putting that into the depot. We can see that those candy canes are going in there, and we can see the bows should be coming out of here. There they go. There they go. Oh, they're going into the depot. Okay. And then we have a ton of bows down here. We got probably a ton of stuff on me too. Put this away. Earphones falling out. A ton of stuff on us here. Let's go down here. It's already moved all that stuff over for us. That's nice. Less work I gotta do. And then right over here, we're gonna take all this out. Now we got this moved out of our way. See if we got some room at the top. We certainly do not. Okay. And we are totally full. All right. Let's try this. Add another one. What we'll do is we'll put it at the top here and then drop a bunch of that stuff in there for us to deal with later. Sort that out. Okay, so we got this emptied out over here. This one's good. Check this out. Now again, we had some temporary production up here that we were using for the FICSMAS event. And now we're no longer using that, so we can get rid of all of this. Wow, this is all cleared. Okay, good, good. All right, why am I doing it one at a time? I don't need to do that anymore. That's old school. That's old school stuff there. Old school, one at a time, like when the game first came out. Old habits die hard sometimes, everybody. They really do. Okay, and this here, like so. Again, we're easy mode in this now. And we'll just move that way back there. Okay, now we have a bunch of bows that need to get up here to this top part. Again, using the hover pack, very useful. And we don't need to go this way anymore because we already put all the candy canes in there. But we can use what we got here. Take this out. Use what we got here to run this across the way. Just turn this around. And then we're going to go ahead and run this over here into our bow storage. Is it running bows? Yes, it is. All right, awesome. And again, we have a bunch of bows down there, and I can... Oh, not splitter. I can just manually bring them up here, but I'm not going to. Why not just let your 1200 belts do their 1200 belt thing by running it up here for you. And down we go. I just cut the power to my hover pack so I don't have to do it every time. Okay, right here, boom. Run all those out of there. There's some in here. There's some in here. And I think I had some on me over here. Up to the top. Right here. Again, we could probably put these away. Go put just this stuff away. And this. This stuff ends up everywhere, by the way. It really ends up every single where. You're like, I got all this extra stuff up here. By the way, I can also put it in the machines and just let it go all the way to the storage. But I usually just go to the storage from that particular thing, and I just throw it in there like that. By the way, that whole entire storage, I let that run long enough, that whole entire storage will fill up. In fact, all the storages will fill up if I let it run long enough. Oh, we didn't do this one here. We didn't do the storages for this. These are the blue ones. Do I have some blue ones? I do. Blue ones here. Let's hope we don't screw this up. Then these are going to be red ones. Do I have any red ones? No. Let's see. Gift trees. Gift storage. And then we didn't even label this one. What's this one? We didn't even label it. This is our wreath. Didn't even label it. Let's do it. Again, just scaling up this production to get to the last part. And again, let it run while you're doing other things. Let's copy that. Up we go. And then again, this is just basically the storage for the one below it. Let me just copy this and paste it in there so we don't have to do that again. Okay, we got our wreaths going. And we put our dimensional depot. No, we did not. Dimensional depots. Boom. And then, like I saw, turn that around and run them depots in there. Nice. All right, backlog them wreaths while you're at it. Okay, what else we got going on up here? Here's our bundles here. That's the bundle production. And then this, we get all of our labels in. Copy and get. Going to be in the zone for a second, everybody, and I'll check chat here. Let me get in the zone here. Get that all labeled out. So thanks for coming in, everybody. Again, we got it going. Doing all that and then it deleted after Christmas. Well, you can turn it off. It'll go away. Bye-bye. But it won't actually take it out. You can just turn it off and then turn it back on again if you want. I usually just leave it on, especially when I go in and I do all of this, which is fun. But really, you're just doing it for your enjoyment. Again, that's the main purpose of this. And really, actually, it just dawned on me, I could bring my hub over here. I could bring my hub over here because I don't need my hub over here anymore. Because the only thing I need the hub for is for the FICSMAS event now, because I've already unlocked everything from the hub. I don't think that's what we're going to do. Let's go move the hub. It's just right over here. No big deal. Take a second. There's nothing that requires the hub to be right here anyway. I can move it wherever I want. So this way, when we do some more FICSMAS, we'll have our hub right over here on the side. I usually leave a little space on both sides. I got my plastic production over there right now, but all that stuff, again, all of this is going bye-bye over time. We will replace it with mega bills. Yeah, look at this. Just put our hub. Yeah, put your own little thing there, and then we're going to color it purple as it comes in. And that just says, hey, this is my production area here. So now we can also move all of our other stuff. We can move our MAM over here. We can put our... I always put this stuff down right away. Our workbench. And then we can just use the workbench inside there. Again, we got to wait till the next day to do our little advent calendar. So awesome. Move that over there. Glad I thought of it. Okay, so we got all that going. We are running our bows up right now. And then after we do our bows, we're going to do our snow. And I kind of feel like we might want to do this right in the center here. Once we get enough wreaths over here, we're running those wreaths into the dimensional depot. How many do we got? We got 250. Okay, I think we got enough. I think we needed 100. Again, so we'll just get all of them. Then down we go to our new little spot. And I can take out that MAM over there as well. Oh, that one's done. Awesome. Take that out. And then it's Mammy MAM time. Right over here. Okay. Did we put it over here on the side? Nope, I didn't even bother to put it over here in our list. You got to clear that list, otherwise it adds to the list and doesn't just put it in there. Okay, so there we go. Wreaths, ornament, bows, which we have in the depot. So again, I don't have to run up there and grab it each time. I can grab it out of the depot, and then it will just rerun it into the depot when I am doing the MAM. So that's a great part of that. Okay, we got it. And missing materials. What am I? Oh, I'm just missing just a little bit of ornament bundles. Ornament, that'll probably be the one that I didn't run in there. No, I did. Okay, yay me. Okay, yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Probably from earlier, by the way, because I don't remember if I put that in Dimensional Depot on top of that or not. Hey, Ada, tell us about it.
The best idea Fixit could come up with to appreciate and reward pioneers for their hard work is a gold star. How creative, but don't worry, I understand the merits of actually meaningful appreciation. When you save the day, you will understand.
What if you save the day multiple times like me? Then it's even more special, apparently. Okay, and I can try to put these back in the depot straight away, everybody. When you pull them out, you can try to put them back in before it fills back up again. But often it's not going to. You're going to need to have a place to throw those back in. Yeah, so it's not. I'm not going to outrun it. Not going to outrun it, but I'm going to try. Throw a bunch of that in there. All right, what about candy cans? Can we get those in there? Nope. Full already. Already full. But we can put it back in the storage so it can be used in production. And by the way, I can make a sorter too that would go in, and I can put it in a box and automatically say, okay, candy canes go here, this goes here, this goes here. And I do have one. I have one over here as well for all of the general resources that we are collecting. Like some spaghetti, everybody. Throw some pasta on there, or some pasta sauce. There you go. A little tomato sauce on there. But it's right back here. So what I can do among all of this mayhem that is spaghetti, I like to use all the techniques. But I can put stuff right here in this box, like concrete or plates or whatever it is. It's going to take that stuff and automatically sort it back here and put it into its appropriate box. And I usually do this early game so that when I get overwhelmed with a bunch of loot, because I'm running around creating a bunch of loot, I just throw it all in there, and then it puts it back in the box. And if I need it, I'll just go to that box and grab that particular thing out of there. But if I don't need it, it'll actually put it here in what I call the overflow. Now, I could put it in the awesome sink, but it's just going to throw it in your overflow boxes here. And you can see it backlogs way back here. And if I need some of these fused modular frames or whatever, I can just pull those out of there and get it going. Now, it doesn't sort every resource, just the basic ones that I typically wind up with a massive amount in my inventory in the early game. But all of this is going bye-bye, everybody, to be replaced with giant mega builds like this, as you see. And we have already got the start of it over here because we are building our power out first. And pretty much I could have finished the game a bunch of times, but I've already finished it several times. But I could have finished it a bunch of times in this playthrough with only 20,000 power. And I proved it in this playthrough. That's all you need, 20,000 power. I could probably do it with less. But yeah, all of this is running. Everything that you see over there and over here and over there and all that stuff you saw on that side and the stuff that's way off over there that you can't see and all of this and all that over there and all this power and all these trains and all this stuff, the ultimate in efficiency, me, the gaming tycoon, Kismet, running at 20,000 power. I think that's more impressive than anything you could possibly do in the game. But even if you have like 50,000 plates running or whatever, it's more impressive to be efficiency first because that is your mandate. That's your mandate to do it. And can I do it with less power? Yeah, probably next time. Especially if I'm on a server, everybody, where you can let it run because you have the power of time to let it run, and then you can do it with just near nothing, everybody. You can do it with near nothing power. You can probably do it with coal power, as a matter of fact. I get 10,000 coal power going, I could finish the entire game. Easy. Easy. It just takes time. Let it run. Okay, so we got that done. And now we want two more things we got to add. Oh, and I forgot to go and mark it as the things I needed to add. Let's go over here. So we got to get our snow in there, our made-up snow. Our pseudo-snow. That could cause brain cancer or whatever that thing's causing. And then right over here, we want to do this with 500 of these things that we just unlocked. Where was it? Was it this one? This one. that we just unlocked here. So we click on this. We're trying. Right click on that. Oh no, down here. We click on this. There we go. Open in Codex. And then we say add to to-do list. So we need candy canes and we need FICSMAS wreaths. So how convenient is that those are just happen to be right by where we're going to be stacking the next one. And this is going to be assembler. Sorry, I forgot to show you in the ma'am. How do you know what it is? And actually, we can just go into the thing here and say star. And then go FICSMAS star. And it says right here, assembler. All right. Now we need... We need 500 of them. Darn sneezing sneaking up on me. So we could make a lot of production and really get it going fast, but we don't need to do that, everybody. We really don't. All we need to do is go in, use our excellent combination blueprints that we did, throw in our assembler right here, snap it to the blueprints right up on top, like so. And then put the storage for this up on the top. Now this one's going to be the highest of all the storages. It's going to actually be way up here, among the highest. And then go forward. There we go. Again, hard to see that arrow sometimes. There we go. And then we need another production, which I'm going to kind of set off to the side here, which is our snow production. I'm going to put that there. You see how easy this is, everybody. Again, I'm just going to use my quick key down there. And you're like, Kismet, how do you get all of these resources to build this massive thing? And I don't see you run into the boxes all the time to get the stuff out of the boxes. That's because I got it stacked, everybody. I got it stacked and running 5 in on concrete and plates. Do that as early as you possibly can in the game. Get 5-dimensional depots per both of those things. And you can see I can just build for a little bit, then I kind of wait for it to fill up, and then I build some more and so on and so forth. Look at this thing, man. This is some serious fix-it building right here. Okay, now this is going to be our stars, our final part of the process. FICSMAS star production. Right over here. And we're going to go here, and we're going to search for star. Right here. We're going to select that right there. And I'm going to copy it. And we're going to pasta right there. You know what we can do? Just copy this, paste it here, and just change the last word to storage. Even easier. All right, there we go. Boom. So, FICSMAS star production. So let's go in and tell it what this should be. We want it to be the FICSMAS star. Copy, copy, copy. So we need wreaths and we need candy canes. Now again, when you have these mega blueprints that I build, everybody, it's really easy to come in here and just change all of these to what you want. Then we're going to go and we're going to set the inputs down here. Which is going to be pretty easy as well. We'll go ahead and back this support up just a little bit. Like that. There we go. And again, we got this down now. We've done it over and over and over again. So we know what we're doing. We're going to go right there. We're going to go back here. We're going to offset this a little bit because we have this line here. We're going to offset this like this. And then we'll bring these right to here. Bingo. Doesn't matter which one we put in which way, as long as it works. Then we need power. Let's run this down. Our previous level. Snap that power in there. Looking good. Oh, there's our wreaths. Our stuff working there. Our bundles. That's what I'm trying to think of. Okay, so this one needs the wreaths and the candy canes. So again, right underneath here. We've got some storage, right? What is running out of here? Let's go look. Aha! We got our wreaths right here. So what we can do is just go ahead and split it right here since we already have it. Boom, right there. That's why I extended that out to make this a little easier the next time we needed to split this. That's right below it. All right. Half of it already done. Now, what we got to do is find our candy canes. Where's our candy canes? Oh, how convenient again. That is right here. And again, this is at the end of all these boxes, everybody. So that means that we can basically go in and do this. You know what we need to do? We need to switch this. We need to take this one out and do this. Now, this might trip us up. We'll see what happens. But we'll do that. And we'll do this up a little bit. And right to there. Now the wreaths, it's going to have the least amount of those wreaths. And do I really need all these wreaths to go in this dimensional depot right now? Absolutely not. Take these wreaths out up here. Take all the wreaths that I have, throw them in the box. They're automatically going to go through all of the boxes, end up over here, go up, and start making me some stars. And then we want to go ahead and take our stars, if I can remember which one's the output, this one here. Look, they're already green. Look, they're already functioning. They're already working. That's how you know. And then over here, I don't have any leftover stars, so I don't have to worry about it. I just want to go ahead and take that, run that right in there, and watch a star go by. Watch a star go by. Come on, star. That means we did it right. We got the star going on. Wait for it. Wait for it. If not, I got to go in and check and see what I screwed up. Might be something. Patience is a virtue. Man, these stars take a minute. Nope, there it went. We know it works. All right, awesome. We know it works, and we can go up here. We can check our belt over this side, and we can see it's probably in the splitter there as well. But eventually we'll see. Oh, there went one. There it goes. Yep, there it goes. And it's feeding it where it's going to feed it up above first. So it's going to fill that and then start to backlog into here. And when it backlogs in there, we can grab it, or we can just do ourselves a solid yet again and go up here and just run those into the dimensional depot. Because then we can just check the depot from time to time, right over here, to see if it's full, see if it's as many as we need. Again, we can also come up here and check it, make sure that it is running out of there to the depot. Check the depot. No? There it goes. Man, they already went in there. It was so fast they went by. Yep, 7 of them in there already. Okay, same thing over here. Let's go ahead and run this out. Just going to go to all the storages and run those out into the depots. We have enough. How many we got? 7 more. Okay, yeah, we got plenty. Now, normally what I'll do later, everybody, is I'll decommission these depots. Absolutely, 100% take these depots out because I want to use them for my main resources as well. There we go. Bundles in. Okay. And then going down over here. Those are all going in. Very nice. And again, we can split this right on the lifter. No, don't want to. It's not feeling it. It's not feeling it. Split it on the lifter. Apparently no. Okay. In fact, we could go ahead and double up on these ones right here. But actually, we should do it one to one here. This. Now I gotta re-put this in because it's not letting me split it on the lifter. We can get it split on the lifter here. On the lifter, not on the top of the lifter, the middle of the lifter. All right, nope, not doing it. Not doing it, so oh well. Here's what we'll do. We'll work around the shortcomings of the game sometimes. Well, we'll just run this down in there like that. There we go. Now to go dimensional depot. Then we'll follow our silver ones down. All the way down to here. Other dimensional depot. Now we still got more to do on this build, everybody. We're going to be putting your names on it for those who have contributed to the Vault Van Life project that I'm working on. If you don't know what that is, just go exclamation Vault Van Life in the project or in the chat to learn about the project. There we go. Get my my words straight there. This one over here is probably going to be the blue one. Blue ones? Blue ones, yep. And then red ones. Right down here. All right, going to the dimensional depot. And I think we already got all those. Again, checking for all the storages to make sure that each one of these has a dimensional depot. I don't remember what these all are. I think this is... what do you call it? Candy canes. Candy canes? Presents. Presents on that one. Yeah, presents. Presents on there. I think I already have presents over here. I don't need it twice. Yeah, I don't need that one. Here's a great little trick, everybody. Do yourself a solid by just taking out this top part. So you don't think you need one there, and you're like, oh, I took that out for a reason. Okay, so all of those are good. Good, good. All the ones in red are storages. So I just want to look across all my storages to see that I've got dimensional depots. Yes, I do. Except for that one, which I don't need it. No reason to double up on presents. I don't need them that fast. And then this, and then that, and then we have one more process to go. And this one's pretty easy. Right over here. And we're going to go right here, and we're going to look for snow. Right here. Awesome. FICSMAS snow production. And again, we could scale this up even more, everybody. We're going to have 50,000 of this producing if we really wanted to. I don't think it's worth it, but you do you. Again, it's not like it's massive, massive production you have to do. Again, using our power of the deal here. Oh, this is the wrong one. It's the wrong one. I put the assemblers in there. Let's just copy this. I'll do that again. And this is, again, can be removed. And just put the proper one in, which is our constructors. Not assemblers. There we go. Great thing about blueprints, you take the whole thing out at once. And then we'll grab this. Paste that down there. Alrighty, easy mode. Let's go ahead and put actual snow. Oh, we got snowballs too, I forgot. Copy settings. That's 1. That's 2. 3. 4. 5. 6 and 7. Okay, and then grab our power in the back side here. This one right there. And try to get out the door without hitting the belt. Down to this level. There we go. And then this actually needs FICSMAS gifts. What a surprise. What a surprise. Just happen to have some FICSMAS gifts right there. Running up into that one, which we can also just go ahead and split. Oops, other way. This way. And we just run this up until we reach the inputs. And notice I'm putting this all on the back side, everybody. Just like they put a lot of the stuff you don't want to see on the back side of... wait, this is too high. On the back side of buildings and things like that, you're just trying to hide all of these run lines back here. I could hide it even more so. But again, it's all about time and effort. How much time and effort do you really want to go in and hide all these run lines? I don't need to hide them that bad, but they are fun. All right, let's go like this, and then we can go like this, and we'll say straight. Let's go straight this way. Can we get this to go straight in the opposite direction? We can, but that's not down low enough. Don't like it down here. Too long. Of course it is. Okay. Now, presents in there. We got snow going. Okay. Check our snow. Check all of our lights up here. Lights looking good. Right here, there it goes. Gifts coming in. In fact, I can just throw some in there that I've got on me. To supercharge the start of this. If you're in a hurry for it, this is what you do. Control click it in there. Find one that I didn't already throw a bunch in. There we go. Again, that'll get all up to speed here eventually. I'm making more gifts than I really need for any of this. Okay, now I gotta try to remember where the output is again. Those are gifts there. Do not use... This one's the snow here, so this is the actual output. Should have labeled these outputs. I don't know why I didn't think about it until just now, but probably didn't have my signs when I was originally doing these. Usually I label them by color, by the way. Usually green is an input and red is an output. But it would have been nice to put some signs in there as well. Okay, we should see some snow. Oh, snow already went by. And then if we go up here, other side, should see some snow. Yep, there it goes. Okay, that's working. Let's just make sure that these are all working. They sure are. Okay, awesome. Awesome. How many stars we got so far? 49. We need one more star. I was going to wait till next time, everybody, which I still may do. Because we still got to build some stuff out. We got to build some out next Tuesday. And we're running over on the stream anyway, so... yeah, we need, oh no, we need 500 stars, not 50 stars. I got that backwards. Sorry, my bad. So yeah, we need 500 stars. Now, what I'm going to do, everybody, off stream is I'm going to go ahead and let this stuff run until it makes 500 of them, because we're going to use the power of time. So I'm going to let it run for, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. And then check and see if I have 500. And then when I do, I'll just turn it off as well. Then also want to do this over here where we take all this snow and run this into the splitter. I'm gonna do this with our H thing and go this way. Get it to switch around the other way. There we go. Where's this lifter at? Over here. Take this out because we got that done, and then again, rising this up temporarily to run all this snow in here. Oh, I did a splitter and not a merger. My bad. See, I just have a splitter on there, and then I hit E to get the merger. I don't keep them all on my bar anymore. I used to, but I don't do that anymore. No, it's not necessary. Not necessary. Okay, so this is going to store all of the snow that we've already made. And it's just sitting down here. The last of our kind of... original build here, or really temporary build. Run that right in there. All that snow is going to run right up in there. And again, the other one would be snowball. I forget how you make snowball. I think that's probably the same thing. Snowball is constructor. So yeah, oh, it needs snow to go into the snowball. Well, let's just build it on top of the snowball, and then, or on top of the snow, and then we can build some snowballs on that. We might as well just get it done. You know, this is how this game, you go on, everybody. So I think our snow is going to be the highest. I could put it right over here. Kind of feel like that's what I'll do. I'll just stick it right over here next to it. And these will be nice and flat across the top. Hopefully our flying friend doesn't fly through here and run into this. He doesn't damage it or anything like that, everybody, but I do try to, you know, make way for him when he's trying to come through. Poor little manta ray guy. And then right here, go ahead and put that up on top. And there we go. Okay, and then this will take a minute for this to load. And then we'll take the snowballs from over there and we'll run it into here. So this is gonna, or snow into the snowball. Snow. Snow. Snowballs. Nothing but snow. What is this snowball? The snowball pile. This is snowball. That's different. This is the actual item here. Let's see. Take this out. Snowball production. Copy. Well, here's type of copy. Like that. This here. I actually kind of feel like it's easier where I don't have to type that again. There we go. And then copy the snowball here. Paste it here. And then we're going to go down and get our input going. Let's say this way. And then we'll run it like so. Right out here. It did not want to rotate the way I want it to rotate. We'll just put it out here then. This is going to be easy peasy. I should see our snow coming out of there. And then I line this up where I can just go ahead and bring this straight out right into there. It's going to run that right down into that production. Now we're going to need some power, like always. Grab this power and run it down to one down here. So I have all these powers so I can connect it on various ones. And then we got to tell it what to be. Right in here, we're going to be making some snowballs. It's already working. It's already going. There's number 1. That would be 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6. Number 7. All right, those are all good. Now we just need to get it into here. And again, you got to remember which one's the output. I think it's on the left side, right over here. On the left side, is that our output? Yes, it is. And I should have labeled it, but oh well. We can figure it out just by seeing where the snowballs are going. And then into the storage. Right there. And then, as our final dimensional depot. Actually, I think we forgot to put that snow into the dimensional depot too. We sure did. All right, this will be our final dimensional depot. Over here. Now we are making the whole entire FICSMAS production, everybody, and running it all in the depot. And the second that snow stops running up there, over there, we will go ahead and take that out, and that'll just be the finishing pieces of this. Let's go ahead and take this one out because we don't need this one anymore. Just hit G on that and just try to get a bunch of this on the way down. There we go. And then drop like a rock. Merp, merp. Whee! Spacebar. All right. Look at that. We cleaned all that up. Took all that out. Didn't need it anymore. Because we've got even more epic. Man, we got to back up. We got to back way up for this one. We got to back. Look at that sucker, everybody. Beautifully stacked. Perfectly stacked, actually. Perfectly stacked at the top, and we left a little spot right here, which we're going to have some fun with next time, where we're going to build out a whole building here as a special part here in the center because of all of you, all of your kindness here in the stream. We're going to build out a big special holiday build there as well. And again, this is going to run up there. Is this top one done? Yes, it is. How much we got left here? Let's just speed this along a little bit. Let's see if we can get this in here much quicker. And so we're going to go right up here and just boom, drop that in a box. Drop it in a box. I don't mind doing it on the last few, but doing on, 10 of these, everybody, does take a while. All right, that's it. Take this out. Actually, I should take it out on the way up while it's running that up. Even better. Get that pole there. There we go. Take it out while I'm going up. One right there. Then I don't have to come back and take it out. I like you can see through there and see all the line runs under there. Especially with the, kind of glowing or transparent line runs that we're doing here, or conveyor belts. And we're just putting the finished touches on this one right here. Everybody just taking our excess stuff out we use just temporarily. And then more FICSMAS snow we can just drop right in there. And that's a GG's. All right, let's go this way. Look at all this cool stuff we're doing over here. Modular train builds. Modular mega train builds, by the way. And again, we have all these logistics, Y connections, like this. And of course, all the hypertubes and stuff like that. There she is. Holy mackerel. It's getting as high as the space elevator. Everybody can just ride that up to the space elevator. I wonder if you can put an elevator to the space elevator. I just thought of that. I'm going to write that down. Right here. Elevator to the space elevator. Elevator. There we go. Brain. Elevator to the space elevator, meaning you could use the elevators they added to the game and just make the elevator all the way to the space elevator. How high you can do the elevator for another day. For another day, everybody. Again, this is the entire production for the Fix-It event. That's all you need right there. That's all you need to make that happen. So again, we just let it run now. It's got all the different processes, all the resources it's ever going to need. Again, the largest FICSMAS build I've done. And again, I like to build like this, everybody, where you can see it just happens super fast. Everybody, we did all tonight, all of that tonight, just bam, bam, bam. We got our blueprints down. We're able to build our blueprints and then just repetition with, okay, this line run here, this line run here, this line. We'll make a few mistakes along the way. That's going to happen. It's okay. You just fix your mistakes as you go. Fix anything that you see as an issue in your blueprints itself. And then before you know it, you'll be all the way at the end like that. And then we'll check our stars. We're at 79. Again, it's going to only have 250 in the storage in my dimensional depot because that's the maximum we can have. But it'll backlog it into the box. So by the next time we come in, that'll all be done because we're going to let that run. We're going to let that run and then come back next time. We're going to have lots of fun building out the center part. And a whole bunch of stuff along the sides and all that kind of fun. I'll show you how to do all those things next time, and we'll come back and we're going to finish up our advent calendar because we will be back on the 23rd into the 24th morning, which is next Tuesday. Now let's go ahead and save the game. FICSMAS maxed. Like it. Like it. Okay, there we go. Now it's time for the Kismet Love Train and, well, giveaway first. Well, no, Kismet Love Train, giveaway, and then we're heading out of here. Let's go. Oh, yeah. F5 saves the day. Don't you know? Don't you know? Save, save, save. All right. We're going to head on out of here, everybody. But first, before we do that, we are going to go ahead and give you guys some loot. All right. Again, you got to be present to win in the stream. Here we go, everybody. Closing the giveaway in 3, 2, 1. It is... Oh, come on. Show us the winner. There we go. Zombie Wags is the winner. Now, again, Zombie Wags, you have exactly 2 minutes to say something in the chat. Now, meanwhile, everybody, while Zombie Wags is running back from making his PB&J right now from the kitchen, hopefully you heard me, you guys throw some GGs in the chat so that everybody is a good sport. Let's everybody throw some GGs in there. The more GGs I see in there, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to give out to all of you. Now, we're down to the final week, everybody, this week and then a little bit of next week until we hit that holiday. Hopefully, you got all your holiday shopping done because you're not going to get it in time if you order it now, usually. Maybe if it's if the Amazon's nearby. We'll see. But in that last week, everybody just orders at the last minute. Poor Amazon. Employees, not Amazon the company, but poor Amazon employees. But hey, you know, they're out there making some money, so at least they'll make some money for the holidays, so that's good. That's good, good, good. So there we go. Yeah, 149% chance of winning. I don't know how that works, everybody. Don't blame me. That's Stream Elements. I don't get it. I don't get how that works, but such is the way it goes as well. I think its math is messed up now. My Stream Elements thing has been messed up for a while. My plugin has been messed up for a while for OBS. So I just don't even trust it anymore, which is sad because they used to be the best. Oh, there he is in the chat. Okay, that's a confirmed win, everybody. Confirmed win. Now, here's what you do, Zombies Wags. You go ahead. I'm going to say hi in the chat. You go ahead and click my name. Say, Kismet, I won the random Steam game code giveaway on your stream or something of that effect. to remind me now in a day, 2 days, 5 days, 7 days, or maybe even 30 days. When I get a chance, I will go ahead and send out your giveaway as well. Usually I do it on Fridays and on Mondays. So most likely it will be Friday before I do get a chance to get to it. Because I got to go after this, do a whole bunch of stuff, rest, come back and do it all over again. I'm going to play some Fallout 4 later tonight, everybody. Congrats to all these people who got to get this up. Thanks to all the people showing the love today. Thanks to all my Patreon supporters, and thanks to all of you hanging out in the chat. And of course, let me go ahead and pull up what we're working on right now, everybody. Again, I'm going to be here till the 24th, really the 23rd into the morning of the 24th, Christmas morning, or Christmas Eve morning, not Christmas morning, Christmas Eve morning. I'll be here, and then I'll be out until the 5th of January, not June, January. We will be back on the 6th of January as well. I have a tendency to switch those 2 months up in my head, everybody. You know what I mean. Of course, we can also unlock more stuff in-game. I'm going to start working on the in-game mega builds for everybody. And then we might have to stop to work on our holiday mega build that we're going to be working on, mega build at Spectacle Island as well. So we'll have a holiday mega build there. Plus, we'll also be using it as a massive museum area as well for our Fallout 4 playthrough. And that's a lot of fun as well. But later tonight, everybody, we're going to be back with Fallout 4 Rise of the Tycoon Empire as we build up our empire, as well as do the ultimate modded playthrough, at least mods in the ways that I'm not putting all the random mods in there, everybody. I'm putting it in there to kind of accentuate the storyline as I go through, right? So if I feel a mod will help that storyline or changes the way that the story is going, I will add that. Versus just throwing hundreds of mods in there. But I don't find a purpose in that, just throwing hundreds of random mods in there. I want it to have a story. I want it to have a throughput like the game does already. You know, it just adds to the story of my rising up and taking over the wasteland, and then of course rebuilding the wasteland. That's my big goal. I'm really rebuilding the wasteland. Not all these people who say they're going to rebuild the wasteland and then are horrible to each other. No, man, I'm in there and I'm getting it done. Now, speaking of getting it done, everybody, now's a good time to go out and follow those links right there in the chat and pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. If you're already there, even easier. Look, right there, button. Just press it. Free. Totally easy. I also hit the like button, and of course, you can also leave me a comment. Leaving comments really does help the stream, does help more people see it. As well. So leave me a comment. I read every single one. They go right to my phone, by the way. Every single comment that goes, it's on my YouTube channel. You can also check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button over there. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. Also, anything you type on Discord automatically goes to my phone as well. So I can see what everybody's typing and everybody needs my help or whatever. Right over there. You can also check out Kismet.gg, which is my website. Tons of cool stuff up there for you to check out. My computer specs, my favorite games, all that kind of stuff that I get asked all the time. Just up there for everybody to check out. And of course, the best way to support the stream, everybody, if you stayed all this way, I would consider to be a Patreon over there. So you get all the love. And of course, you get the blueprints. And of course, a bunch of exclusive content just for patrons, just over there. So patreon.com/Kismet. Easy to remember. Again, patreon.com/Kismet. Even $1 does make a difference, everybody. It really does. And remember, every penny goes right back in the stream in the form of these giveaways that I'm doing right now and other projects that we're doing, like the Vault Van Life project, and so on. Emotes, giveaways, physical giveaways, code giveaways, all of that stuff. Just keeps the stream going because it's a struggle. It's definitely a struggle and has been a struggle since day one and still continues to be a struggle, that's for sure. But now you stayed all the way into the stream, I'm going to go ahead and show you a bunch of love for first being good sports in the chat. Then also for hanging out all the way to the end, man, you're going to get like 10,000. I'm just going to keep pressing the button until I feel like stopping. There you go. 10,000 caps for the next giveaway. And again, we have just a few giveaways, just one more week left of giveaways roughly. So 7 days left here in the streamathon is what I'm doing. Normally I try to stream all 24 days, but this year's been pretty rough. But we're going to try to get every day in from now until next Tuesday. Then we're going to stream Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, and then I'll be off. So there you go. I'm going to rest up a little bit, probably for the first couple days, let my voice rest for sure. And then I'll just be working the whole time. I'll be working on a bunch of stuff behind the scenes that getting ready for next year. And again, there's so many great games that we still want to play. There's so much stuff that we want to get to, like back to Astroneer, doing Megatech, and of course back to Outer Worlds 2. We'll get back to that. We have a bunch of other games that have massive updates to them that we want to try those. And of course, a lot of 7 Days to Die, a lot of Fallout, a lot of Satisfactory, all of that stuff. As well, because we're still doing these mega runs, and these mega runs take a while. They really do, especially if I'm playing different games on different days. I'm not just playing one mega run of one game. Everybody, that does go a little faster if I'm just focusing, say, on Fallout 4. But I'm a true variety streamer, but I do like to stream different stuff because different people are interested in different types of gameplay, and I do like to play different stuff. So it's enjoyable. Again, this way you don't get burned out on that one thing, right? If you're just playing one game, 10,000 hours, you're going to get burned out on it, especially doing it all in a row. That's really crazy. But that's a confirmed win, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and mark that off. And again, probably on Friday, I'll try to run out all those giveaways to you guys so you guys can download them and have them for the holidays. And enjoy your epic giveaways as well. So that's it for me. I'm going to roll on out of here, everybody. See you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time again for Fallout 4. See you then.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.